Alright, I should be live now. Alright, one sec. I forgot to turn that on. There we go. Right, everything should be working. There we go. Right, everything should be working. There we go. Right. Okay, good. Alright, let's get in on everything. Yeah, no, that was just thing. Alright. Oh, let me get the music playing too. On this machine instead of the other one. Give me a sec. Egg, what the hell? What's going on? Did Eggman piss on the moon or something? Okay. The free test is close, yes. You know, why can't he be a normal Eggman and just piss on the moon and kidnap, like, 5 alien planets to make an amusement park in space or something? You know? Why can't he be a normal Eggman? But no. He can't be a normal and reasonable Eggman. Oh well. Do we have like a new thing? No, that did not open yet. Okay, so that's not available yet. I see, they left their thing. Okay. I guess something went down behind the scenes there and then they left. That is something, I guess. Alright, it is what it is. Alright, let's see. I just heard about it right now. I didn't know, I don't pay attention to a lot of things. So, up until a few minutes ago, not even a few minutes ago, like a minute ago, I didn't know. I just found out about it right now. God damn. That's crazy. Yep. It is what it is, but like, god damn. That is crazy though. Of course he did. He was on the hunt to farm it. Of course, the freaking Eggman. He had to be on the hunt to farm it right away. Of course. Immediately. That sounds about right. Okay. Alright, we'll just send them here. Alright, we'll go claim those. Yeah, I guess. It is what it is. Alright, we got a thing with Chenching over here. Alright, where's Chenching? Wait, how many more days until free tests? How many more days?
Make sure to get some rest.
Yeah, I saw she's stopped doing the thing. I mean, is it really that surprising? Is it really that surprising? Right? Is it really all that surprising? Yep. Alright, let's go grab this stuff here. I mean, it's always dead. When isn't it? Alright, it's always dead. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. Alright, let's go claim the thing here. Drivable cars, like that'll matter. They put in the drivable cars, but terrain not suited for it, so it don't matter. Hi, Jericho. Alright, let's see. I guess some of that stuff is opening soon. I have to do regular Giga Links. Alright, let's get these done. Cool, people want to do Giga Links right now. Great. Let's go get these done then. Yeah, I don't know, man. Alright, let's see. Wait, is there no chest here? Oh, it's this thing here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Been a while since Nier collab with a gacha game. I see. But it's like, why play the collab when you can just play Nier? Better game anyways, that way. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. That's kind of silly, man. Alright, let's go over there. Alright, I did half the damage in that one. What's my 240? Okay, let's go on the next one. Alright, we'll do another run here. Alright. Oh yeah, there was like a survey that they wanted some people to fill out as well for it. The NT thing. I'll fill it out later on stream. We'll fill it out together or something. It wasn't sent to regular people. It's like a different one. So we can fill it out later. It's like a different special one. We can probably fill it out later. Yeah. I didn't even notice it until I rechecked I had to scroll up in the certain Discord after. And I'm like, oh, I should probably send it in. Alright. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? You join an agency or something, you're kind of like stuck dealing with their stuff. Alright, let's get on this one. Alright, let's see. Well, yeah. Hey, that's just kind of what happens. Alright, let's see. What is kill stealing me? Alright, let's see. Might as well take that too. Alright, let's just go kill these ones. Alright, we just keep shooting Joseph. And he's dead.
マッサージしてもらえる？
I see.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
Alright. That one's done. Right, I'm only doing these on like double. When I get double points or whatever. Right, gotta do more of those later in the week. Which is fine. Alright, what else do we need to get done? Oh yeah, this thingy. Oh, what was the mission I still needed for that? I need to get 3 level 3 properties. Okay. Sure, we'll just leave it like this. Alright, that should be fine. What do you mean no one is live? What? What do you mean no one is live? Give me a sec. How is there no one live? What?
You see, the more I interact with Americans, the more.
Oh shit, I had that tab open. Can't believe I had that tab left open of my browser. Whatever. What do you mean no one is live? God damn it, that's 2. Wait, 1 sec. They're on Twitch. That's why. Oh, let's see. Alright, let's move over here.
It's nothing.
Yeah, I'm live on Twitch as well.
You didn't see it was me?
God damn it. There we go, we can buy that one. Shit, it stole my card.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Immunity!
Okay, I got my money back.
Does that card exist?
God damn it, I wanted the one space. Now I don't want it. God damn it. I can put it on myself.
Immunity!
Oh, she's just gonna give me her money
Does that card exist?
by doing that.
I'll leave my last bit of strength.
God damn it!
to you
I can't
guys.
even upgrade my property if she loses. God damn it. I set it up that way so it would be like a longer game so I could. And then she still loses. Like, what the hell?
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Alright.
You didn't see it was me?
Right, take that one. God damn it. Well, I guess we can buy that one. Okay. God damn it.
Hitting
God
the
damn
jackpot
it.
is a pipe dream.
The hell? Why does the price index go up so quickly? Alright, I'll do it that way. Alright, let's see.
You didn't see it was me?
Turn around. God damn it, I wanted a low roll. It's way too high. I shown in manga protagonist. The ceiling is up.
Immunity. Immunity.
English, please.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe.
God damn it.
Hitting the jackpot.
Alright, let's keep going.
It's nothing.
God damn it, I did not want to go in that direction.
It's nothing.
God damn it. That gives me a low roll.
It's nothing. You didn't see it was me?
What the hell? It just teleported me that way. I'll go this way.
Sorry. I just wanted to see if it's any good.
God damn it.
That's all you're giving me? Hitting
God
the
damn it.
jackpot is a pipe. It's nothing. You didn't see it was me?
Oh. That's not a survey, but yeah, they're gonna have an MMO server. Yeah, I heard about it. We talked about it the other day. Why does it keep teleporting me there? What the hell? Oh, damn it.
That's all you're giving me? Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's any good.
Let's go this way. Why is he changing my direction? God damn it.
It's nothing. Immunity. Immunity.
I'll just put it on myself and do the thing. Alright, I have one level 3 now. That's fine.
That's all you're giving me?
It's only level 2. God damn it.
That's all you're giving me?
Come on. It's so much a pain to do the stupid mission where they
That's
want you
all
to
you're
have
getting.
multiple level 3s.
It's nothing.
Like, 'cause I don't think I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
That's all you're giving me?
It's so annoying. They want you to get, like, multiple level 3s. But, like, they make it such a massive pain to get 3 level 3s before it ends, even if you make it, like, 50 turns. Like, I feel like you end up having to make the whole thing, like, unlimited or something. I'll do that another day. But it's so much of a pain just to get the last thing there. Whatever. Alright, let's switch over to the next thing. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Alright. Alright, let's switch over to ToF. And we'll do their stuff here. Provolone? Yeah, that sounds a bit like another scam. They're getting a provolone. Provolone cheese? We're gonna eat cheese or something? Provolone cheese.
Time to head out.
I mean, who knows how they'll handle it, man. We'll see. A cheese character. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. I need to farm raid and all. I need to do the raid and other stuff. Team is full. Oh god. Who knows what'll happen, man? But honestly, to some extent, they kind of should. Otherwise, people are just gonna abuse it. They have to be careful. Right, they're gonna have to be careful with the stuff there. Make some money out of the botters. True, true. What's today's join up? Pursuit of Fate. Alright. Let me fix my weapon setup from... Because I did Mega Boss earlier off stream, then I took a nap. I forgot to switch my stuff back. A faster way? No. There is no faster way. You gotta do it the slow way like everyone else. There is no fast way. The gear event thingy is permanent. That's permanent. But like they give mats like you can get mats in the shop every week. You can get 10 mats from world bosses a week from just force opening them. Event shops always have the materials. And then there's also the other one. The other shop as well. Every week they're there. Oh yeah, I need to farm the event. Which event are people even farming? Because like I need to get that stuff done too. I mean, eventually I'll finish. Right, eventually he'll finish. There's an issue on my VODs. Oh yeah, I know. It was like, it broke. I know. Oh sure, you can get on. Come on. I'll exit out and you can come and do it. We'll also do a raid in final trial. What even is the raid this week? Oh yeah. Yeah, that is a pain. It is. When shit like that happen, that is a pain. Alright. Just wait for him to come back online. Wait, how many points do we need for the final mentor level? No, I need to get to 240,001 to get to Diamond Mentor. I'm stuck at Gold Mentor. Diamond Mentor has the cool thing. Alright. We'll do 2 join ops first, and then we'll do raid and stuff after. You're also gonna do the shortcut, right? Shortcut up here. You just go up and around. Ultimate shortcut. Wait, what the hell? You know to do the Entoria flight, you just go all the way up, and then you come forward. Try it. It's harder to do with Aster. It's easier with Entoria. You can just go up, and then, thing. You don't have a preset saved? Oh, but yeah, if you have a preset save, it's easy. Alright, this way. You're gonna need to get over that barrier. It's over here. Wrong direction. You went the wrong way. Where are you going? Up here. See where I am? Up. Oh wait. Oh. If you get trapped in here, there's another shortcut. See the car? Get the car. Just get the car then. Come here, get the car. And then you just click unstuck. Get the car, drive forward a little bit, then unstuck. And then you should teleport here. You just move forward a little bit, then unstuck. And that's it. But yeah. Use the root of the shorts. But root of the shorts is really easy once you get used to it. It's also really fast. Yeah, if you do it properly, you can do it in less than 1 minute. It's the fastest way. If you do it properly, it takes you less than a minute to clear the whole stage. You can get in and out in less than a minute. That's why I have a YouTube short on the whole thing. Because you can beat it in under a minute. Right? You can do it in under a minute. It's the fastest by a lot. Because you're not loading anything, you're not getting into anything, you're just skipping straight to the boss. Aster's not good for it though. Don't use Aster if you want to do the shortcut. The problem with Aster is the swinging physics. Because she has to swing. Which is not what you want. But of course, if you get stuck in there, the car thing also works. It lets you at least skip the first pack of trash mobs. Alright, great way to get it done. Alright, we'll do the raid and final trial. What even is the raid this week? What even is this week's raid? Oh, it's this guy. God damn it, it's Ocerata Raid. Oh, that'll be a pain. Why did it have to be Ocerata Raid? Did they even fix it? Or is he still broken? Because, like, Ocerata Raid sucks, man. Come on, people. We just need 4 more. Just one more. Alright, let's go. Let's do final trial first. The final trial at least is the easiest. And then the raid after. At least after I do final trial, I can get the thing. I can get my supercomputing to 10, 10, 10, 10. Game on, it was a bit too loud. Good thing I have hardware faders. Alright, time to kill Minotaur. It's almost dead. Alright. Now it's Puppet Singer. Alright, let's get this thing dead. Sure. Or at least Final Trial is easy. I only died once. The next one though is gonna be pure pain. Also, Rod is gonna be pure pain though. Yeah, there we go. Everything is 10. Alright. It's time for pain. Alright, time for pure pain. Alright, let's get in. Right, time for pure pain. God damn it. Wait, my alt is... I'll just go to spectate then. I'll reset. Because it's a long one. We all wiped in there. I think it'd be better if they made it so the timer is. It starts when you get inside the boss fight, not outside the arena. It would help a lot if they did it that way, but nope. It is what it is. Okay. They're just swapping something out. Alright, let's get on in. Alright, oh, I think they posted the Hipper trailer now. We can look at that later as well. Okay. Let's get on in. Alright. Who's gonna freaking do the thing? Tank not gonna go. Do they not have... Oh shit, I messed up. No one has the thing? I messed up the thing in there. I can't believe there's no Icarus Execute now. I hate this stupid raid one. It's terrible if you're gonna do it with randoms and shit. It's the worst one for this. And it's like too tanky. It's way too tanky. It's just straight up the worst one. It's the absolute worst one to be doing. For this type of thing. It's the only one they shouldn't have put in rotation. The other ones are fine. It's just that one in particular is just really borked. At the same time, you can't jump over anything because it still counts as getting hit and stuff. Oh, nice. But like, I'm surprised nobody has the initial execute, man. How does like nobody have it at the start? I should just put Acerata Dorm. 7 out of 8. There we go, I got another one. Alright, let's go in here. But yeah, basically don't stand in the fire. Pretty much just don't stand in the fire. That's all you need to worry about, not standing in the fire. God damn it, he's in the fire. Get out of the fire. Yeah, jumping over this stuff also doesn't work. And... yeah, I'm dead. Because the healers are not dealing with the thing. That's kind of the problem with this thing. And you can't even jump over it. You cannot just be anywhere near it. And that's part of the problem. Like, you can't go anywhere near it. And if you get this sword on your head, you're gonna drop something down, so you have to, like, put it away from everyone. And then you have to kill his clones. Yeah, this one just sucks to do. The other ones are a lot easier to deal with. It's just this one. And some of the other ones, like, you can even solo it. I'm gonna at least delete a chunk of his HP at the start. Shields also don't work. Shields are useless in this thing. I'm gonna delete at least 10% of his HP at the start. Because I'd rather at least just reduce it further. See what we can do. Be nice if it would put the thing on my ult. Because at least if my ult is like outside the arena. God damn it. But yeah, shields are completely useless on that thing. They're completely useless. As the damage you take goes through them. It's percent HP damage you take from it. Yeah, it's funny, they don't even tell people what's going on in there in this. And like, they didn't nerf him either. I don't think they nerfed him properly, like they were supposed to. Shit, they're all over there. And he healed from the clones. God damn it. Why'd I have to put this piece of shit here this week? They were supposed to. They were supposed to nerf him. I don't think they did. Because, like, actual damage does, like, nothing to him. He takes, like, no damage still. Yeah, the gimmick is don't stand in the fire. Don't get hit by anything. Unless you have the 2 swords above your head. Then you go take the boss with you and stand in the fire so it blows up on him. Otherwise, healers have to keep everyone alive. That's it. Don't drop the fire thingy when it's gonna... when there's like a mark on you that you're gonna drop the thing. Don't put it where other people are. That's all. Oh, and kill the clones when they spawn. Only if you have the double sword icon on your head, you want to get the 10 stacks. There's like a debuff you get when you touch the fire. That you get on you, a heat debuff. A heat stacks. I got 2 on me right now. You don't want to get it higher. You want to keep it as low as possible. At 10 it explodes. And that's where you see that big ring come out. The reason why people are dying when you don't see anything is when it does. You get another debuff on you and it just kills you based on your HP. It just drains your HP instead. Shields do not work here. At all. Shields are completely useless. But yeah. Yeah, no, that the boss reset. No point. And if you don't kill the clones, he heals. If he absorbs the clones, he heals up. Alright. Yeah, you have to put the sword away from the raid. I hate this shit, man. They shouldn't have put him in the normal pool. Because the problem is just doing it regularly is a problem. The other ones are fine. It's just this one in particular is just fucked. Especially when you can't really damage him. Oh, damn. And it's also dumb how you can't just jump over the thing either. God damn it, they put the ball there. And he healed up too. This is the problem, man. This is not gonna clear. This is the problem. And they're not dealing enough damage to AoE the thing down. The thing is gonna keep healing. That's the problem. They shouldn't have put Ocerata in the normal pool. Why'd they have to put him in the normal pool? Yeah. They also don't give any good indicators on anything, man. The other problem too is the buff icon bar is like hard to track. Because everything is so tiny, and then everything just gets lost in here. That's like the other problem with the thing here. Everything here is so tiny, so the shit just gets lost in the void on what's going on down here. It's not exactly great what they have there. Alright, let's see. But yeah, like also like, they don't tell people what to do in there either. It's so freaking stupid. And we need to do one on challenge mode for the other stuff this week. God damn it. Who put the freaking sword there? Oh shit, I have... Oh damn it, I really hate how you can't really cancel out of the stupid Aster swing. It's so annoying. God damn it, the freaking clones are in the fire. And he's healed again. It is completely fucked. Yeah, you see the sword, then it's on your head. That's when you're supposed to get 10 stacks and blow up in his face. From the fire. But yeah. But yeah, you need the double sword to blow up and then the... What the hell? Why didn't it freaking execute the... This thing is so... Aster's thing is like so fucked, man. Like, it doesn't work like 70% of the time. Crap, I got 2 heat stacks. You gotta kill the clones. But I do like no damage, man. He healed a little bit. Yeah, he healed a little bit. This is not gonna work. Oh fuck, he's healing again. Fuck, I hate this stupid discharge. Why didn't they fucking nerf this piece of shit? This is the freaking worst boss they've ever designed for this. Alright, we gotta tell Lord a little bit. Who has fire in the hole? God damn it, who has the sword on them? And we're dead. Yeah, then all the boss is healed up. You know what? Let's see. Okay, it has 3 health bars, but... Fire in the hole. Fuck, I had fire in the hole on me, but they couldn't heal me up on my ult. It was almost dead, that one. My ult got fire in the hole on it, but then I couldn't get enough healing. Yeah, we're screwed now, because they're not gonna kill all the clones. It was at like 1.5 health bars, too. It's dumb how we can't just see the freaking boss's health bar either when we're dead. It's so dumb. Let me see it. Shields are useless. Like, shields are completely useless. But we got really close that time. Alright, let's get in on it. Get in on this. The fuck? God damn it, why does Aster's stupid thing have to be so shit? It's such a pain to use Aster's A6 for the HP reduction thing. God damn it, it keeps jumping in the fire. Maybe don't pull it into the fire. The other guy. Why is he over there? healed. I don't want to use this stupid thing anyways. I want to switch off of this thing. It's like nobody is like killing the freaking things. Right, you just need to hit it one time. If you know with torrential force helps. God, I hate this stupid boss. Whatever. Okay, wet healer. Okay, ready? Alright then, let's go in. Come on. Asks are technically just 2% more, but like... I'd rather... this, to be honest. God damn it. At least I'm doing some damage to this shit. Fuck, I can't jump. This stupid discharge animation. Right. Crap, where's the boss? Who has fire in the hole? Okay, at least he's almost dead. Poking it helps. Shit. Shit, he healed up a little bit. Damn it. Shit, can I get healed? Did he like not pull the boss away from the thing? And he reset. God damn it. We got so close too. We got extremely close. He healed a couple times. Away from raid when clothes are there, please. Pull the boss away so it won't heal. But yeah, it's definitely a lot better when I'm actually doing damage to it. Because it healed a couple times. If it didn't heal a single time, we would have killed it. If it didn't heal a single time. Alright, let's get in on this. Alright. But yeah, it's like 10 stacks of the heat thing is when you blow up. Oh, fucking hell. At least no clones were there. Who has fire in the hole? Where's Alcerada? I don't have fire in the hole. Someone heal me. And I think we're screwed now. Because I'm the only one who can actually do some damage to it. Wait, no, I have my ult. Still kinda shit. Yeah, no, we reset. Alright, let's get back in. Technically, this guy heals, right? He heals a little bit. Oh. So for them, one of them should switch then. Get Coco, Echo. Hmm. One of them should switch to Brevi. Okay, there's Echo there, so Fosh should use Brevi. Wait, Fosh can go Brevi then. And then we'll have all of them. Alright. Because my damage seems to be working, at least. Prob should feel me too. Alright. Whoever's using Fiona should link. Alright. They swapped off of Lynn for Fiona. Right, because Lynn S6 gives the attack buff. But then have execute now. Nice. Because, like, yeah, I am actually doing damage to the thing in here. Alright, let's get in again. I see, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Alright. Not in a long time, no. And no plans on ever touching it again. Unless I get sponsored, I'm not touching it. Either that or it goes Mega Man X dive. That's the only way I'll touch it again. It'll have to either have a Mega Man X dive situation or they sponsor me. Game sucks, man. I don't like the shit in there, so like now, unless they get rid of all the problems, or they go they sponsor me, I am never touching it again. They would have to either sponsor me or get rid of all the shit. Those are the only ways I'll even bother with it again. Same with its chroma skin. Alright, we'll reset. Not interested in that one, man. I got bored out of that one very quick. And it just makes me want to play a completely different game instead. It just reminds me of something else I could play instead. So, that's a no. I'll just put that one back. But like most of these gacha games, like fuck no, man. Especially with how they get like ruined by everything, all the other bullshit they put in them. Like it's just a fuck no from me. They would have to pay me or something first. Yeah. I mean, I literally, like, when ZZZ came out, literally the day after, a turn-based game I've been waiting for a long-ass time, got an English localization. A turn-based game, and the funny thing is, The turn-based game has a freaking hack and slash action combat side thing, and that was more engaging. In a fucking turn-based game that had similar shit as a side feature. Right. I mean, the problem with a lot of these, man, is just... For a lot of these games, you can't really sell me on combat or anything because the reality is they're always going to suck. Doesn't also help when they literally sell you power and stuff. So none of the things you do in them, like, ever really matter. If you really think about it, like, does your shit matter when, like, you can just always buy more power? Even when you do get them, it's like, you know... You don't even get the full unit when they ask for, like, how much. It's different and unique enough for what it is that I'm okay with it. Though they're gonna make a new version with it that doesn't have the gacha and go full in on the MMO aspect. They're working on a new thing. It's coming out on CN next month. Because this one is more of just an MMO where they made the main monetization a gacha thing for your kit. If you try to play it like those other gachas, it's why it sucks for that. Because you're not supposed to play it that way. You had weirdos and shit call it like a Genjin kill or whatever years ago, but like the game is nothing like it. It's not meant to be played that way. It's also the only one of these that actually has proper multiplayer stuff in it. Can it move out here? Who has the double sword on it? On them? Oh damn it. The hell? My old camera just went really bored. We're gonna have to reset, I think. Yeah, we'll just reset. But yeah, damage stuff seems to work here. Alright. Since launch, 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago. Yeah, like next month it'd be 3 years. Alright. I'll just wait for everyone to load it in now. What do you mean made it realistic? It's fine as is. I don't think having realistic graphics really matters all that much. They still not warping out? Why are they still in the instance? What the hell? Are they still loading? I'm taking those Norns. It's awkward, I was using it earlier. The 2% HP def. It's so bad. You just fly into flames or anything. For like a big stationary boss, it's fine, but for like this, it sucks. Better off using Icarus. If it was more stationary, the problem is Osorata moves like crazy and it glitches out. Alright. Where's the fucking boss? But like, yeah, Ocelot is just annoying because like it jumps around like too much. Shit. No, I'm not using auto battle. Auto battle doesn't do anything, man. Why would you use auto battle? No. Yes. Imagine. Shit. I got caught in this thing. He's almost dead. There we go. He's dead. Finally. Only took a couple hours. No, a couple hours. It only took an hour and a half. Finally, he's dead. Finally. Finally. Being a what? A no game character? No, they were both DPS. What do you mean? Both of them were DPS. They were both DPS. I just switched my focus and the other one died. I'm just glad it's done. This is the worst freaking raid to do. No, I had both set up as DPS residents though. Both of them were damage residents. I had Vol comp on my ult, and then the other one was using Frost. You didn't notice I was doing the freaking Volt rotation halfway through? It swapped to it doing vol rotation. But at least we got it cleared. Oh shit, I did not want to do that one. Yeah, no problem. Alright. I messed up something, one sec. Where's the green piece? Oh shit, I did turn it off. I need a random green thing because I put it in the wrong spot. Because I can do that to get it back. Thanks for the follow as well, Cha Gaming. You're welcome. There you go, I fixed it. Because you get all the mats back if you destroy the gear. If you, the one to like, get these levels on there. I meant to put it on my belt, not on the chest. So I just made a green piece, transferred it over, then destroyed it. Big brain. Right, I just made a piece to then destroy it. Because I want to get this thing up first. Because this one, there's attack there. But yeah. Yep, it's a very old trick. Nobody's probably used it in a long time. Until now. Nobody probably used it in a long ass time until now. Yeah, I still need to make a better reactor for flame and fizz. I still need a better fizz flame reactor so I can transfer this over. And then, yeah, that's my flame boots. Which is still ass. I need to get a better pair of boots for that. There's that stuff there too. I'm just too lazy to like roll new gear. I have these metal boxes and stuff. But like, yeah. I wish I could give all my relic shards away to my ult. If only I could give my relic shards away. Because I have all these relic shards, but like, you know, can't exactly do anything with them. Oh yeah, I still need to do Void Abyss. We'll do them tomorrow, I think. Unless people want to do it now. Let's see, what are easy shit to do for weeklies right now? So we can get the other thing. Okay, I gotta kill world boss. Oh yeah, I need to do world boss and dream missions. There's multiverse hunt I gotta do later. I still haven't touched Origin of War yet. Because I made it short, don't worry about it. I did that on purpose, I made it shorter on purpose, don't worry. I'm gonna buy the mats from the landlord thing. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Just imagine spinning vitality to get these. Never. Never gonna spin vitality to get those mats. Especially when I can just buy them every week over here. The augment boxes. Because those are there every week. Right, and you can get them with copper balloons, which you can get from Mira. Okay, thanks for telling me. Alright, it should be back. Alright, it should be fixed. And that's the problem with AMD graphics, man. The thing going on there with the stream going weird like that is one of the reasons why I can never just use an AMD graphics card. That's actually a good example of why. That's a really good example of why. What happened there. It's a really good example. Okay. Anyone doing a farm for the event? Any event farm? We spend too much time doing the fucking raid. Now it's like, ugh. Ocerata raid is the worst. Oh yeah, I have all the Asperia World Boss accessories now. So like, I never have to really care which Asperia World Bosses I kill again. Of course it did. I'm not the thing though. This is the time now, man. Because we wasted way too much time on this stupid fucking raid. Why'd they have to make it also Rotorate of all things? Is the worst. Oh, I got a dream machine. Both of my accounts got a dream machine. Too bad these dream machines suck. Just shard stuff. What? Who said invite to be? Game board. I still haven't done the event stuff, so I need farm. Which event is people farming anyways? Which one is it? Is it this one? You can't match with only 2 people? Okay. You know, I'll just... I don't know which one... You know, sure, come in. Can AFK in it? Oh, sure. The last event that we AFK farm. Is the last event? You know, we'll just get 4 more people. I guess if we can just AFK in there. Okay. Yeah, is this one also a thing? Alright. Why does it say system overload? What the fuck? Let me try pushing it to my ult. Wait. I hit say system overload. Why is it system overload? Do I need to make 2 groups? Okay, that guy DC'd. Oh, someone's not responding. What the fuck? I don't know what the hell. I keep getting system overload. With sys over. What's with sys overload? Oh, there we go. What the hell is going on? Why did I keep getting the fucking error? Okay, here's what we can do now. Sure, they fixed it. I guess. I don't know. Alright. We'll do a react so we AFK farm the event stuff. Because let me get the top mini here. Alright, cool. So what was sent in the reacts? There's a bunch of stuff. You know what? Here, we'll start with this one then. Why is everyone leaving this company? We'll do a react as we try to AFK event farm.
There's a topic I cover from time to time that always seems to ruffle some feathers and get people squirming in their chairs in anger, because I have less than kind things to say about some of the biggest players in the industry.
Okay.
But I just can't help myself. I can't bite my tongue on it. I'm like Winnie the Pooh poking a beehive because I'm addicted to the honey inside. And in this case, that honey is vindication. For a while now, I have bah-humbugged Vtuber agencies. I've seen a lot of the contracts that some of the top talent were locked into with these organizations, and they are extraordinarily corrupt. I think the agencies in this space are exploitative, and they treat their talent more like prisoners. It is unbelievable, the depths of greed.
I mean, that's what happens when you're inspired by Asian idol culture for stuff, man. When your industry is like, and the people running them are heavily inspired by the awful talent agencies that you would have in a lot of Asian countries, such as Japan, like especially South Korea's, Japan's, and China's talent agencies there, because they are very, very fucked up, and are why these things all happen. They are very, very fucked up with some of their practices and everything. And that's like, that's probably why. you know?
that these agencies in the VTuber space have succumbed to. But before I dive deeper into the spaghetti and the meatballs on my disdain for VTuber agencies in the industry, I would like to give you the catalyst for why I'm talking about it again today. It's because Iron Mouse just made a really sad video about why she's leaving VShojo. VShojo being another huge player in the VTuber space. They are a massive agency that's represented some of the top talent.
Damn, 2 people are actually
I recently found
PvPing.
out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Vshoujo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly,
Damn.
the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today,
Yeah, she has
over
the
$500,000
disease.
from Vshoujo.
For those that don't know who Iron Mouse is,
Damn.
she is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch in terms of subscribers. She even broke the all-time subscriber record, and she has a primary immunodeficiency disease. She has CVID. So she does a lot of charitable work for this organization, and apparently she's just discovered that Vshoujo hasn't fully paid what they owed her personally, and they haven't paid the money that they owe to the charitable foundation that she was fundraising for.
Yikes.
Something that she
That
does
is fucked.
often, but Vshoujo is required in this process because they handle her money in certain cases, which is not uncommon in the space. Like, I'm gonna get deeper into like a lot of things with VTuber agencies that I've tiptoed around quite a bit in the past, but I don't want to like fully go into the weeds of it here. But let me just go ahead and explain where that number's coming from, the $500,000 owed to charity that Vshoujo still hasn't paid.
They
God
promptly
damn.
sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked Vshoujo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, Vshoujo has not paid the charity.
So in a nutshell, Iron Mouse ran a subathon. It was extremely successful and raised a ton of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And Vshoujo did pay it out the first time around, but
But they
when she
didn't pay
came
it out
back
the second.
for the second time the following year, it was even bigger. It broke records, and it raised over $500,000 that were supposed to go to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that has still not been paid out to the charitable organization to this day, according to Iron Mouse. Now, I've seen a little bit of confusion, people wondering why would Vshoujo even be handling that money in the first place? Why wouldn't it just come directly from Iron Mouse since it's her Twitch? Well, that's where you get into the really stinky territory where in a lot of
They're
cases these
extremely
agencies,
corrupt.
they handle
They're not
the
just
finances
corrupt,
of
the
the talent.
corruption's
Like,
on an
they
extreme
put their
level
grubby
now.
paws on it before the talent does. So it's not uncommon in the space for the agreement between talent and agency to have the agency directly
They're extremely
handle, like,
corrupt.
their Twitch subs and their Twitch revenue and their Twitch ads, that kind of thing. And in the full video, Iron Mouse goes deeper into this, so I highly encourage you to check out the full thing for the entire scoop. But in her case specifically, that was actually kind of appealing to her because then she would be able to stay even more private because she really values her anonymity. So having Vshoujo involved in that process was actually kind of a big deal to her. And for previous fundraising through Tiltify, it wasn't a problem, but when it came to the subathon money, since it was going through Twitch subs and everything, it meant Vshoujo was going to be involved in this process. And the first time it was fine, it apparently went off without issue, but this time, when the money was even higher, well,
Doesn't matter.
Some kind of screws must have went loose.
It doesn't matter though where they are. It's just that a lot of these agencies, they get that inspiration out of the freaking other ones because the Asian ones are really fucked up as well. Actually, did you hear about that K-pop group that tried to open an American branch and they violated so many American labor laws? On top of like abusing the freaking children in the group that they were like they hired for the talents and stuff. It's really fucked up. I think Mujin or something made a video on it. But like yeah. Like the thing is like a lot of them would like end up like violating like actual like labor laws and shit, which is like crazy.
Over there at the Vshoujo headquarters. I guess that shit just fucking burst into flames or something and they just haven't got around to it. They're still putting out some fires and they'll get to it any day now. Vshoujo would be responsible for donating that money on her behalf, an obligation that they still haven't fulfilled all this time later, according to Iron Mouse. It's diabolical, withholding over $500,000 to charity, and also withholding money that Iron Mouse is allegedly owed as well.
Yeah,
and what's
it's
even
very
crazier
fucked up.
is how unsurprised I am by it.
Yeah,
Now,
it's not
full
that
disclosure,
surprising.
I didn't know too much about Vshoujo's inner workings. That was one of the few agencies I wasn't super privy to on like the behind the scenes of.
Who knows?
But I'd always heard good things, but I always had skepticism because of how the industry functions at the agency level from the other ones I know. And this kind of dirty, scummy, greedy business is just so standard for these agencies in the space. It is sickening. Now, Vshoujo is going through big turbulence right now. They're losing some of their top talent. Like, even before Iron Mouse's video, about a month ago, they made a post about how Giga was going to be departing Vshoujo.
Yeah, okay.
And then just 48 hours
Like, I don't
later,
follow
they
any of
announced
these
Zin
guys,
would
but, like,
also
it's
be
crazy.
leaving Vshoujo, one of their original members. So there's definitely been some, you know, curious Georges out there wondering what's going on at Vshoujo that's got everyone leaving. What's this exodus from Vshoujo all about? Fun fact, Giga is actually with us at Cheeky now.
Damn.
We're not like a VTuber agency. That's not what I'm trying to get across. Our soap. She really likes our soap, Cheeky soap. So she's partnered with us at Cheeky, and she's an absolute sweetheart. That's what I was trying to get across. The point is, some like really good people have been leaving Vshoujo, and now Iron Mouse have dropped this video about some very alleged scummy practices here at the Vshoujo corporate level, and I don't know how Vshoujo recovers from it going forward. They haven't made a statement yet. It's still a little too fresh as of me making this video. I'm very curious what they're going to say about it. If I had to spitball, I would imagine that their next play will be donating that money to the charitable foundation. I imagine they donate the $515K to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, or whatever the exact number was. I bet they'll do that to desperately try and save face. I don't think the community will respond well to it because it's very clear.
It's like, how much else are they hiding?
Public pressure that's being exerted on them. I don't know how they move forward with a good reputation. I don't think all of their talent's going to leave overnight. I imagine a lot of those in fact, I'm confident a lot of those contracts lock them down for quite a while.
They're
with
locked
like some
for a bit.
non-disparagement clauses in there and everything. Like, I bet there is a lot of things at play where the talent won't be able to leave even if they really want to. And I can only hope that the community here doesn't start attacking the Vshoujo talent for staying, because I imagine in a lot of cases they don't have a choice. Now,
they don't get a choice.
That's kind of the situation in a nutshell, but I want to dive deeper into agencies as a whole. I've kind of teased it a little bit throughout the video. And I know people like to talk about VTubing as a whole, like it's some kind of niche that's not mainstream. That couldn't be further from the truth. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is so lucrative. And these agencies have swooped in and made sure they are the ones getting the lion's share of that money, and they'll kind of trickle down, drip feed a little milk from their titties to the talent that's under their umbrella. And what's even more disgusting is they fed people shit and gave them a taste for it, an acquired palate, normalizing their greed. Where
they normalize
the talent, the ones that are actually gathering the audience, you know, the actual VTubers, they don't see most of the money that they bring in. The agency does. That includes merch. That includes their Twitch subs. That includes YouTube revenue. Pretty much any piece of the pie that has dollars, doubloons in it, the agency is the one that's got their fingers in it, and the VTuber gets pieces of it. Tiddlywinks. And I think it is so ass backwards. It has always rubbed me the wrong way, so I've always talked very negatively about VTuber agencies, much to the chagrin of the VTuber audience. The audience that watches VTubers is very loyal to their favorite
probably
creators
will.
in the space. So they get very upset when the 5'6" Florida man Neanderthal shoots
Florida man
spitballs at the agency that represents their favorite VTuber, because the community
Technically, though, there is a benefit. The benefit is at the start. You join one at the start, and then as soon as you can leave, if you can, like with Vshoujo, at least you can keep your shit when you leave Vshoujo. So like, technically, the benefit is at the start. You join with them, right? You get, and then you leave as soon as you can leave, and you get to keep the stuff because you at least got the initial promotion from them, and that's it. Like technically, like in a big brain sense for the people who did join, and sort of that way, leaving as soon as possible and taking advantage of the shit. But yeah,
Unity, like the relationship between the agency and the VTuber, is one that's supposed to be built on like a tight connection, like this partnership, almost like a family. But nothing
nope.
could be further from the truth. It's about as much of a family as, like, the prison warden is to the prisoners. I just think it is completely unacceptable the way a lot of these agencies treat their talent. I also think a lot of people have been completely misled by them on the industry as a whole, where they act like there's only one path to success when it comes to VTubing. Or at least they did. Not so much these days. It's starting to kind of get a little more clear that you don't have to sign with them, but for the longest time, it was as if there was only one path to success in the space, which was signing with an agency, where they basically give you a career. They grow you through their network. They give you all the tools to grow, but they basically own you. And I know the argument a lot of people make is, well, they gave you your career. You do owe them like 90% of the money that you generate. That makes sense. Without them, you were nothing.
No.
And I just think that is completely delusional.
That
I think
is
you've been
delusional.
brainwashed to think that. It's a little different nowadays where so many people are doing really well independent. There are so many independent VTubers that are crushing it, and a lot of formally contracted talent for agencies have left to be indie and are still doing really well. So it's being proven that you don't need these agencies to succeed as a VTuber. And I understand, like, you know, they do help speed up the growth of the career, because then they just
even told your dad that argument, and he said that's bullshit. You don't owe them anything. Exactly.
I've seen, it just never really seems worth the trade-off. Like, you never get a better deal. So, like, let's say you start with them, and then you explode and become the biggest VTuber in the world. All the ones I've seen, the contracts don't scale with that success, so you still are locked into a bad deal.
Exactly.
And now the agency just makes a killing off of your success, and you kind of stay in the same spot, more or less.
Exactly.
Like, it just doesn't ever really feel worth it to do that, when you can still be very successful without these agencies. And it just sucks to see that it is still so common that these agencies are greedy scumbags, like in this case here with Vshoujo, apparently. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's about it. See ya.
Here's another one that was sent.
Vshoujo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Vshoujo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed
my heart got stuck on the
amount of
spinning
funds,
thingy.
which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from Vshoujo. I know that this is a lot,
very fucked,
and it's very important for me to be honest with all of you. I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold.
Okay.
So
yeah, wait for legal
day,
stuff.
I will be able to tell you the full story. But for now, I just need to let you know that I will no longer be a part of Vshoujo. If you give me a moment of your time, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know for a lot of people right now that this might be the first time you were ever watching me. I became a VTuber because I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely due to the fact that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID. I basically have a low to near non-functioning immune system, which means I get sick a lot. and it
Yikes.
caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life. So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make
I mean,
some
it's
friends
based on
online,
engagement now.
because I honestly
It's all based
couldn't
off
ever
engagement, I
imagine.
know.
I never really expected to grow an audience or anything.
Likes, dislikes
was
doesn't matter.
One of the last things on my
Engagement
mind.
is what
I
matters.
just thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people.
And the thing is, because it's only by engagement, if you have a video with like 5 likes but like 10,000 dislikes, that'll get pushed more than a video with like 5,000 likes. Because the engagement. That's how YouTube is now. It's all on engagement. It doesn't matter what kind of engagement, as long as there is engagement. Any
Or I could just
engagement is
hang
good
out from time to
engagement.
time, make some friends.
That's why you see
play
all these
games,
drama
and
content
just
forums
continue
now.
on with my life. But unfortunately,
Because
I
it's the
was
easiest
too
one to
scared
farm
to
engagement
stream
on.
with my face. So a friend of mine recommended that I try an app called FaceRig that would allow me to use
Yep.
an anime avatar to stream, and that's how I started VTubing. It took me a while to take it seriously and even begin to think about maybe being able to grow a community and even make this a career. I think I really started to take it seriously around the time when I was approached to join Vshoujo, and it was through Vshoujo that I was able to grow into the Iron Mouse that I am today. When I was approached in 2020 and asked to join Vshoujo, it seemed like a good idea, but I honestly did not
Yeah.
know if
No,
I
it
could ever
does
be
count, even
a
if you
corporate
don't do it, but
VTuber,
like,
because
it's harder for it to
I
count.
felt
They
like
want
I just
engagement.
couldn't. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss, no strict rules, I had no hours, no expectations. It was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything, I just felt like there was no way that anyone would ever take me or want me. For a while,
Okay.
I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid
Fair
about
enough.
trusting people, because I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about expectations and a million and one other things. But I ultimately decided to join Vshoujo. It really pains me that I am unable to fully explain why I am leaving. But for right now, here's what I am allowed to share with you. I would always be told how important I was for the company,
Uh-huh.
and I was always told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me, to the point where I felt guilt tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt
Yep.
responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this, and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. But this didn't feel
Oof.
right with me, and I began to feel extremely uncomfortable. As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns.
Yep.
I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life, so one amazing thing for me was the fact that Vshoujo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information. So that was always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Throughout the years,
Yeah,
Connor and I have raised around $4
It's-
million.
You gotta be
for the
careful with that
University
too, because,
Foundation.
again, don't want to get the
The
name out
majority
there.
of the money raised
So
is
they would
to
have to figure out how to
support
do it
events,
while keeping it
cycle
anonymous
on,
still.
charity auction, and other miscellaneous events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate half the earnings of my following 2 subathons to the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Yeah.
First time I tried this, it worked great. Over 200,000 people supported me, and because of that,
Yeah.
we raised over 329,000.
And again, like,
350.
a lot of people want to be
dollars
anonymous
the
to
Immune
some
Deficiency
extent.
Foundation. Because the money came from my Twitch revenue instead of a ToFLive link, it required Vshoujo to make the donation on my behalf. They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year.
Okay.
My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers
Damn.
and breaking the all-time sub record.
That's
This
crazy.
also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked Vshoujo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, Vshoujo has not paid the charity. The Immune Deficiency
Oof.
Foundation means the world to me. Connor and I have both spent a ton of energy, time, and resources raising money for charity. And we're both so proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity. We almost always raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. They help people with primary immune deficiency diseases, or PI, which are inherited disorders where a part of the body's immune system is missing or doesn't function properly, which makes people like me more prone to
Yeah.
infection. And this includes over 450 different conditions. The Immune Deficiency
Yikes.
Foundation is a charity that is
Get
near
a
and dear
beer
to my heart
manager.
and has a particular
Oh boy.
significance in my life. When my
Oh
health first started
boy.
getting really bad, the Immune Deficiency Foundation helped me immensely when I really had nowhere else to turn. I was terrified, I was lonely, and I was confused. I honestly didn't really know what was going on, and I never ever want anyone else to go through that. This entire situation
Yup.
has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to the community.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't joke
help
about that
me.
though.
But unfortunately, that's not the case. As much as I would like to continue to talk about this, unfortunately, I can't. So, to recap, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the Immune Deficiency Foundation is owed over $500,000 from Vshoujo. I
Yeah.
really wish that I could tell you more, but right now, I have been advised to wait for legal proceedings. As of right now, I am an independent VTuber. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of processing everything. I'm very sad and very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immune
Yeah,
Deficiency
kind of
Foundation
spilled it.
and to my
Mhm.
community who has shown so much support to me. I also wanted to say that all the ad money made from this video will go towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. I really,
I
like
say.
I said, I really haven't had much time to process this. But below the video in the description box is a link to a donation fund for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thankfully, any donations made through ToFLive go directly to the charity. That link is also there if you've heard about this and would like to support the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Sometime this month, I plan on doing a special live stream in order to raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope to have a ton of friends joining me, and hopefully there'll be a lot of singing and a lot of fun and just a day full of happiness. I just honestly really want to show that after all of this, that VTubing is a force for good. So thank you guys so much for all the support, and thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. And once again, I want to say that I am truly sorry. Okay. Bye bye.
Alright, that's 2 we can knock out, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I know about Zed's SNES. I used it a long time ago. Good stuff there. Here, let's look at the horse girl one. What's this about the horse girl? Let's look at horse girl.
Meet Jiankui He, a Chinese scientist who had created a genetically modified baby, breaking every ethical law regarding genetic research and being sentenced to jail for 3 years back in 2019. After being released, he would somewhat disappear for a while until he got access to social media, most namely Twitter. And in classic supervillain fashion, he would tweet out, "Every pioneer or prophet must suffer," while staring intently at the camera, all while continuing his genetic research like nothing had happened. This would of course make him go viral, but what were people's reactions here? Were they shocked? Were they outraged? Were they scared? No, they kept spamming him, pestering him even, with one request. Eventually, there will be so many people requesting the same thing that he had to make an entire post responding to it, saying, "Stop asking for cat girls, I'm trying to cure disease." This dude was sentenced to jail for creating genetically modified babies and forging the ethical paperwork. But the only thing people were concerned with was cat girls. Yeah, I mean, it comes as no surprise, guys. Anime girls have taken over the world. But look, if the movie Ratatouille has taught me anything in life, it's that things are better when combined together. And so some of the most intelligent people on planet Earth saw cats and thought, wow, this is really cute and adorable, like anime girls. Why don't we combine them and create cat girls? The result? A massive success. This, of course, made even more people think, until a particular group of people came up with a very interesting idea. They thought, well, look, humans love cats, right? I'm sure they love dogs too, but what's one animal that's been with us since the beginning? An animal humans share a very important bond with. Horses. So listen to this genius idea, right? What if we took anime girls and gave them horse ears and horse tails? Then we would put all these cute anime horse girls together on a track and have them race just like horses do during horse races. But get this, okay? Things don't end here, because these horse girls are living a double life. When they're not racing on the horse track, they're idols, dancing and singing in top-tier performances to a massive audience. Sounds absolutely insane, right? I mean, seriously, horse girls, anime horse girls racing on a track. You've got to be shitting me, man. The concept of gacha games is already niche, and horse girls in a gacha game, you won't find anyone to play this. Nope, I was severely wrong. Look at this chart just on Steam, with a peak of 87,000 people playing at the same time. That's not all though. The game hasn't even been out for 1 month globally and has already reached over 1 million downloads on the Google Play Store. Still not surprised? The game has gotten so popular on Steam that it has beaten every single game on the platform to claim the #1 spot for most downloaded games in this current period. Now you might be thinking, okay, fine, maybe it's like this mass hysteria going on. Maybe this concept is so ridiculous people downloaded it, but then realized, it's not really for me, right? Look at these reviews. 94% very positive, with almost 15,000 reviews on Steam. This game didn't just get downloaded a lot, it's now critically acclaimed. But if you're still somehow not shocked yet, well, get this. Gacha games are typically liked by a very specific demographic. Young adults who usually love anime. When it came to this horse girl gacha racing game though, it reached children, their parents, and their grandparents. Doing the impossible and targeting every single conceivable demographic. Guys, it doesn't matter where you go. The metro, the airport, your office, you will most likely see someone playing this on their phone. I say this with no exaggeration. Uma Musume Pretty Derby has taken over the...
I feel like the only reason why it took this long for it to leave Japan is probably because Hasbro or something had some stupid patent. And they waited for it to expire. That's probably why it took this long.
Planet. And I haven't seen a gacha game do this since Genshin Impact back during the pandemic. But if this still doesn't shock you for whatever reason, then get ready to get sucker punched in the face, because that's exactly what happened to me when I started seeing headlines like this. Uma Musume developer Cygames is a title sponsor for Grand Prix de Paris, a prestigious horse racing event founded in 1863. an event being held for almost 2 centuries. And their logo just happens to be on an image of an anime girl that is also a horse. What the fuck is going on? And how did we get here? Well, none of it was straightforward. And this game almost failed to release. Uma Musume Pretty Derby has a somewhat chaotic but also very interesting history. And seeing how it's practically dominated the world, I figured we need to talk about it. So let's do this. Man, horses are such silly animals, but you know what other animals I like? Warships, warplanes, and war tanks, baby. And the best part about this is that I can find all these vehicles, 7 days of premium account, and much more available for PC and consoles. So if you're interested, make sure to get the game for free by clicking the link in the description or the pinned comment. Thank you so much, War Thunder, for sponsoring this video. Alright guys, by now, you know the drill. To really understand the significance of all this, we need context. And in this case, it's going to be a little history lesson. And we're going all the way back to the year 1603, the beginning of the Tokugawa period, otherwise known as the Edo period. This period would be the most traditional period in Japan,
you played
mostly
it, you
because
might
it would be
give
incredibly
Ashekos another
isolated from the
chance.
rest of the world. The people in power at the time feared outside influence. In fact, their biggest fear was Christianity. You'd have missionaries from European countries come in to spread the gospel, and people were converting fast.
Yeah, I
the
don't
Japanese
like
leaders
slaves,
saw this as a
though.
way for Europe to slowly take control of Japan, so they took extreme measures. They completely locked down the country except for a select few traders who only had access to specific ports. Japanese people were not allowed to leave Japan, and if they did, they wouldn't be allowed back. And more importantly, Christianity was outlawed. The shogunate took extreme measures and massacred over 37,000 Japanese Christians, making it go almost extinct in Japan and ruling for over 2 centuries. This would all change in 1868, when the Tokugawa shogunate would lose its power and the Meiji Restoration would take its place. One could say that this period was the opposite of the Tokugawa shogunate's military rule, completely opening up the country, technologically advancing very quickly, and fully embracing the idea of an industrialized nation that can compete with Europe and North America. That way, they don't face the threat of colonization. During this new era, you'd start seeing more foreigners in Japan, like British and Americans, specifically around port towns. Their numbers would start becoming significant to the point where they'd start having their own communities built around those port towns. This is where, to kill time, Westerners would start playing the sports they knew, like rugby, cricket, and of course,
maybe not as bad.
baseball, which is now the most popular sport in Japan today. But according to the 500-page book titled Routledge Companion to Sports History, which outlines the origins of sports all around the world, horse racing in Japan was introduced as early as 1862 by those same Westerners. And within just 8 years, the first jockey club in Kobe was formed in 1870. You see, the Japanese, much like the rest of the world, also had a special connection to horses. They also loved the idea of entertainment. So they latched onto the sport very quickly, as you can see from this drawing. Japanese people are on their horses about to race, but the people organizing it can be seen on the left here. And they're foreigners, they're Westerners. Today, it's seen as a prestigious sport, with the Japan Cup having some of the highest prize pools on the planet, and the Japanese taking the sport very seriously, wanting to compete on even footing with foreign horses. Right now, the prize pool for the Japan Cup is about $8.3 million, with first place claiming $3.8 million. And even though horse racing was seen as such an important sport in Japan, there was a problem. Interest was kind of waning. When you go to a horse track, you'd mostly see men who are in the older demographics.
There's a difference. No, Moojin actually does research. The other guy doesn't.
Kids, or even women that much.
The other guy,
if things kept going this way, then the sport would have probably died out in a couple of generations. It was simply seen as too old-fashioned. But all of this would change when a particular studio came up with a ridiculous idea. An idea, actually, that almost ruined their company's reputation and potentially could have bankrupted them. I'm of course talking about Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Cyber Agent is a Japanese company that was founded in 1998. They started out as a digital advertising company, but in 2011, they decided to expand in the ever-growing video game market. This is when they would create Cygames, a video game development studio. Cyber Agent would own the majority of the shares of Cygames, but sell a few to other companies, like for example, Nintendo, who owns 5% of Cygames. They would go on to create some pretty well-received games, like Shadowverse, a digital collectible card game, and of course, Grand Blue Fantasy, which was critically acclaimed. But arguably, Cygames' most important game would end up being one of the first ones they'd ever release in 2011, titled The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls. This game would be a part
Yeah,
of
I
the
don't
massive
think so,
franchise
man.
known as the Idolmaster,
He's just propping him up because he's farming them. That's all.
owned by Bandai Namco, with the first
Like,
ever
no.
game coming out in 2005.
That is funny,
Many
but
games
no.
for this franchise would release, and in
No.
2011, that's when Cygames would release the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls. They made this on behalf of Bandai
Yeah.
Namco. What was special about this game is that it was made for mobile phones back in 2011. Namco was seeing the rise of mobile games, and so that's when they asked Cygames to help. The premise was simple.
Okay.
You'd collect a bunch of idol girls and you would train them, raising their stats through lessons. You would then be able to do a number of things, like customize their outfits and even spend money on cosmetics. There would also be many different mini-games, including a multiplayer game mode where you can fight other players. The player with the most stats wins. Overall, it was simple, but extremely successful. This game was earning more than 1 billion yen a month. Back then, that was around $13 million. It was revealed that more than 75% of players who got the game chose to pay for either in-game items or energy in order to play more. And according to this article, in August 2012, the game had made 9 million USD, which is more than the cost of developing the game. This game was making more money monthly than it cost to make. And all it did was just feature a bunch of idols that you trained.
I mean, that's just the reality with a lot of these gacha games, man.
Up their stats
They make
and
absurd
got them
amounts
different
of money.
outfits. But you see, Bandai Namco is truly taking this franchise to the next level. It started as an
They made
arcade
more.
game, they made a mobile game, and they also made a manga as well as an
He left
anime
gacha
that
completely,
adapted that same manga. They were essentially using this franchise to build a media empire, and it was working very damn well. They would continue to hire more developers to create more entries in this franchise, and the most recent release would be in 2024, so it's still doing pretty damn well. This is when Cygames would have some sort of an epiphany. Even though this was owned by Bandai Namco, they were the ones who made this extremely successful game. And I mean, it made sense. Why wouldn't a game like that be a success? The idol industry in Japan is probably one of the biggest, most successful industries in entertainment. It involved finding someone young with talent, absolutely destroying their lives with ridiculously rigid training and extremely unrealistic expectations, and once they get enough popularity, this is when you would milk their fans with a bunch of different media and merchandise. People will do anything for their idols. They'll literally buy a photo album of them, okay? This is why the idol industry is such a money printing machine. But here's a fun fact for you. When it comes to horse racing in the West, certain jockeys, who are the horse riders, might have fans. Sure, the horses that they ride also might have fans, but it wasn't anything crazy. In Japan, on the other hand, the horses had fans, all right. They had their own merch. They were recognized by name. Some even had superstitions made around them. I mean, this is just a talent Japanese people have to idolize anything they like. And as much as this sounded ridiculous, there was big market potential here. Cygames had made a very successful idol game, and yet horse racing was a deeply historical aspect of Japanese culture while also having those same idol traits. You know what else is interesting? When it comes to entertainment, the idol industry is very profitable, sure, but one thing Japanese people love to do is gamble, baby. A Japanese person not knowing pachinko is like an American not knowing what a burger is. At this point, it's practically cultural. I mean, look, it goes without saying that horse racing was very popular in Japan because of the whole gambling aspect of it, and now you can gamble on a simulated horse race. It's not even real, and you place your bets on this space.
Yeah, no, so here's the thing, right? Sega actually has a version of this that is just replaced with all the Uma Musume girls instead. They have a version of this where it's literally just the horse girls from Uma Musume. They actually have a version of this. Sega has a version of this. Someone actually bought a decommissioned machine that was made by Sega to use this. Like, for one of these. No, like, Sega, like, actually has a version of this that he's, like, talking about here. That is, like, for Uma Musume. I think it was, like, Bring His Studios who actually bought one of the machines. He made a video called Sega Made a Gaming PC or something. And, he was messing around with it. But, yeah. Like...
Ship-looking machine, bro. This looks insane. That's how much they love it. And finally, just like how idols and gambling are huge in the entertainment industry in Japan, we can't forget to talk about anime. And in the early 2000s, many artists were having the amazing idea of giving anime girls cat ears or just small animal features. Not to mention that there were already examples in media taking this a step further. Instead of giving them animal features, they would give them features of objects. Like how the game Azur Lane has you collect these hot anime women that are meant to be World War II battleships. I'm not even joking, bro. Look, this woman's called Azuma, and she's part of the large cruiser category. She's stationed in the camp Sakura Islands. This is meant to be a battleship, bro, like an actual boat. Do you understand? And man, does she have some big cannons, let me tell you that much. So I don't know who the genius at Cygames was, bro. It could be the CEO, it could be a producer. Someone had the brilliant idea to sit everyone down and say, hey, what if we combined all these elements together, right? For the gambling, we make a gacha game. For the anthropomorphic cat girl part, we make horse girls. And for the idol part, we base them off the most famous horses in Japan, while also making them sing and dance, because why not? Now, be honest, if you were one of those people listening to this pitch, would you have signed off on this? Because it obviously sounds ridiculous, right? Most people probably wouldn't have. But Cygames had top-tier drugs in their office because you know what? They said yes. They then wasted no time getting started on developing the game, revealing it for the first time on the 21st of August 2016 at the Anime Japan Expo. Excitement for this game was actually already starting to build up, and that made more people want to know more details about Uma Musume. So on January 2017, the main content producer of Cygames, Akihiro Ishihara, was asked a bunch of different questions during an interview, and one of them was, please tell us about the development status. And he said, this game is about 25% complete. Keep that number in mind. But for now, this interview had also revealed many of the horse girl designs, as well as the famous horses they're based on. It seemed like they knew what they were doing. And they had learned their lessons with Bandai Namco. They were going the Idolmaster route, not just aiming to make one good game, they wanted to make a media empire around Uma Musume. So just a couple months after that interview in March 2017, they released a manga. But they weren't done yet because they wanted to adapt this manga into an anime, and were going to enlist the studio PA Works to do it. The plan was to release this anime in 2018 in parallel to the game's release. That way both would help each other, and they would start off with a strong symbiotic media empire. That was the plan, except nothing, and I mean nothing in regards to release dates, went according to plan. The Uma Musume Pretty Derby anime would release on April 1st, 2018. It wasn't just limited to Japan, it had a simulcast with Crunchyroll in select regions of the world. It was almost an instant success. Similarly to how people love the idea of cat girls, the idea of horse girls was also very well received. But a couple of aspects that it was really praised for were, one, its attention to detail, and two, its very skilled world building. But we'll get to that later. Right now, there's a more pressing concern going on. As the anime was running, the game would release 3 more teasers on April 19th. It showcased a race, a live show, and a story/training section. I can't show you those videos because they've been privated, but overall, it seemed like everything was going according to plan, with the game scheduled to release around the end of 2018. This would be confirmed again on July 2018, with yet another trailer showing off the game and its mechanics, announcing at the end that it was going to release at the end of 2018. As people were waiting, wondering when the game was going to come out, Cygames took their sweet time and only announced on December 15th, 2018, literally the end of the year, that Uma Musume Pretty Derby has been delayed in order to raise the game's quality, saying that they will reveal the new release period at a later date. I mean, okay, not a big deal. I mean, it would have been nice if you told us earlier, but one delay doesn't hurt, especially if the game's going to be better for it, right? Well, the game got delayed again in 2019. And the new release date was slated to be in 2020. Now, Cyber Agent is a publicly listed company, and just like any publicly listed company, they would have shareholder meetings. So in their third quarter shareholder meeting in 2020, they re-emphasized to their investors that Uma Musume Pretty Derby was going to be released in 2020, confirming that fact. Just a couple of months earlier, in May 2020, the managing director of Cygames confirmed yet again that Uma Musume Pretty Derby was releasing in 2020. But then, we got to December 2020, and the game was nowhere to be found. But yet again, in the final...
And PA Works made a bunch of stuff. That was pretty well known back in the
shareholder
day.
meeting of the year on December 12th, investors would be told that this game is still on track to release in 2020, but there were 2 weeks
still
left
on
in the
track.
year. It was safe to say that after previous delays, people weren't just thinking, oh, this game's going to be delayed again. They were also thinking, is this game ever going to release? How can you say in an interview in the beginning of 2017 that the game's almost 25% done with a 2018 release date, and yet here we are 2 years later, barely able to make the release? Usually this means that the game has no direction, that Cygames is dealing with an internal disaster. And what really reinforced this narrative is the fact that the game didn't even come out in 2020. We had reached 2021 and the game still had not released yet. It was only on February 24th, 2021 that the game had finally released in Japan.
Only
and while
in Japan,
it was cool
though.
that the game had finally come out, people didn't really know whether to be excited or worried. Especially with how Cyberpunk 2077 had released just a couple months earlier, and even though it's been delayed multiple times, had one of the worst launches in history.
It did.
But you know what? As hard as it was to believe, this was not the case with Uma Musume Pretty Derby. People were so addicted to the damn thing, they couldn't stop playing. The gameplay loop definitely took inspiration from their work on Idolmaster. Your horses, or horse anime girls, would have 5 different stats that you would train them on. You'd also have many different minigames and many ways to interact with your roster. You would then have your horse, or horse girl, race, competing against others in a bid to win first place. These races would make your heart beat like crazy because there was always a chance that one of the horse girls could use a special ability, including your own, like you're seeing right here. You could be losing a race, and then your horse will all by themselves decide to do this in order to win. It just depends on their mood and how you've treated them. One could even say that this was more exciting than IRL horse racing thanks to all these factors. But the game wasn't over with just one horse girl. Eventually that horse girl would retire, just like IRL horses, kicking off the inheritance mechanic just like real life. Here's an example. This is the family tree of the very famous horse, Goldship. As you can see, this is probably more complex than my own family tree, and I'm a human. It rivals the family tree of like some royalty from the 1600s or something. This is all done with the goal of creating the most genetically engineered monster that can dominate any race. And that's what you kind of do in Uma Musume as well. The hard work that you put into your now retired horse girl can now be incorporated into your new horse girl by using her as one of her coaches. So in a way, you also become more of a genetic scientist and try to create the perfect horse girl after many different runs. This gameplay loop was so addicting, it was like playing a civilization game, screaming one more turn as the police is confiscating your phone from you because you haven't eaten in 3 days. People couldn't stop playing it. But as this game became so popular in Japan, it started somewhat suffering from success, you could say. You see, usually the people who own some of the best racehorses in the world happen to be some very wealthy and successful people. Seeing that Uma Musume's characters are based on real-life horses, they had to go and ask each of these owners their permission to have them in the game. The owners agreed to do that free of charge, not charging any money. This was seen as a very cool and kind gesture from them. But here's the thing, these weren't just horses, these were anime girls that were in many cases pretty. And usually when you present Japan with a pretty anime girl, they will instinctively almost want to draw some pretty lewd fan art. That was a problem. Cygames knew it was a problem, so they created very specific fan-created content guidelines, outlining rules, saying you can't make fan art with the intent to injure the reputation of this franchise or other third parties. You can't do any lewd stuff, you can't do any violent stuff. The owners of these horses did not want to see their horses participate in anything like that. It was a red line for them, but that didn't necessarily make people want to listen. Now, of course, usually if you were to break these rules, Cygames would just send you a takedown notice and sue you if you don't comply. But of course, this would be too boring for a franchise like Uma Musume. So some people came up with a rumor that now is regarded as truth in many different circles and has spread like wildfire. If you draw any lewd art of Uma Musume girls, the Yakuza will knock on your door and hurt you. Okay, so as far as I can tell, this all started with this stupid tweet. A Japanese person tweeted this out, saying, the reason why Japanese artists can't draw Uma Musume art is that Uma Musume is based on real racehorses and their owners are like mafia bosses who control the Japanese economy and we don't want to offend them. This was tweeted on March 11th, 2021, so very shortly after the game released. Now, I don't know how much attention this initial tweet got, but But what really brought attention to this was the second tweet this person would make, saying, please retweet as much as you can for people overseas. It included that original tweet and another image, with that person saying, the content of the tweet and the image is complete bullshit. It is a falsehood that amounts to defamation of the racehorse owners. I have insulted the owners of racehorses and other people involved in horse racing, as well as the staff of the Uma Musume project. Racehorse owners are people who are sincerely committed to the culture of horse racing. They are not involved in antisocial organizations. In addition, I tried to make overseas artists complicit in the prohibition of secondary works that significantly worsen the image of the project, which is clearly stated in the official guidelines. This is all due to my short-sightedness and arrogance. I would like to express my deepest apologies to everyone involved and to all those who have supported me. So this apology was definitely overkill to the initial tweet. It was clearly like some kind of a joke, I guess. It was almost like this person had, I don't know, murdered someone. This made people assume that this person got caught by the Yakuza and forced, right, at gunpoint to make this apology, because that's what it sounds like. As you can see here, the top comment is, so they found you? And the person said, no, it's not. It's just that I made the wrong statement. Someone else said, I'm guessing they gave you a call. To which this person said, no, it doesn't.
The Ghostbusters.
Someone said, I'm sorry to hear that the racehorse mafia got to you. Had no idea Japan even had such an intense culture of racehorsing, let alone one run by gangsters. And that person replied with, please don't tell us such bullshit. This person was so easy to troll, and this eventually got posted on Reddit, ironically saying, turns out old-fashioned Yakuza are alive and well in Japanese horse racing industry. They are sending goons to stop doujin artists from making drawings of Uma Musume project characters. All of these events have resulted in this becoming a full-fledged meme. Whenever someone mentions, man, I'd love to draw these characters in lewd poses, someone always comes in and comments, hey man, you don't want to do that, the Yakuza's gonna get you. And while it's funny, it's gotten a lot of people to actually believe it, especially overseas. But the truth is that Yakuza doesn't own any of the horses, and that gambling is heavily regulated by the JRA, the Japanese Racing Association. So no, if you draw lewd art, the Yakuza aren't going to knock on your door, but you might get a DMCA notice from a lawyer. But regardless, Yakuza hiccups aside, this game was making bank. In 2021 alone, even though they released 1 month after the year had began in February, they had made over $1 billion. And by March 2025, they had made a total of $2.5 billion since release. This is an insane amount of money, but what's even more insane is that 90% or more of its revenue came purely from Japan. Cygames had the Japanese population in its chokehold. And as I mentioned, these weren't just young adults. There will be endless stories of people going on the metro, going to a restaurant, going outside, and seeing someone way older than them or way younger than them playing this game on their phone. It became cultural. But here's the thing. Japan, even though open to the rest of the world, still has a very particular market. Just because something is successful there does not mean in any way that it'll be successful anywhere else, especially when it comes to the topic of gacha games. So when it came to finally launching the game globally on June 26, 2025, more than 4 years after launching it in Japan, people didn't really know what to expect. It was reasonable to think that it was going to just die out in a few months, with Japan continuing to be its main revenue source. Except what it did was inconceivable. It was absolutely dominating the Steam charts. As you saw in the intro, it became the #1 most downloaded game on Steam at some point. Also becoming an instant success on mobile. But what's really interesting here is that it managed to recreate exactly what happened in Japan, but globally, which was not having a target demographic, reaching everyone equally. Here's a fun example. Northern Lion is a streamer who's 36 years old. He would not, in any way, be the target demographic of a game like Uma Musume Pretty Derby. No way in hell. But his chat kept pestering him, please download the game, give it a shot, for the love of God, you'll love it. And eventually, he gave in. Now, Northern Lion is a pretty big streamer. He'll usually average around 15,000 viewers. But when he streamed Uma Musume, he had reached his all-time peak of 40,000 live viewers.
God damn.
And you know what the craziest part is? He absolutely loved it, okay? He fell in love with the game, the characters, everything. He even had Japanese players seeing some of the reactions from Western players thinking, wow, we gotta up our game because these guys are way more passionate than us. Look at this.
Come on, Gold Ship, put it into high gear. I need all you got right now. The Kentucky Derby's on the line. Come on!
It was, with no exaggeration, taking over the entire internet. And it showed in the stock price of Cyber Agent, the parent company of Cygames, with its stock market price going up like crazy. But why is that? How is this game such a success, so highly rated, both in Japan and overseas? We've established that the gameplay loop is fun, sure, but there are a lot of games like that. This isn't just a game at this point, it's a cultural phenomenon. So what was something that it did that other games weren't even close to achieving?
Just
well, the horses. Alright, so remember how I mentioned that this game's anime was praised for having immense attention to detail and world building? Well, the game was very similar in that regard too. Seeing that all these anime horse girls were based on real-life horses, Cygames did their homework and examined every single horse and its very specific personality, incorporating all these aspects into their anime character. But that's not all. When it comes to the world of Uma Musume, many things in there were based on real-life locations, like racetracks and areas around it. We're talking anything from train stations to the convenience store where the horse girls buy their carrots. This wasn't just attention to detail, this was making landmarks out of IRL locations and attributing important history to them. Additionally, this world wasn't just made in like one evening. It made sense, and that's because its world building was very well made. Horse girls in this world are seen as a different type of species. They're treated as well as humans, there's no discrimination, and instead they have a real place in this world. With certain gadgets, for example, made specifically for them. Look at this extremely long phone. It's to accommodate her horse ear and her mouth. I mean, look at this stupid seat right here. It's made specifically for horse girls so that they don't get uncomfortable with their tails. There's even historical landmarks in the anime, like how there are moai statues on Easter Island with horse girls. They even took famous Japanese horse racing paintings and converted them to accommodate the world. As you can see, these are horse girls racing here. So from a world point of view, this already made sense. The attention to detail was there. And so when it came to the actual personalities of each horse, guys, they couldn't have done a better job. For example, one of the most famous horses in Japanese racehorsing history is Goldship. This is a horse who ran 28 races and won 13 times. An incredible record. But what really made Goldship famous is that he was an absolute diva with the ridiculously unique and rage-baiting personality. In 2015, Goldship had a total of 12 billion yen betted on him. People were confident that he would win just like he won his other races. What we got instead was the day known as the 12 billion yen incident, when he would do this. Watch. He would simply refuse to race. Everyone would go except him. He didn't care. He just didn't feel like it, and so he didn't race, losing people 12 billion yen in bets.
That's crazy.
Now, this is how Goldship would look in the game and in general in the Uma Musume universe. They would recreate the same incident in the anime series. Watch.
Wait, what?
And just so you know, they brought back the same exact woman who was casting that day to voice in the anime. Guys, the attention to detail is ridiculous. So seeing that Goldship was an absolute diva, yet at the same time very skilled, Cygames made sure to incorporate that into Uma Musume Pretty Derby. She'd be very skilled, very talented, and yet would have crazy mood swings, refusing to train, and sometimes, even though having the best stats, would just refuse to race, like they're not giving a single shit. This eccentric personality would so accurately be translated into the game that it would create a new overseas fan club for this IRL horse. I mean, look at this. This is a video of Goldship in retirement. Literally just hanging out. It has over 2 million views. This is just a horse hanging out for 2 minutes, not doing anything except fooling around. That's how much of a sensation he became because of this game and his history. I mean, look, most people would have just stopped there and moved on to a different topic, but not with me, you won't. Goldship's personality wouldn't just end with him being a diva. He would also be one of the most successful breeders, with a successful mating rate of 99.1%, having over 500 children, with a few of them becoming absolute champions. In fact, according to some staff, after he would finish mating with a mare, she would then refuse to mate with anyone else but Goldship. That's just how good he is, man. But I guess it also explains why he enjoyed it so much. He would swing his cucumber from side to side because of how excited he was, okay? I know this is like a ridiculous amount of detail, but people look into this. That's how obsessed they are with Goldship. This isn't just because he was skilled or a massive diva, he was a rage baiter. Like the whole 12 billion yen incident, but also the fact that his trainers realized that, wait a second, In his retirement, he's running even faster than he used to run back when he was still a racehorse, making them realize that he never used his full potential while being a racehorse, almost as if on purpose to spite his trainers. This made people realize that horses aren't just creatures that we share a special connection with. They also have many unique and diverse personalities. Most people have a hard time seeing that though, because we don't really interact with horses that much anymore. So turning them into anime horse girls with proper world building around them made us finally appreciate their very deep and valuable personalities. And no one received more appreciation than the horse Haru Urara. You see, when she was young, she would go unsold at an auction. Seeing that no one wanted to buy her, she was entrusted to the cheapest racecourse to run in Japan. Her trainers thought that this would be a good chance for her to maybe win since she had a hard time training. But then she went on to lose 113 races in a row, never winning once. However, when she had lost her 87th race in a row, the race announcer, Koji Hashiguchi, would be absolutely shocked at this statistic. He was like, dude, this like never happens. Most horses would have given up by now. They would have retired. So he sent her racing record to national media outlets thinking, dude, this is insane. Like, you got to talk about this. And they did, which made her ridiculously famous. People started going in droves to where she raced, the Kochi racecourse. The wives of the jockeys, the people who rode the horses, took advantage of this and started making merchandise. And get this, at a certain point, people would go to this racecourse just to bet on Haru Urara, knowing very well that they were going to lose, but they would love that because then they'd use that betting ticket as a protective charm for car accidents. They believed that it held special powers, bro. You understand what I'm talking about here? This horse had superstitions made around it. I mean, this was such a big boom that Haru Urara had single-handedly saved the Kochi racecourse from going bankrupt. They were able to pay off all their debts thanks to her. And today, as you can see, Haru Urara is painted on the side here. That's how much of a legend she is. Seeing that she's in the game of Uma Musume Pretty Derby, this prompted both Japanese and global players to select her to try and give her the win that she so very deserved in real life, making her one of the most popular characters in the game. This renewed attention from the global audience with their love for Haru Urara eventually allowed them to find out that they can send gifts to her in her retirement because she's still alive. They could send her some premium ryegrass directly. They sent 2.7 tons of ryegrass. Usually one person could buy $40 worth, which is 5 kilograms. But people crashed the donation website and now we're sitting at 2.7 tons. This is an image of this little cutie receiving her gifts, and it's prompted people to draw fan art of this phenomenon. I mean, look at how much ryegrass is in front of her. She has enough food until the end times. 2.7 tons, you're insane! In fact, thanks to this game and its renewed attention on these horses and their accomplishments, many of them, who are now in retirement, are receiving many donations, able to fully enjoy their older years. This is because this game didn't just make a lot of money and renew interest in horse racing, but it has single-handedly revitalized the entire horse racing industry globally, specifically in Japan. In the world of horse racing, sometimes, unfortunately, racehorses are not able to retire. This can happen for a number of reasons, but usually it's because there's not enough funding. Back when this game released in Japan, it fueled a movement of people donating to many of these famous retired horses, ensuring that they not only live a good life, but that they can continue to live in general. But retirement isn't fun if you just have money. It's also nice when you meet people, when you still interact socially. Many of these retired racehorses started receiving visitors, so much so that Uma Musume had to release an official guideline on how to visit stables and what to do in order to be respectful. For famous horses such as Haru Urara or Goldship, visits sell out immediately as soon as they're posted. This has led some crazy, ridiculous fans to sneak onto the stable grounds sometimes just to see the horses, with Cygames completely denouncing that and saying you shouldn't do that, stop. But that wasn't all. Cygames was making a lot of money from this game, and they understood that there's a mutual benefit here. If horse racing thrives, they thrive too. And so the president of Cyber Agents, Susumu Fujita, has become a high roller when it comes to buying expensive horses and raising them for races. Always being one of the leading buyers when it comes to horse auctions in Japan. So far, he has spent easily over $10 million making up his own fleet of racehorses, and he's not planning on stopping anytime soon. But this isn't just about Japan. This is about horse racing globally. In May of this year, they had announced a partnership with the 151st Kentucky Derby. the most watched and most attended horse race in the United States, taking place since the year 1875. And you had this anime girl horse racing game being their biggest sponsor. This also extends to Paris. As you saw in the intro, they're not just sponsoring the Grand Prix de Paris, but they're the main sponsor. And I mean, look, if you show me an image of horse racing, I probably would think, oh, cool. But if I was a young person and saw a poster like this, I'd think, whoa, whatever this is, I want this. Where can I get tickets? It's an extremely mutually beneficial partnership. Additionally, racehorsing merchandise has had a boom in Japan ever since the game had come out, truly turning this into an animal idol industry. These dolls, for example, they sell out like crazy. It's actually very hard to get them, especially if you're outside of Asia. Actually, I think they're keychains, but you get the point. Side Games was essentially making a lot of money from this, but they were using it for good things, making this industry a better place, helping treat retired horses even better, and in general being a positive force in the community. This reminds me how at some point Hoyoverse, the creators of Genshin Impact, had invested in a nuclear fusion reactor, and in 2024 it became operational. Who would have thought that you spending money on characters in a gacha game was going to end up somehow in a nuclear fusion reactor in Singapore? Overall, this industry is revived. It's back. Audiences now feature women, young people, middle-aged people, demographics that horse racing usually wouldn't be able to reach. This has already been happening in Japan, and I'm sure it'll start happening
all my dream machines have been shit
thanks to this
week.
game. I can't help but laugh when I say this, but it's true. This anime girl horse racing gacha game has somehow been able to single-handedly revive this entire sport while somehow making the world a better place. It's crazy, but it's where we are today. I hope I was able to explain why this game took over the world and why it's continuing
to. Crazy.
And I really appreciate you watching until the end. This is a fairly different video from what I usually do on my channel, but hey, I figured it would be fun. Now the sponsor does want me to end this video with a message. So before I'll do that, I'll thank you again, say that I love you, and mwah, see you next time. Thank you so much for watching. As a reminder, you can get 100,000 Server Lions, premium vehicles, 7 days premium account, and much more if you're a returning player that hasn't played for.
Alright, cool. Good stuff there. Stop killing games, what's going on here? Filed false claims, oh boy.
Hey, you know that saying, it's not paranoia if they really are out to get you? Well, I have another video I do not want to make, but I probably should. And this one is newsworthy, especially for me. I have behind-the-scenes news on the Stop Killing Games campaign. Okay, a quick refresher because I know this gets confusing. I founded the Stop Killing Games movement to challenge the legality of publishers destroying games which you've paid for. This has involved a lot of things which I've shown in slides before, and that includes assisting with the European Citizens Initiative, which is the biggest thing going on with it right now. However, I am actually not the founder of the European Citizens Initiative. That would be a group of volunteers whom I'm in touch with. I'm ineligible to have an official role in the initiative. I'm just a major promoter of it. It's always been something separate. That's part of why it's called the Stop Destroying Video Games Initiative instead of the Stop Killing Games movement. So with that in mind, it was recently shared with me that the Stop Destroying Video Games Initiative has received a serious accusation from an anonymous source. The EU Commission relayed a complaint of it committing 2 violations.
Oh boy.
Of false no-funding declaration and systematic concealment of major contributions. This declaration appears fundamentally
I heard about that, but no video, but I heard about it. I'm not surprised because they went after a bunch of other things earlier. Especially earlier this year, a lot of like other places got hit. I'm not surprised. And that's like the problem with these freaking payment processors and shit. We need to get rid of them. Like that's just the reality. We need to get rid of our Visa, our pizzas, our Mastercraps and whatever. Our Pizza, or Mastercrap, whatever you want to call them. The Visa, Mastercard, whatever. We gotta get rid of them, but we can't. Because, like, the reality is, the only way you could probably get them to stop is if you could have, like, a giant nuke pointed at them, on their heads, and, like, actually drop it on them. And actually destroy them. But, like, no one's gonna actually threaten them that way.
Publicly documented evidence of substantial undisclosed professional contributions to the campaign. Well, this is all news to me. but I don't know everything that's going on with the initiative. What's this
Okay.
about? Oh, it's about me. I'm the evidence, everyone. What do we have here? A quote, there have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving to get signatures. Damn straight I have, that is true. I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination. Yes, I did say those words. It's unclear to me if the accuser thinks I've literally been running a rickshaw service or not. And you know what? I'm not gonna tell them. They can guess that for themselves.
Okay.
They're doing a lot of guessing in this. You'll see. Media interviews identifying me as handling the standard day-to-day work of running the Stop Killing Games initiative and described as the primary strategic decision maker and public spokesperson throughout the campaign.
He's
Okay,
not.
this is reaching. Since I apparently need to spell it out,
If
when
only.
I say the initiative will do this or will do that, that's me assuming the initiative members are on board with what I'm saying and me taking my best guess. I've even said before on video, the initiative members are not a hive mind. They can disagree with each other, including me. They certainly listen to my input, but the decision on literally everything about the initiative is theirs. If I don't like something but they do, then I just have to deal with it. I have no actual authority. Nobody in the initiative takes orders from me. But get ready, because here comes the clown accounting. 15 to 20 weeks of 12 to 14 hour days. That's interesting that they call this a conservative estimate, because they're making these numbers up. They may as well be reading tea leaves. It's true I think I've spent that many hours a day working on this campaign. For some weeks. But 15 to 20? That would have killed me. Some weeks were this high, others it was anywhere from 0 to 4 hours a day. I don't know. You know why I don't
Spirit.
know? Because I never track my hours. Why
Welcome,
would I?
welcome. I guess I'll do
Nobody
VA
was
tomorrow.
hiring me for this. It's all volunteer time.
3 a.m.
The only reason I said 12 to 14.
We were farming
is
the
because there
event
were
and we
plenty of
saw some
days
other
that
stuff.
I would wake up, work the whole time, then go to bed, minus eating, exercise, and essential chores.
Okay.
And those days make me batty. I hate working that much. But I am impressed that they think they know my hours better than I do. Oh, but here's the good part. Professional rate, 50 to 75 euros an hour.
What?
Yeah, maybe that would mean something if I was a professional who had a rate for anything. Minimum estimated value, 63 to 147,000 euros. Oh, yeah.
That's not a lot.
Okay, this one annoys me a bit because their low end, 63,000 euros, is more money I've made in any year in my entire life.
Yeah.
Though, hey, I'm sure all kinds of people are worth more if they make up numbers about how much they should be getting paid from imaginary sources. But they're saying my volunteer work is worth that much, so by not reporting it, it's violating Article 17, yada yada. Their supporting evidence is media treating me as though I'm the leader, and me saying I've worked a lot on this. Well, it's true I have worked a lot on this, but I must have said publicly that I'm ineligible to join the initiative at least 50 times. And this may surprise the accuser, but sometimes game journalists get details wrong when reporting on something.
Yep.
12 to 14 hour day commitment during many weeks far exceeds any reasonable volunteer threshold. Yes, true, they're right about that. That isn't reasonable at all. I've hated this crap, and I can't wait to work less on the campaign. It's only my perception that this is my one chance to fix the problem of destroying games that's pushed me this hard. But I have my limits, guys. Professional time investment constitutes quantifiable in-kind contribution under transparency regulations.
Come on, people, one more.
I'm not a professional then. Well, this is a very serious accusation, and it sounds like I should have logged my hours and made up hourly rates like my accuser did, huh? But wait, here's a thought. Why don't we check what the European Union's rules actually are? Who is considered a sponsor? Sponsors are people or organizations providing financial support over 500 euros. Okay, well, I've spent 0 euros on the initiative, just a crap load of time, so that's not me. Legal persons or organizations providing other economic
Damn, I don't have enough
in-kind donations
of these
or
merits
non-economically
to
quantifiable
get
support to an
the
initiative
suppressor
are also
up.
considered
God damn it.
sponsors. Well, I've been advised I am not a legal person. I'm a natural person. That sounds right. And I certainly wasn't representing an official organization. I mean, I haven't signed one
more.
form with Stop Killing Games on it, or for the initiative for that matter. Individuals providing non-financial support, such as volunteering, are not considered sponsors under the ECI regulation and do not need to be reported. Oh, what's that?
Okay.
That description, which is exactly what I've been doing? So the EU says the initiative has been following the rules this entire time?
Yeah.
What about this anonymous accuser saying the EU doesn't know its own rules? Is there a hidden clause here? Like you're not a sponsor unless you work really hard? So let's get this straight. We've got an anonymous complaint saying the initiative is violating EU law. I'm apparently in charge of the initiative despite being ineligible to even join it, hence why my name is not on here. The accuser is making up how many hours I've worked on this, and are making up imaginary money amounts I've supposedly donated in kind, and their claims directly contradict the EU's own laws on this. And hey, plot twist, there's something I didn't tell you. The official organizers literally asked EU representatives if it was okay for me to assist them in the capacity I have been back in spring
people,
of
one more for
2024.
VA.
Just to make sure everything was above board in case there was a problem or we needed to report anything. They said what I've been doing is fine. We've been doing this by the book, guys. So where did this complaint come from? Well, we'll never know. It's anonymous. But let me ask you, does anyone think this is just some concerned citizen acting independently here? I mean, pretend all of these accusations were true. Would that end the initiative? Maybe. I don't know. Someone was gunning for us. This is a shot across the bow.
Wait, was it this
now again,
vendor?
this complaint is anonymous, so I'm not accusing anyone. I don't know who wrote it. But I'll just say the timing of this is awfully hot on the heels of an industry lobby group giving some very bad statements about the
No, not
movement.
this guy.
In some cases, I think outright lying about it. But I don't know if it was them. Maybe it was a different lobbying group. Or maybe it was just some political hatchet man hired by the industry.
I was the resource
But
dealer.
someone was trying to kill the initiative. Filing paperwork to the European Union accusing the initiative and myself of violating the rules, maybe even committing a crime, I'm not sure. That's no small thing. This is the industry playing dirty now.
Of course they're playing dirty.
They took a shot,
They always do.
hoping my battleship was here when it was actually here. So they missed, but I sure felt the splash. So why am I telling you all this? Well, this has me a little worried. I mean, this complaint doesn't scare me. We followed the rules and they made up the charges. I mean, hell, if they hadn't put appears fundamentally incorrect, this might have been borderline libel against me. But the fact that first we have the industry lobbying against us, then we're getting this attempted shot at us behind closed doors, makes me concerned about what's coming next. I mean, I haven't done anything shady that I'm aware of, but maybe that doesn't matter. If they can't find a real angle on us, maybe they'll make more things up. Maybe serious things. At the rate we're going, I'm expecting the next news to be a Photoshop of me in a parking garage doing a handoff with a briefcase full of money. Now, what I've been told is if the industry can't kill the initiative, the next step is to throw so much dirt on us, members of parliament start getting scared to support it. So just because this is only the second shot at us, that doesn't mean there aren't 20 more shots coming behind it. And I'm again reminded of how stupid this whole thing is when you consider what a comparatively low cost an end-of-life plan is. I bet whatever companies are spending on lobbying against us is more than it would cost them to have end-of-life plans for their games.
Of course.
Especially in the future. Hell, I think a lot of end-of-life plans for games will be less than those imaginary euros I'm not being paid. But I don't know what's coming next, and it could get a lot worse than this. Who knows? I am so out of my league on this. I have never been a political target before, so this is all uncharted territory for me. Have you ever played a game that's getting harder and harder, and you can still keep up with it in the moment, but you're starting to think at the rate it's going, you're not sure if you can handle it in a level or two? That's kind of the vibe I have right now. And for those of you who think I'm being paranoid, did you hear about that retro gaming YouTuber who was arrested for reviewing modded handheld consoles?
Yep.
Oh, yeah! That doesn't hit close to home for me at all. I mean, I don't have any handhelds, so I guess I'm safe there. But what about abandonware? If I play an emulated Commodore 64 game, are they going to send the cops to my place as step 5? Gotta love the games industry. But as of this moment, I still feel free to speak my mind, so I better make use of it. Here's the thing. The video games industry is worth billions.
Exactly.
If they really want to smear me or the initiative, they'll find a way to do it. We're lucky their attempts have been so bumbling so far. I mean, I just showed you how these claims are false because they're lying about how the law defines my actions. Video Games Europe was almost certainly lying about this claim, and it was irrelevant. Almost certainly lying about their liability here. They were either so obtuse they couldn't understand what we're asking for when it's spelled out for them, or they're lying about not understanding it. Take your pick. Oh, and this claim. This one is a bit clever because it can't be disproven. You could say this about anything. Like, I could say it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. And you might say, what are you talking about? A piece of paper costs what, 2 cents? And I could say, yeah, but that would curtail my choice. Because I want to make my paper airplane out of the Magna Carta, and that's priceless. Thus, it's prohibitively expensive for me to make a paper airplane. I guarantee you that's the kind of logic that
I want to make a paper airplane out of the Magna Carta.
Oh, and let's let everyone know, this
lobby
group isn't even representing its members that well. BeamNG says they weren't consulted by Video Games
Yeah, we should all make paper airplanes out of the Magna Carta.
Even
it's prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, that
so we
small
curtail our
company, you
indebtedness.
probably haven't heard of them, has come out saying that they're currently non-committal on this. So Video Games Europe wasn't representing them in their statement either. So if they're not even consulting their members, who the hell are they representing exactly? Okay, some news as I'm editing. Ubisoft has responded to stop killing games. I was not expecting that. It's a lot of misdirection. I'll try and speed run this.
Of course it is.
Okay, this is irrelevant. We're aware of your terms. It's not yet determined if they're legal or not. This is also irrelevant. This part is true. This is a widespread problem in the industry. The only thing unique to Ubisoft is they're trying to get away with this crap as a French company. Okay, even the EU Commission wouldn't commit as to whether these types of games are services or not when asked. So he can call these games services, but legally they might not be. Services tell you when they end. And the endless support argument. Okay, I'm undecided. If this was a senior developer saying this, I would 100% call this misdirection. I mean, hey, this looks awfully similar to that comment from Video Games Europe about endless support. This could be the industry's new playbook. If they can pretend to not understand what we're asking for over and over again, maybe they're hoping that will change the... However, this is a CEO saying this. So maybe he really doesn't know how these games work. Hey, if so, he wouldn't be the first CEO to not understand how his company's products work. So I can't tell if he's just trying to gaslight everyone, or if he just doesn't know how these games are made, so he thinks they would need endless support. I kind of hope he actually doesn't know. Anyway, the point here is there's a lot of lying and shady stuff going on from the games industry against Stop Killing Games. And I guess now, me too. So if these attempts to shoot down the initiative keep happening, maybe assume the industry, which has been shown to be lying repeatedly, is lying again. And the whole point of their accusations is to make you forget the real issue, which is consumers are getting robbed by the industry. There are nuances to it, but the basic message is when you buy a copy of a game, you should get to keep it. And publishers should be able to destroy what you already paid for. This concept is so basic, it's still a joke we even have to fight for this. So don't let the industry throw you off the scent, especially in the future. If something doesn't pass the smell test, push back. I say this because things could heat up so much that maybe in the future I'm not at liberty to give commentary or defend myself like this. I've managed to get in touch with a few political insiders that know more about how these attacks work than I do. I intend to follow their advice. Right now, my plans haven't changed at all. But if I just go really quiet on some topics in the future, then I'm telling you why right now. It will be because the attacks are getting so serious that me saying anything might be a liability somehow. I mean, remember, this was behind the scenes. The industry didn't make this one public. So who knows what the next thing they're planning is. Now, hopefully, I'm overreacting and the industry won't keep escalating this.
Yeah, too bad that doesn't work out that way, man. It doesn't work out that way, unfortunately.
I mean, I knew there was a chance of something like this happening back when I launched the campaign last year. That's one of the many reasons I never wanted to do this.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work out that way, as much as we would like it to.
Trying to get the most bare minimum, common sense regulation in the games industry, and not trying to be a whistleblower on the defense industry. That would be bad. Okay,
the defense industry is fucked.
Despite all this mess, we've been getting more and more support from European members of parliament. Here are some I've been informed of, though some of these I'm pretty late finding out. Marketa Gregorova's was from last year, actually, and had cool promotional art and everything. That's what, 4-bit color? But the big one is Nikolai Stefanuta, a vice president of European Parliament, throwing his weight behind the initiative and saying he signed it himself. Okay, I'm the wrong person to judge social media effectiveness, but 85,000 likes on Twitter would sound like a good day to me if I was a politician. This is what I mean about easy wins for politicians, guys. Keeping it real, most people don't care about video games either way, so this is pretty safe politically. But for the people who do, Stop Killing Games is advocating for a very popular position that's in line with existing consumer protection laws and is narrowly focused. So this isn't going to cripple the industry either. The industry is fighting this because they'll fight anything that requires them to do something. Stop Killing Games is about as safe and popular as it gets in politics. And as a bonus, it's appealing to people who might not normally be involved in politics. That's an elusive demographic. And now's a good time to mention again that contacting members of European Parliament on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee is probably the best thing we can do to push back. So I've received conflicting information on which parties to contact and what subject lines to use. If you want to help, just try your best with contacting a representative of your country, preferably someone who cares about consumer rights. Okay, that's it. I have no idea what's coming down the pipeline now, but all this resistance means we are throwing around some real power to fix things. So let's keep at it.
Sometimes Aster's thing's annoying just cause you have to swing and there's like the dive first. Not very good for precision. I'm doing VA right now. Alright, we'll mark it. Alright, we'll go on to the next one. Sure, here we go. We'll go look at Z-SNES. They should have called it. They should have used a different name instead.
Operated largely underground.
Why Z-SNES so they could have had E? And then put NES.
Neatly tucked away in various online forums and mostly kept
There's
out
actually
of
an
the public
emulator
eye.
called that,
This
though.
was mainly due to a mix of legal and technical issues. ROM distribution was, and of course still is, a legal grey area, and Nintendo was no stranger to this, heavily cracking down on ROMs in the late 90s and early 2000s. It made emulation developers cautious, and they often would use online aliases and sometimes remain completely anonymous. Before social media, emulation communities existed on underground forums, IRC channels, and bulletin boards. And you couldn't just Google this information, you had to seek it out, or be connected with someone in the know. And finally, in order to run an emulator, much of the time you would need a PC powerful enough to handle full-speed 8 or 16-bit emulation with sound. And in 1998, this was not assured. A top-of-the-line 300 MHz Pentium 2 could do the job, but these were very expensive, and most PC users had lower-spec Pentium 1 MMX machines. Without fast emulation, often meant a compromised experience. But one emulator emerged in 1997 that made emulation more accessible to a larger audience by not only providing an easy-to-use user experience, it also brought speed and compatibility to lower-powered machines. That emulator is known as ZSNES. ZSNES is a Super Nintendo emulator best known for its speed and, at the time, high level of compatibility. The first public release was on October the 14th, 1997, and was originally coded by two people, ZS Knight and Demo. Little is known about both. However, ZS Knight would share information about himself in an Emulation Zone interview, stating that he was 20 years old and was a college student at Simon Fraser University in British Columbia in Canada. ZSNES began as a passion for both programming and emulation. ZS Knight was highly skilled in x86 assembly language, and most of the emulation code originally was developed in assembly. This meant that ZSNES ran fast even on the lower spec PCs. For example, a Pentium 1 133 to 200 MHz PC was recommended for full speed gameplay with sound, and you only really needed 16 megabytes of memory to run. Of course, a VGA compatible graphics card was also required, but there was no 3D acceleration that was needed at the time. You could even get away with running ZSNES on
but I used
486
ZSNES
PC,
back in the
either
day.
with frame-skip turned on or by disabling sound. Of
I
course,
used that
other
stuff
Super
back in
NES
the day.
emulators existed at the
Long time ago.
ZSNES's main rival was SNES 9X,
Windows
which was
XP
a very
days.
advanced and powerful emulator as
stuff.
well, and arguably was even more compatible than ZSNES. However, because it was mostly written in C code, it was slower and needed more demanding hardware to run. The main advantage of SNES 9X initially, at least, was that it was portable. In comparison, ZSNES, as we mentioned, was written in x86 assembly, which limits its targets to DOS, Windows, and x86-based Linux. However, its performance was unrivaled, and quickly became a fan favorite amongst emulation users. During 1998 to 2002, ZSNES underwent rapid development and introduced some major features to emulation. Early versions of ZSNES ran on DOS only and were command line based that admittedly did require an understanding of the target hardware to dial in the correct settings. Sound was also quite inaccurate, as documentation was still not fleshed out and some guesswork was needed to implement the SPC sound emulation layer.
No, I haven't used either of those things in a while.
But
I don't even have any emulators installed on my computer.
The popular UI that made the
At the
emulator
moment.
rise in popularity amongst the community. What was notable
I haven't really
about
messed
this
around with these
UI
things in a long
was that
while.
it was easy to use and very, very fast. But more importantly, it had the ability to apply features on the fly. For example, the first time that you launch ZSNES on DOS, the screen resolution defaults to 320 by 256 by 8, otherwise known as Mode X. Now this mode is not ideal if you want to run games that require transparencies, which is just about every single one of them. In the settings, it's possible to switch this on the fly to any resolution that is supported. Ideally, you would select 640 by 480 by 16 to support blending and transparency correctly. Doing this on the fly will eliminate any transparency and blending issues that
But I'm
you
not
have
using any of
an
these.
8-bit per pixel screen. And this is just one example. The UI has
Now
many
you gotta
hotkeys
use the
that do
best
many different
emulator.
things. it's possible to
You gotta
disable
use the
individual
best,
background layers, the sprite
the
layer,
best
and
NES
even
emulator,
dump the sound and
PNES.
music from any game to an SPC audio format that can be read and
It's all
used
about
by
the
an external
PNES
music
emulator.
player. Other notable additions was a comprehensive
There's
gamepad
a
support
homebrew
that allowed
emulator for
customizable inputs
NES
on
that you can
DOS,
get on
Windows, and
on a
Linux.
modded
No
Switch.
easy
It's
feat,
called
and it
PNES.
recognized many USB controllers. ZSNES also had support for specialized
It's the best
devices like
name.
the Justifier and Super Scope, as well as the mouse support for games
They
such
just
as
put
Mario
P
Paint.
and then
It even
NES.
allowed switching between
There's an
keyboard
emulator
and
called
gamepad
that. I'm
inputs
not
on the
joking.
player, which would be useful for alternating between control schemes.
That's the
When it
best
comes to save
emulator,
states,
clearly.
They are a commonplace in most emulators, but in 1998, many emulators, but not all of them, used them. ZSNES introduced a custom .zst extension which implemented a robust save state system that predated SNES 9X. Being able to save and load save states via a quick tap of a hotkey was a game changer, and made the emulation much more favorable over original hardware for this reason alone. Each game had up to 10 save state slots, more than enough to go around, and later versions of ZSNES implemented an early implementation of rewind functionality. This was essentially save states that let the player go back in time, which was defined in the UI configuration. By rapidly saving and loading states in the background and by pressing a hotkey, rewind functionality could be supported. In later versions of ZSNES, the .zst format could even embed a thumbnail which helped identify users' save
But did you
states
find
visually.
PNES?
Emulation could also be
Best
fast
emulator.
greatly speeding up gameplay. By simply holding down a mapped keyboard or joystick button, the emulation could be sped up significantly, and this would help with getting through cutscenes faster or long unskippable sections of a particular game or various intros, and as you can imagine, this was very popular with RPG users. Or take a look at this intro to Super Metroid, which could be fast forwarded in rapid time.
Is the best emulator. Surely it's the best one, right?
But it doesn't stop there. ZSNES would pioneer and build the foundation for what we would consider tool-assisted speedrunning. Within ZSNES, it's possible to record gameplay sessions by capturing a sequence of controller inputs per frame and an initial save state to create a replayable movie of any section of any game. This file format was known as .zmv, short for ZSNES movie. Unlike traditional video capture, there is no raw bitmap frame stored at all. Instead, controller inputs per frame are captured along with an initial save state of the game and some metadata. This allows the emulation to recreate the gameplay and replay it back frame by frame. Since the ZMV files mainly contain controller input data, they are usually small and could be compressed with gzip to reduce them further. Due to their small size, .zmv files were ideal for sharing around on FTP sites and bulletin boards. Most users at the time still had dial-up modems and early broadband, and were quickly shared around various emulation communities and forums to demonstrate new speedrunning techniques or reveal gameplay secrets. Being able to share gameplay over dial-up modems made ZSNES a very popular emulator in the rise of tool-assisted speedrunning. And it would be not only the easy-to-use user interface, but its rich list of features that really set ZSNES apart from the competition. Cheat code support would also be an important feature that was added to the emulator. By using a .cht file, both Action Replay or Game Genie codes could be loaded and stored per game with an unlimited amount. Now of course this feature wasn't exclusive to ZSNES, but thanks to the easy-to-use UI, it was easy to load, enable and disable cheats, and this could be done on the fly thanks to the robust UI. ZSNES was one of the earliest Super NES emulators to implement Mode 7 functionality, as well as correct transparencies and custom chip support, including Super Effects, which saw its first implementation.
Yeah, sure, you can use texture packs, but PNES.
While
It's portable-ness, PNES. Wouldn't you want to play your games on that? On that? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want to play on this? What a name! What a name, right here. Wouldn't you like to use this as an emulator for your games? Great name, right? It's a great name for emulator.
Originally developed in assembly language, ZSNES was ported to C to make it more portable to other platforms, and one of the most landmark releases of the emulator was in 2001 with the 1.30 version, which supported the SDD1 custom chip, which opened up support for games such as Star Ocean and Street Fighter Alpha 2.
The name,
Star
though!
Ocean in particular was a
The
game
name!
that used speech and
Like,
enhanced
come
graphics.
on!
Between 1999
Best
and the
name
end
for
of
an NES
2000,
emulator.
there were over 40 individual
Especially
releases
one that's
packed full of
portable.
enhancements, bug fixes, and new features. Of course, it wasn't perfect. One
Best
downside to
name.
ZSNES was its overall poor accuracy with some
Hopefully
games,
they can
and it
add
had
rumble
some trouble
support.
emulating custom chips. By the late 2000s, it was
I don't
surpassed by SNES 9X as computer hardware became
They gotta
faster
gotta
and
add
cheaper.
the HD
In
rumble
2005,
support.
ZSNES would go open source, and by 2007, most of the development had ceased. But its legacy and lasting impact lives on. ZSNES was a pioneer in SNES emulation and helped popularize emulators to those
It's the
outside of the
perfect
community.
time.
And it's still very much fondly remembered by retro gamers.
But
for
yeah,
its
that's
role
an
in the early
emulator.
emulation scene. Its
The
ability to
NES.
tweak features on the fly and enhance games to look and run better was massive for the time. Many of
Nah,
its
I'm
features
good.
we discussed may not seem like a big deal, but in 1999, these features didn't exist. ZSNES was the first to bring them to us. It opened up the world of emulation to people outside of the underground scene, being able to record gameplay, share speedruns, rewind, fast forward, apply graphical filters, disable backgrounds, sound channels, apply cheats, play online with friends, made ZSNES the killer app for most people with PCs. And that's one of the reasons why the emulator is still so beloved even to this day. Bye for now.
But yeah, it's the best emulator. It surely is the PNES is the best emulator for playing NES games. Surely it's the best one. Sure, here, we'll go look at this.
Okay, we gotta talk about
Okay.
the Epstein situation. Basically, quick context, Epstein is this degenerate freak who allegedly necked himself in prison in 2019, but nobody really believes that. Now, this guy had an island called Little St. James, and he basically did a lot of extremely messed up shit on it, involving minors, SA-type stuff, trafficking, etc., etc. And this Epstein guy conveniently got very rich, right? Nobody really knows how. Apparently, he was a financier, but he also had ties to very powerful people. In fact, he describes Donald Trump as his closest friend. The theory is he has a ton of blackmail on tons of powerful people, and he's recorded them doing heinous shit. So that brings us to the infamous Epstein files, which is like flight logs, court documents, photos, emails, and there's like 300 gigabytes of footage from his island, and it basically exposes all of his crimes and implicates a large amount of powerful people in the process. So naturally, everybody wants these files released, everyone except the degenerate PDF file political elites in the US government who want to keep this information sealed. So we're just gonna go over everything from the contradictory statements from the Department of Justice, the clearly lying director of the FBI, the edited footage of Epstein's cell, to Jeffrey Epstein's creepy ass deposition, to Trump trying to make this into a political issue somehow and make it left versus right when it's obviously not. It's degenerate elites versus the common man. Apparently the GOP also blocked the release of the Epstein files, so you know, some people are saying it's because of a different reason, but whatever it is, it seems these files are remaining sealed. We'll check out Asmongold's reaction. Apparently Ludwig also brought back his commentary channel for this.
I think Jeffrey Epstein's a bad guy.
Stunning and brave by Ludwig. Finally took a stance on something. Good old Jellywig. Anyway, shout out to CoffeeZilla for his coverage, and let's begin.
Let's up those numbers!
So let's start with Attorney General and professional liar Pam Bondi here saying that they were going to release the files.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
We've got thousands of videos.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
In this statement, they admit that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Epstein's around the most powerful people on the planet. 1,000 victims! No, nobody else. There's images and videos. Apparently, that's what they say.
Damn.
Nobody else is on camera, right? Because otherwise, that would mean that the FBI director went on Joe Rogan and told a lie.
No way, the government is corrupt. I never could have guessed. Right, so
Yep.
let's do some quick maths here. Basically, there's 1,000 plus victims of Epstein, right? 1,000 people who deserve justice, but apparently there's only like 2 to 3 perpetrators. There's like Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, or Ghislaine, whatever I don't know. She sounds like a grizzly bear. I don't know how the hell you pronounce that. And then there's like John-Luc Brunel. So they want us to believe it's literally just these few people, right? Epstein was just trafficking to himself. You know, he's a chill guy. Actually, he didn't want to implicate any of his friends. He wanted to keep all the degenerate activities to himself. You know, people might have paid him millions and millions of dollars for absolutely no reason. But yeah, just don't look into this, guys. Now, this next part, the FBI calls this whole thing a conspiracy theory.
Saying later, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. Yeah, what, you didn't find the little notebook that had the, like, every guy that did something wrong on it? Yeah, obviously that's probably not going to exist, right? But if you have videos and somebody appears in the video doing something bad, it's not a client list, but that's a client, right? Perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends of
milking a new trailer. Of course they are.
Bringing justice to victims. The problem is when you
Of
release
course they are.
contradictory evidence, it makes people think that you're hiding stuff.
Honestly, I'm sick of this CoffeeZilla guy. What the hell are you talking about? Stop with your conspiracy nonsense. You know, we may have pushed this very theory the entire time in order to get elected, but now we are conveniently backtracking because it seems like some of the people on that list might be some of my friends, might be some politicians I'm friendly with, or might be me myself. I feel like this is a violation of justice in every regard, right? If 1,000 victims cannot get justice, then what does the government even stand for? I mean, it seems like, in America at least, money and power seems to buy you unlimited protection, and you are just exempt from all consequences, even after committing the most heinous crimes known to man. And I think that's a large part of why people are so pissed. They just want degenerate freaks to be brought to justice. Right, so after this, they released footage of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, right? And they wanted to prove to everybody there's no way anybody could have come in and murdered him because here's the footage, here's the cell. Turns out it wasn't his fucking cell.
But this is not actually Epstein's cell, nor is this door. This is footage of a common area. Epstein's door is way back over here in the corner. You can't see it from this footage angle. Made it sound like we're definitely dropping the real video. You're going to get outside a periscope view of Epstein's cell.
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in. If they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Yeah, it was in the news. It's also in the OIG's actual report. Like, the government report admits that most of the cameras were not recording. There's a minute of it missing. So there you can see there was a cut or some kind of edited footage. And it obviously begs the question, why is there a minute missing from the FBI's, like, prove it tape?
Right, so later we find out that little cut is because they stitched together 2 files. So essentially, like complete amateurs, they took the raw footage, they put it in Premiere Pro like any editor does, right? Even to edit my videos, we put it in Premiere Pro here. And they were so incompetent, they couldn't even be asked to change the aspect ratio. They left it as the default, basically showing everyone that, hey, we edited this footage. It is the most obvious cover cover-up in all of existence. And then they also responded saying that there's a minute missing in the footage because, you know, that's just our system. You know, we happen to be really secure as a prison. That's why we have a minute missing every fucking day. And we also have half the cameras just not recording. You know, we might be in charge of keeping track of some of the most heinous villains in history, but yeah, you know, sometimes the cameras go off. Sometimes half our cameras aren't working. We don't even have footage of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. And I just love how the director of the FBI is just like, there's just no way anyone could have killed him. Unless I don't show you his cell door, bruh, and send you some random ass common area footage. You literally cannot see his room. You can see like one glimpse of a staircase that maybe leads to his room. And that really begs the question, are they doing this on purpose? Is this guy just completely incompetent? Or is the director of the FBI scared of being like assassinated or something? I just don't understand what's going on here. There's no, like, what other explanation is there? Right, so this next part, Coffee breaks down the layout of the prison and shows that that was not Jeffrey's cell. In fact, it was in a completely different area.
And Epstein was in the L tier, okay? Here is where the camera actually was. Epstein was located on the upper floor in what's called the L tier. You can see it even better from here. Here's Epstein's cell. Here's the hallway. And right here is the camera, which was not recording. Here's where you can see what actually was recording the day of. So you can see this is the camera that we have access to, and it's looking this way. So that camera footage we see is not of Epstein's cell at all. You can't see it. Instead, this is the guard station over here, and the staircase is like this little, like 3 pixels right there. So it's an actual joke if you think that this footage somehow had a perfect line of sight of Epstein's jail cell and you couldn't have run an op right, even during the missing 1 minute window because, oh, we had a perfect line of sight on his door. They don't, and the cameras were not recording. And it's crazy, the FBI director is spreading misinformation going, oh, I don't know who told you that. You guys told us that.
Bro, when you can't trust the FBI and the literal Department of Justice, they are called the Department of Justice, then who can you trust, bro? I mean, it is so blatantly falsified. The level of incompetence is completely unbelievable. I would literally believe that Frogan is on a diet before this bullshit. That is the level of falsehoods we are actually looking at. So after this, he talks about the inconsistency between the reports on the day he died.
But there was also a whole narrative by the government that everybody was in their jail cell by 8 p.m. They say at approximately 8 p.m., August 9th, all inmates were locked in their cells for the evening, and there was no indication that any other inmate could have gotten out of their cells. You can see this at 10:38 p.m. Remember, everyone's supposed to have been in their jail cell for 2.5 hours at this point. No prisoners. You can see a guard goes over to somewhere out of sight. We can't see it. None of the cameras were recording except for this one. And then moments later, we see a little bit of orange near the staircase. Now I'm gonna have to zoom into this. It's extremely hard to see, but you can see a little pixel of orange makes its way up the staircase, right? And then we're gonna see the guard return to his chair, ostensibly locking someone up maybe at that time. But who? Noel, one of the guards, was actually carrying linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time any CO approached the only entrance to the shoe tier in which Epstein was housed. I guess the theory was they were carrying up, they say inmate clothing. Basically the idea is they're carrying up an orange jumpsuit. And that's why you see orange there at 10:40 p.m. That's the official story in 2023. Now we are finding out that that wasn't carrying clothing up. That was actually Epstein himself, for some reason, was locked in his cell at 10:40 p.m., way after lockdown, and we don't know why or how any of this happened.
Right, guys, completely normal occurrence. So Epstein is roaming about 2.5 hours after lockdown, after all the inmates are supposed to be in their cells, right? Also, apparently Epstein was allowed unmonitored phone calls. Just like, well, wow, okay, this is not suspicious at all, right? Conveniently, he's like the only guy who's allowed special privileges. The FBI greenlighting this poorly edited footage as some sort of exoneration that, okay, there's no possible way that Jeffrey Jeffrey Epstein could have been murdered. It's just absolutely crazy because you know the FBI isn't that incompetent. There's no way. Anyways, I also wanted to talk about Trump's response to the Epstein issue. Basically, this guy was so hell-bent on this thing, right? You know, that was one of the things he campaigned on. Like, you know, we are going to release the Epstein files. And now, when confronted, he's like, why are we even talking about Epstein, bro? That guy's old news. Look at that little creep. Stop asking me about Epstein. We gotta move on, bro.
You see why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the native set?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey, could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
The level of gaslighting here is unbelievable.
Yep.
They're the ones that did the press op with them holding up the Epstein binders with the influencers. In fact, they're the ones who went on podcasts saying they're going to release the Epstein list.
Release the list.
Yeah, now they're gonna release
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Right, so the guy on Theo Von's podcast there is JD Vance, the vice president. So even he thought it was very important for this list to actually get out. But now that they have been elected into power, suddenly nobody cares anymore. Suddenly, we need to do everything in our power to make sure these PDF files are protected. And can I just say how sad it is that the most powerful people, potentially in the entire world, right, are potentially completely degenerate freak PDF files. And somehow the entire government, obviously not unanimously, some people do want this to get out and stuff, somehow the entire government is in cahoots and they just want to, you know, bury this information, tell people to move on. And I don't think this issue is going to go away until somebody gets put in jail, I think. Now, our favorite character, Pam Bondi, also gave an explanation for the 1 minute of missing footage. And this is such a bunch of baloney, man.
And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
And that's it, guys. Apparently every night the surveillance system of this prison had 1 minute missing. Okay, 1 key minute, middle of the night. We don't know why. Couldn't try harder to make it look like a cover-up.
All right, can somebody explain to me how a prison monitoring some of the most prolific criminals in history would not make sure that they have cameras running 24/7, would not make sure they have good quality cameras, unedited footage, half their cameras won't be off? Apparently, the only footage we have is a common area that is so far away from Epstein's cell, you can just see some random-ass stairs in the background. I mean, apparently the government is calling anybody who says this shit like conspiracy nuts or whatever. But let me tell you, as a non-American, all right, this situation is sus, all right? You're not hallucinating. You're not going crazy. This is absolutely suspicious. And I'm just so confused, like, okay, if 1 minute of footage was missing every time, you didn't ever think to fix that issue? That is so convenient, man. Oh my god. Right, so then she talks about why they won't actually release the 1,000 hours of video evidence. And she claims that, oh, it's just child porn. You guys want to see that shit? That degenerate shit? Like, no, we just want the names of the clients, bro. You can redact all that disgusting shit. Just give the names.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
Never gonna see the light of day, that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I agree that probably some of this is true and it shouldn't see the light of day. But that isn't just what the FBI said they found. They also said they had videos and images of Epstein himself with minors. And was anyone else on these videos? We don't know,
Damn.
and they're not gonna release it.
Okay, we're going camera mode. Dude, the finger wagging is crazy. That disgusting Jeffrey Epstein boy, that little weasel. I can't believe he did this. He pulled the 1 million IQ move, guys. Basically what he did is, right, next to the names of all the criminals, he just put a bunch of pornographic material. So it was genius. Basically, you couldn't look at any of the names without becoming a degenerate yourself. Genius. 1,000 IQ move, guys.
Yeah, 1,000
We can't
IQ.
release any of the clients, guys. Do you want to see child material? Here's a thought, you absolute corrupt rejects. You redact, you know, all the harmful information. Nobody's trying to see that shit, obviously. Just keep the names of the degenerate freaks who need to be exposed to the public and absolutely jailed. It is legitimately insane to say that just because, you know, some parts may have material that cannot be shown to the public, you cannot release the names of the goddamn criminals. That just makes no sense at all. Keep in mind, 1,000 victims, and they want to let all the criminals roam free. You can't make this shit up, dude. Now, this next part, it seems like they are completely changing the story now.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars.
Yeah, they're more than committed to bad people getting put behind bars, except for anyone who is involved with Epstein. None of them did anything incriminating. It was just Epstein by himself, and all these people loved hanging out with him.
Yes, actually, he's just a charismatic guy, guys. He just knows how to get around. Everybody just automatically loved him for no reason. In fact, they loved him so much they would give him millions and millions of dollars, be very friendly, all these powerful people for no reason. You know, he's just very charismatic. In fact, they just loved him so much that they were actually, for some reason, terrified of him. Honestly, even as like an outsider looking in, again, not American, or obviously I shouldn't be caring this much about this issue, but I'm just seeing it and it just looks absolutely crazy. How the fuck is this shit allowed? Like, I knew that, you know, elite parts of Hollywood are filled with PDF files, right? And now it's transitioned to the actual US government. This will like destabilize the entire country.
Crazy.
So I don't know. It's a pretty serious issue considering, you know, America is one of the leaders of the world as well. So after this, Coffee talks about why people just aren't letting up on the issue at all.
The reason I'm talking about it so much is because if you can get away with this, you really can get away with anything. If the government can tell people to not believe what they just said a few months ago and have everyone be fine with that, that's just a level of gaslighting that I refuse to be a part of. That no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida. So apparently there was some deal where Epstein was providing information to the FBI. What information? We don't know because no one else was involved. There's also the simple fact that if you go to the FBI records, what they call the vault, most of the files are just heavily redacted. So the idea that we got some transparency wave is literally a joke. And they're all redacted. What's going on here? They're gonna say, oh, it's all for the victims, right? But it's not all victim names.
Yeah, so again, I'm no expert in, you know, criminal reports or government documents or whatever, obviously. But I feel like, why would you be redacting the name of the clients? And like, I get the victims, obviously, but I feel like it's pretty obvious, right? It's some of their own names, like the government politicians that are on there, right? So it's kind of like saying, why aren't the PDF files releasing the list of PDF files? Because they're PDF files. And I feel like people in general are just sick of being constantly fed bullshit over and over and over again. And if your own government can just lie to you this much, like completely, you know, campaign on this whole thing, you know, oh, we're totally gonna release these files, and then once they get elected, completely backtrack on it, not release any of the, you know, criminals. And this isn't like a small issue. This is like, you know, children and minors who were, you know, deeply hurt or whatever. I feel like it's just cruel to not, you know, persecute the people involved, right? And I feel like if America wants to be like, you know, the leader of the free world or whatever, you gotta punish criminals. Like, dude, the things we were even going over, like even in California, the amount of criminals just going unpunished or just released over and over again, it's just embarrassing. It's like the rest of the world looks at this and just laughs and goes, holy shit, this place is not safe and this is not like a place to be trusted, you know? Now, basically, the puppets of the government, they want you to believe that this is a lone trafficker theory, right? Basically, Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking to himself or maybe one or two other people, and somehow had over 1,000 victims. All these people that, you know, visited his island. Yeah, none of these people had anything to do with anything at all.
In addition to that, this lone trafficker theory is already on shaky grounds when you think about Prince Andrew's settlement with Virginia Giuffre, where he paid $16 million to make civil sexual assault allegations go away. Now, of course, it's worth saying that he
I'll just clear this far in order to war for now.
But that is what you're always going to have with these rich and powerful people. In the same way, you also have Leon Black, who reportedly paid $150 million over 5 years to Jeffrey Epstein.
It's more Pegasus.
Tax advice, and guess what?
With CoffeeZilla in it.
Also paid the U.S.
Alright, I'll see you around then, Tira.
$62 million in cash as part of a settlement, a non-prosecution, where they wouldn't go after him for anything from, quote, any and all claims of any nature whatsoever, specifically related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, I don't understand why people are confused. Don't you give your friends $65 million for fun? I personally do that all the time.
Damn.
You know, just handing out that big bucks to my good old friends, you know. Definitely nothing going on there. Just a little bit of a gift, you know, small loan of $65 million. Nothing shady going on here, guys. Everything is nice and squeaky and clean, obviously. I don't know why you're talking about this. Are you a bunch of conspiracy nuts? Oh my god, what is this, Russiagate again, bro? So this next part, he talks about Trump being an absolute hypocrite.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
I want the tapes, I said to Maxwell at a table at Regency Bar. I know he was videotaping everyone. I want the tape of Trump with the girls. She didn't deny the existence of the tapes, but said, I don't know where they are. He apparently replied, ask Epstein, and she gave him a stern look and pointed a finger at my face. I'm the daughter of a press baron. I know the way you people think. If you do one side, you must do the other. If you get tapes on Trump, you have to do Clinton. Was she even telling the truth or just playing some game? Either way, this was all known about.
Okay, so just responding to that Maxwell story or whatever, to be fair, everybody involved in this situation is a complete degenerate freak, and they're probably all liars as well. So I'll take whatever they say with a grain of salt. They want her to testify and say the names of all these people, which will be amazing, but you need a way to verify that, obviously. But yeah, the question remains, is it like far-fetched to think that Trump was actually involved? I personally, you know, in my opinion, I don't think so, okay? Because there's a lot of shit adding up here, right? The only reason you wouldn't want it released is it implicates you or some of your friends or some people in power as well. And I feel like if you were guided by justice or, you know, any proper American value, you probably want it released. Now, I'd venture a guess that even if he wasn't involved in the Epstein situation or whatever,
pretty much,
his government would be completely destabilized by the release of that. So maybe that's one reason, but that's not a reason to protect literally hundreds of PDF files. That is just not anything you could ever justify. Yeah, I just don't support that at all. Also, this is not
that's
a
what they're
political
doing,
issue.
though.
This is bad for Biden as well, and the previous administration who didn't release these files either, right? Both sides have had a chance to do this, and both have completely failed. This is all about
they're like,
people
nah,
versus
they're not
the
gonna
elites,
do it.
okay? The non-PDF files versus the PDF files, all right? So I don't think you should make it a political issue. Obviously, Trump wants to make it a political issue. Well, this was cooked up by the left, which we'll look at a little bit later. But just keep in mind, a lot of people are mentioning Trump in this, including Elon Musk, is like best buddy, all right? They were SpongeBob and Patrick at one point, let's be honest. And then they had a little beef or something. They boxed in their underwear. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Don't fact check me on that. Elon also said he's in the Epstein files. Now, was he angry? Was he throwing a man-baby tantrum? I don't know, but a lot of things are starting to add up, right? What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? Like, what is that? Bro talks like a robot. It's crazy.
Saying they're all going after Pambody, who's doing a fantastic job all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Democrats who con the world with the Russia hoax? There ain't no left versus right here. In fact, some of the people who want this the most are people on the right, even on Truth Social. Obviously a hugely Trump-favored place. everybody is saying, no, this is unacceptable. You have to release the files. So the idea now that it was Biden and Obama who invented the Epstein files is absolutely preposterous. They don't want that out either.
I mean, absolutely spot on by Coffee again. It is so disingenuous by Trump, making it a political issue when it is so clearly not. I mean, this is the classic Hamas, Piker, and Goon Squad tactic. Well, looks pretty sexist, racist, homophobic, misogynist to me. Like, no, you're just rightfully being criticized for basically flip-flopping on this issue completely, right? You were campaigning on it, and now you just want nothing to do with it. You're calling people conspiracy nuts. You're essentially defending PDF files in the government because, you know, it helps your term or whatever. But yeah, just gonna give a Ludwig-ass take here. Very controversial. I think PDF files should be put in prison, guys. I know, hold your applause. Hold your applause. I might start a Mogo channel. Now, this next part, Coffee talks about Trump's relationship with Epstein and friends.
We know this in part from a Piers Morgan interview where he talks to a lady who went to a dinner party with Trump, Clinton, Epstein, and Prince Andrew.
Extraordinary collection of very high-powered people. How did they all interact with Epstein? How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him. You know, it was like there was close bonds. You could see that.
So these guys knew each other, apparently had dinner parties together, all of them together. Trump later accuses two of the guys of doing bad things, and then when we release the files, can we release the files? Well, no, actually, no, we can't do that. Nobody cares about that. And recently, tapes were released of Epstein talking and calling Donald Trump his closest friend.
So how do you know this?
Nah, bro. If Jeffrey Epstein is calling you a good friend, you need to reevaluate your life choices, all right? That legitimately might be the worst bit of PR Trump has ever got. You know, my good friend Epstein, of course, the soundest guy in the universe, just my chill friend. Now, this next part is hilarious. Trump denies knowing Prince Andrew, which is like, dude, why lie?
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Of course, this was immediately debunked by photos showing the two together. And of course, showing that they clearly knew each other as of 2000. Now, the reason you would deny knowing Prince Andrew, even though you did, is obvious. At the time, he was facing allegations related to Epstein.
Dude, I will never understand lying about something that's documented. Why even bother? I guess he's hoping, like, whoever is supporting him will not, like, look into the facts of the case or whatever. But come on, bro. That's, like, not, like, a hard clip to find or anything like that. Not, like, hard photos to find there. Unless, of course, he's pulling a Joe Biden and having dementia or something like that, but I highly doubt it. He seems pretty well put together for now, at least.
During the campaign, it would be the 2016 campaign, you, meaning Jeffrey Epstein, were the only person I was afraid of.
So that is 3 independent sources. You've got the Ira Rosen quote, the Michael Wolff quote, and that Mark Epstein quote, all saying that there is some type of damaging information on Trump.
Okay, just putting it out there, I feel like if Trump wasn't in the files, not saying he is, I feel like, you know, you should be going way more hard on pushing the absolute hell out of getting these client names out, right? You know, just to exonerate yourself. Otherwise, everyone's gonna speculate. They're just gonna assume the worst of the situation and be like, oh, the only reason he doesn't want it released is because his own name is in the goddamn files, right? So if you want to exonerate yourself, put it out there. You know, sell out all your goddamn degenerate friends, and you know, it would kind of make you like a national hero. Like it would make people respect you so much more. Yet nothing is being done here. I mean, we are having updates day by day. New information is coming out. They keep teasing it. They keep edging everybody like, oh, we're definitely gonna release it now. Okay, moving on to Asmongold. Basically, he is reacting to a clip of where Trump was asked whether Pam Bondi found his names in the Epstein files.
Did Pam Bondi tell you your name appeared in the Epstein files? Uh-oh.
On what? On the
DOJ and FBI.
On what? On what subject?
Epstein. On Epstein. Of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden,
Shut up, man. If they made all these files up, then why didn't they put them out? If they made them up, then how do you know that they existed? Then why didn't they release them? None of this makes any fucking sense, bro.
It doesn't.
Please just cut this shit the fuck out, bro. Like, really?
It doesn't make any sense.
We went through years of that with the Russia hoax. With all of the different things that we had to go through, we've gone through years of it.
This is such a massive thing. Of all the things you can fuck up on, this is one of the biggest things for you to fuck up on. I don't care about, oh wow, it's gonna destroy the government. God, I was already sold, but wow, really?
Okay, so the message there is basically people are so fed up, they're willing to burn the entire government down and all stability to make sure these files get released, essentially. And yeah, honestly, I'm with them. I feel like people just want the truth, you know? Actual justice is like the most powerful driving force here. And I think Trump's response is sad, and he probably lost a lot of credibility in the eyes of his, you know, voter base or viewer base or whatever. I feel like, what do you got to lose? I mean, didn't they try to like assassinate him or something? Like he got shot or something? So like, bro, your life is already in danger at this point. Just do what the people want, you know? Now let's move on to the GOP. Apparently cock blocking the Epstein files. People are theorizing there's like other reasons for this, like it was tied to some crypto nonsense or something. But you know, fact remains that the files have been cock blocked.
Republicans just blocked the release of the Epstein files.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
I'm kind of shocked by that.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. And I think most of us believe what's appropriate will be released when it is time for the president to release it. Thank you.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration to do what needs to be done. Balls in their hands.
No, but honestly, I feel like some of these people need to use their brains and stop coping about this. This is an issue that needs to be resolved, and I don't think the general public is going to calm down until it is. And I feel like that Charlie Kirk response was so dumb. Like, I trust the U.S. government. Really, buddy? All right, let's check out the deposition video of Epstein. This guy's such an omega creep, dude. It's crazy.
And Jeffrey Edward Epstein.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes. 2 counts. 1, soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Are you kidding?
I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right? On one of defendant Epstein's birthdays, a friend of defendant Epstein sent him 3 12-year-old girls from France who spoke no English for defendant to sexually exploit and abuse. After doing so, they were sent back to France the next day. Isn't that true?
I would like to answer that question. I really would. However, today, my attorneys have told me I have to assert my 5th Amendment.
I can't believe this guy himself for being too innocent.
Dude, there's just no way. Epstein gotta be the final omega boss of creeps, bro. Even the appearance, everything, the slightly tilted down glasses, like everything, bro. When exposing a crime is treated as committing a crime, you're being ruled by criminals. Alrighty, that's it. Click this video or your next best friend.
Okay, we're done with these. Alright, what is this one? What is this? Like, Genshin almost had it. What the hell is this? We're like a couple days late. What is this?
I see people talking about skip button stuff in chat. So I did see that Genshin tweeted out the one-click skip for quests, one-click time skip for quests. So we've been debated by Hoyoverse plenty of times, but it is time to go through the dev discussion. Bro, if they're actually adding a skip button, I'll eat my words last time when I said I don't think they'll do it, bro. Let's take a look. One-click time skip for quests and character talent demo videos added. Developer discussion. I can't speak. A new developer discussion is here. Starting from version 5.8, the dev team has brought new features such as one-click time skip for quests and video demos for character talents. I mean, this sounds like a good thing. I don't know about the character talents, but making it easier for travelers to complete quests and gain a clearer understanding of character talents. We've also made a series of optimizations to the quest interface, world exploration, and artifacts. This, hey, at face value, this sounds absolutely phenomenal. Let's take a look. Quests Ready, set, go. Jump straight to the quest required time with 1 click. Wait until 8 to 12 the next day. Open the clock and adjust the pointer. Oop, off by a few minutes. Not anymore. People can't read its time skip, not quest skip. Brother, I am going to keep it 100% with you right now, bro. They know what they're doing when they title shit like this. They know what they're fucking doing. Just
I see, they revealed them, good for them, I guess.
When they're like, yeah, artifact loadouts are coming. Like, artifact not come on. Brother, what the oh my dude, I feel... Bro, this is gonna be like... Bro, the quality of life team at Genshin Impact...
You know, if you want your quality of life, the game needs to end of service and pull a Mega Man X dive. Like, for me, I'm basically just, like, full on done. I'm like, I'm not gonna bother. I'm never gonna bother with their shit again unless I get paid. Or, they go end of service like Mega Man X dive. Because the reality is, only in either of those two scenarios would I not feel as awful touching it. Right? But like, the last scenario would probably, that I mentioned, would be the best thing that could ever happen to it. From the perspective of people who actually want to play the thing. I'm not talking about the perspective of Hoyoverse or whatever. But from the perspective of people who are actually trying to play the thing, the best thing that can ever happen is they go end of service and pull a Mega Man X dive. And for you guys who don't know what Mega Man X dive is, let me pull it up for you. This used to be a gacha game. It went end of service 2 years ago, and what they ended up doing instead is they removed all of the gacha and all the monetization, sold the game for $30 US, so it's $40 Canadian. Right? All the content. And then on top of it all, they reduced all the material farming, grinding, and whatever. And you can just get access to the entire game. And play it without an internet connection. You can also get it on your phone, because this was also a mobile game. This is the best thing that can ever happen to the vast majority of these single-player live service mobile games. Whatever happened here is technically the best thing that could ever happen. But yeah. But of course, the issue is, the problem with Mega Man X Dive is, why play Mega Man X Dive when you can play the actual Mega Man games? And like, there's even a bundle here that like includes some other stuff in there too. For other Mega Man games and stuff like that. Because the actual regular ones that are even like put into like several collections and stuff like that are just better games. Wait, did they actually do this for Mega Man Zero Collection? Just sell the OST for every single game separately? God damn, that's crazy. But like, yeah. Like, you can buy all the collections, like, each of them, and just play those instead. They're way better. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. With Star Ocean. But, like, yeah. The Mega Man X Dive situation is, like, literally the best thing that can happen.
Has to be like they had to have hired a Honkai Star Rail person to do the quality of life at Genshin Impact, surely, right? To make their game look better, because there's no way this is not a troll, dude. Like, are you for real? To be honest, how should they title it another way when it's literally a time skip? Guys, out of all of the things that the player base asks for, who the fuck is asking for this? It's not that hard, bro. It literally has the time on screen that you were skipping to. It literally has the time on screen that you were skipping to. A lot of casuals, I guarantee you, there are more people asking for a skip button than this. The skip button's not coming. It's not coming.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, even if you want, like, here's the reality. If you want to skip everything anyways, just uninstall. Let's be real, if you want to skip everything anyways, just uninstall. You can skip the entire thing. And that's where I'm at. It's like, what's the point of me bothering to do anything in there if I just want to skip it all anyways? Alright, it's like, I might as well use the ultimate skip. The uninstall button.
This is insanity. Actually, a lot of people, really. And they thought that this was more important than the skip button for a lot of people. They thought this was more important. Also, for artifact loadouts, what's the excuse there? This is just getting frustrating every single time we get a new fucking developer update at this point, dude. It's getting more and more frustrating every single time we get a developer update. Every single time.
I don't know, man.
At this point, just listen, guys, hear me the fuck out. Dead ass. We literally had in the skirt quest, I'm pretty sure, where the game automatically skipped time with the time thing on screen, and it took us through the motions without us having to skip to the next day. I said it was great. Why not? If a quest tells you to wait a fucking 2 days in game, why not just make the quest naturally do that instead of making the player go to the clock and then move the time or click a button to skip the time? Why not integrate it into the story? Why not, like they just did the patch before? Why not?
Yep.
Why not? Tell me that. Tell me that. Because then you were stuck in a quest. There are pauses during a quest. That's a cope answer in my opinion, because listen, as soon as that cutscene's over, you're not stuck in the quest. You can just move. You can just move. I'm baffled. I'm actually baffled. Let's move on to the next stuff. Christ, there's got to be some good stuff in here. Flexible adjustments. Audio settings shortcut added to dialogue interface. Oh no, I forgot to enable voiceover before entering the quest dialogue. Now I can only hear the music but not the characters talking. After 5.8, you'll be able to access audio settings during the quest dialogues. That is a good update. That is a good
that's
update.
Nice.
World exploration. Local specialty spotter gather round. With so many companions, it's getting hard to remember who can help track down local specialties. Good news. Oh, this is good. In the new version, the material tracking interface will display character icons for who can track them. That's good. That's good. Some quests in open world require changes, like having characters in the open world after the dialogue, but next one needs them to disappear or be in a different place, which requires unloading, which as far as I understand, time skipping does, so it's either time skip or teleport out and in. Having characters in the open world after the dialogue, but next one needs them to disappear or be in a different place. Oh, I see what you mean. So you're saying that, like, for example, after a cutscene where you were required to skip time, there's still characters hanging around that you can talk to. So if they automatically skip the time, those characters would disappear. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay, to counteract that, what I would say is make those characters speak in the cutscene. Make it more dynamic so the characters actually speak. Even if you want to go find the characters afterwards, listen, just make it so that when you speak to the characters, after you've spoken to the characters, it does the dynamic time change instead of, again, having to go into the menu and skip it. People say, oh, but then people are forced to... Yeah, then people will complain about bloated dialogue. Yeah. You know what would fix that? A skip button! That's my point! That's my point!
Or just actually make the dialogue not bloated? A skip button doesn't fix bloated dialogue being a problem. Because you're just ignoring it. Like, I don't get it, man. He's saying a skip button will fix all their problems. When all you're doing with a skip button is ignoring the problem. The freaking mindset of these people. Right? It's like, oh, you see someone being stabbed across the street, you're just gonna ignore it so that it's not a problem of someone getting stabbed across the street in something. I don't know. I picked some of the most like insane examples at times just to drive home the point. It's like, oh, like imagine it's like a game, okay. You see someone getting stabbed to death. Okay, you see a skip button. If you click the skip button, they never got stabbed, right? It's like, oh, well, I skipped it, so it didn't happen. It's like, what? You're just ignoring and skipping past it, but it still happened. The problem isn't gonna be fixed with a skip button. The skip button just lets you ignore it. The freaking mindset of these people.
No? Yes. There is no argument there. Yes, it would.
No.
Oh my god.
Because the dialogue would still be bloated. You can just ignore it.
This is a good update. This is a good update. Oculus Resonance Stone upgrade. More flexibility in collecting oculi. Starting in 5.8, if you already marked one Oculus location, you can consume another Resonance Stone to mark a new one. Okay, that sounds alright. That sounds just like a development on that quality of life. That's good. Artifact. I need a drink before we do this, dude. At a glance, special markers added for character-compatible artifacts. Where? The color? To help travelers select suitable artifacts for their characters more easily, after 5.8, when a fully leveled 5-star artifact has a highlighted main affix, and a certain number of highlighted minor affixes, including enhanced ones, it will be marked with a special icon in the character artifacts menu. This feature can be disabled. Guys, I ain't gonna cap. I deadass don't understand. Is this a good change? What? Let me reread this. When a fully leveled 5-star artifact has a highlighted main, what do you mean by highlighted main affix? What does that mean? It will glow if the artifact is useful for your character. Don't we already have this as a assist? You know what? I don't care enough. Hey, this might be a good change. I don't know. YouTube comments, y'all can let me know as well if this is a good change. I deadass don't know. For me, this is just yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It's not a bad thing. It just feels like more of a pointless thing for me, I guess. Test run and character talents. Combat talent demos added for new characters. Bro, if by character talents they're going to tell us that we can now farm for character talent materials on any day of the week, I will be happy with everything in this. Starting in the new version, travelers can quickly view combat talent demos for characters released in 5.7 and later via the in test run interface character talents. Okay, so you get like a visual video on what they're doing.
We got
okay,
feel on it
that's
here.
it. Wow! Bro, not cry better come in and fucking save the day, bro. 6.0, I swear to God. Oh my fucking God. What are people asking for here? Would really appreciate some resource management options for PC, similar to how mobile has them. The game is getting very large. Yeah, so I was very hopeful that at some point PC would also get the resource management options, and along with that would probably be like permanent events, limited events becoming permanent in the game, and that you could optionally download them and stuff. But maybe that's asking too much. Maybe in 7.0 or something. Oh my God, yes, a skip button. Oh, never mind. Out of all the Hoyo game devs, Genshin always comes up with the bullshit no one asked for. And this is the thing, dude. There probably is people asking for this stuff, but I fail to think, I cannot imagine the amount of people saying that this feature frustrates them, the time skip feature, and this fix being the best fix for it, rather than a skip button. And then what I mentioned before about this specific thing is just insane, dude. Like, I'm telling you, the feedback cannot be coming from the surveys at this point, right? Please increase more enemy tracking for farming materials. Okay. Hey Hoyo, I have an amazing suggestion.
How about
you
just remove the farming materials
the
instead?
Comments list what we want. None of the things in this
For me, I wouldn't want better enemy tracking for farming materials. I would want them removed entirely.
Time are disappointed. So after they said they were adding custom artifacts last
because
time,
I don't like farming the materials in there.
Here's hoping one day, yeah. Yay, one-click skip. Oh, it's a time skip. That's just lovely. Guys, I'll keep it a buck. I love this fucking game for the story, but oh my God, I'm not gonna sit here and just blindly be like, yeah, this is great. It's not, man. It's not.
But then he wants to skip it all. I thought he loved it for the story, but why does he want to skip it?
So much better in this goddamn game, bro. I see a lot of people saying like skip button would be bad for the game, and it's the same old arguments every single time.
No.
Skip button would be bad because then the people that don't pay attention to the lore will pay attention less.
Yeah.
Bro, they're already not paying attention.
But it's not gonna fix the problem.
The fuck up. They're already not paying attention. The skip button is for them. It's for the people that want to maybe catch up later, watch a YouTube video, maybe have second accounts and don't want to go through everything twice. If they're already mashing through the quest, it's only going to be a positive for them. And then it's like, oh, but then they'll just spread lore misinformation. Brother, if they're already doing that, does it matter? If you know the lore and you see people spreading misinformation, is it really affecting you? Like, bro, why are we gatekeeping quality of life that other gacha games have and don't suffer these specific problems that you suddenly think is going to become a big deal with Hoyoverse, with Genshin? Why do people care? Genshin is a story-driven game. So is Wuthering Waves. So is Honkai Star Rail. So are a bunch of other these other gacha games.
Sure.
There are many other elements that people enjoy other than the story. Yep, visual novels have a skip button. Expedition 33 has a skip button. Can we stop using these copium ass excuses? It's for people that don't care about the story anyway. Exactly. Or again, people that are going on second accounts that have already gone through the story and enjoy the story. It is what it is. Like, it'd be a good addition. It'd be a good addition. You don't see these other games that have the skip buttons getting shafted and people say the same shit, bro. It's just not a thing. I don't know why we can't just let people want what they fucking want. Why are people who don't like the story playing Genshin? I've been through this countless fucking times. If you think story is the only thing Genshin has to offer, good for you, bro. Same with any other game. Why are people playing Wuwa if not for the story? Why are people playing HSR if not for the story? Why are people playing Expedition 33 if not for the story? Combat in most cases, open world exploration, it's also a video game that you play, not just the story of. A lot of people really like the end game. A lot of people really just like building characters and exploring. The story is not the only aspect of this game. If it was, it'd be a fucking movie. Other games offer the same, if not better. And they have a skip button!
Yeah.
It's
And
like
they're better
you're agreeing
anyways.
with me, but trying to not. At the same time, I don't get it. Anyway, that's it. End of video. GG. Like, comment, and fucking subscribe. I'm gonna go.
Alright, that one's done. Off the list. Okay. What else is here? Let people enjoy things. What is this? What is this? I'm just gonna finish all of my
There are
weekly
only
stuff
4
here.
words in the English language that are capable of making my blood boil. And those 4 words happen to be, let people enjoy things. Now, it may not seem like a bad phrase at all. Dude, just let people enjoy things. What's so wrong about that? And yeah, I agree. But at the same time, have you considered shutting the fuck up? Seriously, I'm so tired of hearing this stupid goddamn phrase every time someone criticizes anything. Just let people enjoy things, dude. Just let people have their fun. Have you ever considered that? No! It is completely valid to be a hater, okay? And the amount of times I've seen people use this dumbass phrase as if someone enjoying something negates it from anybody else shitting on it is insane. Now, the phrase let people enjoy things was originally meant to tune out the people that very annoyingly hate on every little thing and mindlessly attack others for their interest. It has somehow made them as annoying as those people. I can't tell you how many times someone online will post some basic shit like, I think this movie was bad, or this song is kind of mid, before the entire replies are flooded with nothing but, shut up and let people enjoy things. Admit it, you hate fun. Me when people have fun. Oh, okay, so they just can't have fun anymore. You just can't? Let people enjoy things. Let people enjoy things. Look, let me make something very clear. You can like whatever you want to like. You are free to enjoy things. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody is stopping you. But genuinely, who cares whether or not someone enjoyed the thing that's being criticized? Like, how is that relevant at all? It's not like people who criticize things don't consider the fact that, oh my god, someone likes the thing I'm talking about. Like, isn't that the whole fucking point of, like, being a human being? We like things, we don't like things, we get disgusted by things. There are all these emotions that we express as a reaction to something. So why should enjoyment be the only one that matters? Like, the phrase itself doesn't make any sense. How the hell can someone's enjoyment of something be ruined if other people don't like it? What is stopping them from enjoying it? It's not like they have a gun to their fucking head. I literally saw this tweet the other day, and this shit annoyed the hell out of me. Basically, someone made a post saying that they didn't like a scene in the movie Deadpool and Wolverine, okay? Pretty standard tweet. Guy just saying that he didn't like something in a fucking movie. Yet for some reason, all the replies are, God, why can't people enjoy things? Try not to hate on fun things. Impossible. Shutting the fuck up and letting this
series, oh boy.
stupid and fun. You do realize you can enjoy
I heard
things
that
without
shit
hating
was a
on something, right?
disaster.
How is any of this hating? It's just the most basic ass criticism, and everyone in their replies is like, dude, stop hating fun. Why can't you just enjoy things? I don't know. Maybe the reason why he can't enjoy it is because of the shit he's complaining about in the fucking tweet. Why is nobody talking about that? All the criticism is on the so-called hating, not the substance of what he's saying. The more I see dumbass replies like this, the more I realize that these kinds of people are very insecure about others not liking the things that they do, which is why even the most milquetoast safe critiques are taken super personally, and they just default to the annoying ass let people enjoy things mantra, which really just means let me enjoy things. It's not an attack on the interest, it's an attack on them. And that's the problem.
They made it their
Viewing
entire
anything negative as an
personality.
attack on something. It is okay to not like things. And the popularity of these Redditor ass memes like quit having fun that get spammed everywhere subscribe to the idea that anybody expressing that they don't like something is such an unbearable annoyance and therefore ruining said thing. I swear to God, bro, most of the time the so-called hating in these memes are valid criticisms. The characters are broken and need nerfs. The game is worse than the beta, and the community is toxic. Quit having fun! Yeah, this guy just hates fun. Ignore any flaws and just enjoy the game. It's fun. What's the worst that could happen? So the game Multiverse has died because it didn't improve on any of its many glaring problems. And since then, plenty of players in the same community where this dumbass meme originated have finally gotten the chance to say, I told you so, to everyone that brushed off and buried all criticisms about this game.
Exactly.
Why? Well, believe it or not, phrases like, let people enjoy things and let people have fun completely ignore the fact that you can like something and still have negative things to say about it.
Exactly.
Look, negative feedback can be a good thing, and when people have standards for the things that they're interested in, that isn't hating. Remember the first Sonic movie? 3 all those years back. When that trailer dropped, fans expressed how dog shit they thought the character design was, and that negative feedback directly led to a better product. That wasn't hating on a fun little movie, it was people that were fans of something voicing criticism as a means to get what they want, so that they can, you know, enjoy it. It's the same reason everyone shat on the Minecraft movie trailer the second it dropped. Oh, it's dumb fun. Let people enjoy things. It's not made for you. Is irrelevant to the fans who thought the trailer sucked and want something better than a cheap Hollywood cash grab. People who care about things express negativity when they aren't satisfied. That is healthy and can lead to a better quality product. And I find it infuriating when people who care about something have their good faith critiques tossed aside because people like it. It's fun. Stop hating. As if that is at all relevant to what's being said. Seriously, if you're the type of person that whenever someone expresses a negative thought about something, immediately default to, oh, well, some people like it, please shut the fuck up. You have nothing productive to say. It's in the same boat of, man, this food tastes awful. I wish the cook did a better job. And the response is, well, there's actually people in Africa, they don't have food. Dude, I don't give a shit. What does that have to do with the fact that the food I'm eating right now tastes like ass? What you're saying has no relevance to what I'm complaining about. It's a complete deflection. But you might be like, Habibi, it's just mindless consumption of slop at the end of the day. Surely this is a bit of an overreaction. But that's where you're wrong. It isn't just slop anymore. As a matter of fact, this phrase is so fucking stupid that it's evolved to be used in the worst context. Somebody could be saying, not personally a fan, but let people have fun. And the conversation's about fucking incest. We are at this point of the let people enjoy things discourse. The justification of every fucking thing known to man as long as someone enjoys it. Because, you know, enjoyment is the only thing that matters, right? Gambling, drunk driving, drugs, all of these things are fun and enjoyable. What's the problem? People are mad at someone glamorizing their cocaine addiction online? God forbid people have fun. They need to get a grip. Keep having fun. You're literally just chilling and having fun, and these people voluntarily choose to get mad at it. What, you got a problem with people sharing their sexual drawings and fantasies about minors? Who cares about the age? She ain't real. Get a fucking life and let people enjoy things. I completely get it now. Who am I to judge if you have 30,000 hours on Mega Masturbator Gigagooner 7 while also being #1 Reddit karma on r/cum dumpsters? Your enjoyment is all that matters. It's actually my fault. I just gotta stop being so goddamn negative all the time. Negativity, negativity, negativity. How about some positivity? Because it doesn't matter how degenerate or life-threatening something may be. If you enjoy it, then everyone should. Just shut the fuck up, man. Let people have fun. Let people enjoy things.
That was a really great crash out. Let me kill Phelan first. We'll go to the next react after. Let me just get rid of Phelan here. Alright, that's another one off the list. Bro, we already talked about the Sonic 06 recompilation. The painful death of Xbox, what is this? Yeah. We're not gonna go look at this one though. We already saw a different video from someone else. We ain't touching Glaive. Screw that guy. Alright, here we go. We'll go to the next one. Alright, what's going on with the Fade collab? You know, we'll see this first.
So if you guys know me, you know that I'm a huge Fade fan. And I also have been covering HSR on my channel since its launch and even before its launch to some degree, right? You guys know how stoked I was for the collab to actually happen. And now it's here. And People have their opinions on it. There's some good things, some bad things. But what I was very surprised to find out is when I went online, a lot of people are really not happy with it, which is crazy to me because from the perspective of someone who cares more about the gameplay side of things of HSR, like just enjoying the new characters that come out, I think it's great because I have Archer and Saber who are just like they're awesome units to play. Recently,
I mean, we're just watching more hypocrites, right?
On an account that I've been saving up polls for years, and it's like super fun. Right now, the fact that Archer's better than Saber and Archer's a free character, I actually think that's awesome. But I know a lot of people don't like that because, like, why? That doesn't make sense. Like, why is Saber weaker than Archer, but she's the character you have to pull for? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't really care. But that's not what people have a problem with. In fact, that seems to be universally the thing that everyone is really happy about is how good the characters are, or how the characters feel to play, how well represented they were. In their animations, their voice lines, and everything. Like, Archer has his entire Unlimited Blade Works chant if you sit there and wait for it to happen, which is super awesome. So imagine my surprise when I'm like, oh, this collab's happening, and it's HSR, which I actually had a lot of faith to make a really good collab. Imagine my surprise when I find out that people really don't like it. Like, it's a very, very unpopular. And I thought it might have just been like a small minority of people that said they didn't like the game and that's what happened. It seems to be a lot of people are very upset about the collab. So, I mean, just look at this. So,
I had the wrong matrices there.
Upset about it. That's different. But you just look up HSR Fate collab. There's a TLDR from Daily Finance. This is an HSR fan account. Lancer has 3 lines, most random NPC models for servants, Scott event, reused assets, reused map, fun gameplay, Honkai NPC rail. It was another random Hoyo event in another patch, and it's sad, truly. Like, what is this model? Is this?
It's like voice line, what voice line? I know, right?
Is that what this is? Oh no, I don't know. It's just a random NPC model, right? But is that who that's supposed to be? Is that supposed to be Jalter? I don't know. I don't know. So here's the thing. I actually haven't gotten around to playing it yet because I've been so focused on making content for you guys. But I am going to play it. In this, I'm not going to give my opinion on the story because I genuinely don't know what it's about. But
he said fake collab, but it was fake collab.
It's crazy to me because I had so much faith in this collab to pop up. I mean, I lost a lot of faith in it like instantly when Rin wasn't in the collab, but like that's mostly a joke, right? Like it's mostly a meme. Yeah, Rin's not in the collab. That fucking sucks. Worst collab of all time. But we still got Archer and Saber, and they did a great job with them, so I was pretty stoked about it. But yeah, like people, okay, so an HSR fan account is upset with it. The new HSR Fate collab made me appreciate Genshin events, adding in whole new areas to explore. I've seen a couple things about this. Apparently, people are pretty upset that there's no new areas. Like they just like copied and pasted the Greek architecture from Amphorius, and then they also used Ides Elysiae, and then Saber is like, is this Britain? And people are kind of upset about that. So honestly, I think that if they added a new event to a new place to explore, that'd be great. I personally don't play HSR for exploration, but I feel like, you know, this is a collab that had a lot of money and a lot of time behind it. So I think it wouldn't have hurt them too much to not do an asset flip, but we'll move on from this one too. I've just seen some people talking about that. Now I saw this, thank God they gave the fake collab to HSR. If we look at the quote retweets, I saw this one too. This didn't age well. Aged like shit. This aged like milk. Like, it's people are not happy with the collab. It's really crazy. HSR players with the fake collab, you know, you're just being spoon-fed slop. You know, that's another one. Fox also tweeted, so how are we feeling about the HSR fake collab? And I went looking through this, and you know, story 1 out of 10, worst story ever done by Hoyoverse. Guys, compared to the banana story, like for this to be a 1 of 10 is insane. For this to be worse than the banana story, the one that everyone hated more than anything else, is insane to me. Like they must have really just absolutely dropped the ball. Story was very disappointing. Characters getting muted was fun for a minute until they forced it on you for an hour plus. Oh, so this is another thing that apparently happened. Again, I haven't played it, so I don't know yet. I will be playing through it, but apparently voices get muted for like an hour plus. They could chalk it up to the strike, the SAG, well, not strike, but strike. They could chalk it up to that, and then like, oh yeah, let's just, because none of the voice actors are coming in, let's make it a story where nobody speaks. That's fun. You know, that's like a fun joke. Like if you said it jokingly, like a self-aware joke of, oh yeah, we're not voice. That's fine, but for like an hour,
Better than Genshin with Horizon Zero Dawn collab.
Seems generous based on what people are saying. Free Archer and then the signature like
I mean, it's whatever,
cool,
man.
and I agree with that. Characters and their animations incredible. Fate Quest for those who are unfamiliar with Fate, fine. Fate Quest for big Fate fans, absolutely.
Hey, here's the thing though, the benefit though with the Horizon collab.
Disappointing.
The Genshin
thought it was okay. Disappointing for 1 year.
They made the character look not ugly.
HSR Fate collab stories of flashback disregards the concept of Holy
That
Grail War
Genshin
collab.
collab improved the design
NPCs, Assassin and Caster are dog
Alloy,
shit
whatever
NPCs
her name
instead of being
is.
Medea and Hassan of the Cursed
They
Arm,
improved her design by making her less
I
ugly.
didn't put any negative connotation in the search at all. I said HSR Fate collab,
So
and
it
people are
wasn't
just
all
shit
for
talking
nothing.
non-stop. Yeah, people, it's just not going well at all. Also, Lancer not being playable was a miss in my opinion. They already gave him a unique model, so they really should have just made him playable. But that's just my opinion. People are not enjoying it. Our enjoyers first and foremost are like, what the fuck is this? And oh, I also forgot to say at the beginning of the video, disclaimer, my cats have been a tornado through my office, if you can't tell. So love those little goblins. You know, for a collab that had like a year of design and prep work and, you know, a multi-billion-dollar company funding it, I think a lot of people are upset at not only the storytelling not being up to par with what they're hoping for and the zones kind of being like asset flips. Now, I don't think it's uncommon to do like little asset flips in mobile games. That's like a pretty normal thing. But this is a company that has so much money in it and behind it. So
do you think
it's
they
obvious
care?
why people are upset about it. You can say, oh,
Imagine
we have the
thinking
game
they
coded in a
cared.
way to where that wouldn't work. But if you have billions of dollars to throw and like a year of development to do, you can definitely make most things work in the industry, assuming you have the manpower to do it. And these guys have
This
them.
clown
If you have
actually
money, you can
thought they
basically do
cared.
anything. That's just how the world works. So honestly, I'm kind of bummed to find out this is what people think about the Fate collab. Now, I'll give you guys
Delusional
my honest
gotcha
thoughts
gamer
on it later,
thinks
but
company
it really
cares.
seems like people were not happy
Imagine.
about it. It seems like it was a bit of a disaster. So very
Imagine.
odd for me to find out as someone who was looking forward to this for basically over a year. I had made an account that had never pulled a single character. The second they announced that they were talking with Nasu. I'm not talking about like the second the Fate collab was announced. The second they announced that they would have a meeting in the future to talk about Fate and HSR and then announce the collab later. I made it the second they said they were going to talk. So I've been hoping that they would do a Fate collab forever. They announced a Fate collab. I was ecstatic. I was elated. I was like, I was at such a good time. I was so stoked for Rin to be playable with a memo sprite archer.
And
the
now
same
Vtuber
thing
can talk
with,
like pirate software,
like Enya
yeah.
and Saber. That would make the most sense because they introduced a whole summon system. That just seemed like the most likely thing that was going to happen. You know, even though I think the servants were done well in Saber and Archer. I think Saber and Archer were actually done very well. Apparently the ball was just dropped across the board for literally
How would
everything
he
else
know
except-
if he said he didn't play it? He's contradicting himself because he said they were done very well, but then he says the collab situation is a disaster, and then he also said he didn't play it. How the hell would he know then? Like, this entire video has just been 9 minutes of him contradicting himself. Like, I have no idea what the hell goes on in there. I ain't gonna touch it ever. Unless I get sponsored or something, so like, I don't give a fuck. Right, I don't really care about Fate or whatever, or the other shit there. So, like, it's not like I'm gonna care. But, like, yeah. Anything for money, and his audience is too dumb to realize it. Exactly. Anything for money, man. Anything. What the hell is this That's All Folks for? It's probably something he's farming again. Yep.
For maybe the event gameplay, because I think some people have said some positive things about that, and it's honestly just, it's such a bummer, you guys. Now, I will be playing this over on stream, twitch.tv/brag, so if you guys want to watch, the link will be in the description. I'll give you guys my honest thoughts on it then after I've played it.
Yeah, he said it was done well beforehand, and then he says, like, I'll do it afterwards. Like, what the fuck, man?
Just 1 year ago, I made a video.
There was this thing that was sent. I don't know about it being edge, but whatever. Do we really need to see this one where we saw like a different longer one on the thing? I feel like we've seen enough of this shit of the pirate software stuff. We already saw one of them already before. Why old games are superior to modern games, though? Let's go with this one.
There seems to be a popular sentiment among the gaming sphere that older games are just plain better than modern games.
Yep.
Now, I tend to think this is true, and some people have written this off as simply nostalgia or rose-tinted glasses.
It's not.
That can certainly be true to an extent, but I really think there is more to it than just that. It's also important to keep in mind that we really only remember the good games from the past, not the crappy ones.
Yeah.
There are plenty of stinkers both
There
then
is a
and
lot
now.
of bad
The
ones.
problem is that we used to get multiple quality releases each month, whereas now we're lucky to get 2 good AAA games in the calendar year.
The problem isn't that there's too many bad games now. That's always been the case. It's that there's not enough good ones.
Now, before we get into it, let's also make sure
There's
we're
not enough
clear.
good ones.
So whenever we're talking about older games, we're talking about early to mid 20-teens and before. So now let's get into the specifics about why we think these older games are better than the modern one.
I think the biggest and most obvious point is that older games were less corporate. Games back then, a lot of times, had clear leadership structures, there were studio heads. Now, a lot of these modern game companies, they're run like a Popeyes. There's no leadership in these modern studios whatsoever. Look no further than how CDPR leadership tried to handle corporate pressure versus an older school studio like Bungie in the Halo era.
Myself and the board are the final decision makers, and it was our call to release the game. Although, believe me, we never ever intended for anything like this to happen. Every change and improvement needed to be tested, and as it turned out, our testing did not show a big part of the issues you experienced while playing the game. As we got closer to the final release, we saw significant improvements each and every day, and we really believed we would deliver in the final Day Zero update.
Talking to a publisher a couple months ago, and they asked what I wanted, and I just want them to get out of our way and let us make a game. Trust that we're gonna do something great, give us the money to pay for it, and then get out of our way.
Because of the corporate nature of a lot of the modern stuff, the artistic vision gets lost since a lot of these companies are just catering to the lowest common denominator these days.
It really seems like shareholders and normies are like obsessed with photorealistic graphics instead of having like a unique art style or stylized graphics.
Which is sad because the unique art styles are typically timeless, whereas we've seen so many issues here recently with the photorealistic graphics causing performance issues, but yet studios still insist on UE5 because that's what the normies want.
Old games kind of
The thing is, you don't even need to do realistic shit on UE5 either.
Instead of now, the
you can take advantage of it, of some of the other effects too, without
Never forget what they took from
doing the photorealistic shit.
Butts. Cats and dogs
But
living
no.
together, pandemonium in the streets.
McDonald's not having a ball pit.
This isn't the America I remember. Another trend with older games is that they weren't afraid to experiment. A lot of recent releases here lately have become a lot more safe in their design.
Exactly.
Don't get me started. Like everything today has to be.
That's when they see the paycheck and that's when they've forgotten about everything else.
It just appeals to the knuckle-dragging normie.
Yeah, they turn on stuff in UE they don't know anything about. Like, bruh.
Into open
Like,
world
stop
Paris
that.
level. What are we doing?
Getting with the times, man. Readjusting for modern audiences. And where that's really evident is when you compare this to a lot of old games. If you'll remember, Nintendo's two big flagship franchises, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Super Mario Sunshine, at the times, vastly deviated from the established formulas.
Oh yeah, very vastly deviated.
They both found success by trying something different. They didn't seem to be as afraid of losing.
Well, I mean, whenever your budget is $400 million, you had better succeed.
Yeah, you can't afford to take risks when games cost what they do now in the AAA world.
But it's their own problem for making that way.
But speaking of money, older games didn't try nickel and dime you nearly as bad as modern games.
Exactly.
AAA games cost so much to make now that they can barely turn a profit. So now what they try and do is to make every game live service to squeeze as much money out of you as possible to get the return on investment.
The initial, $60, well, $80 as of current day, price of the game isn't good enough anymore. Why do they care about squeezing $80 out of a product when they want to make the next Fortnite or the next Apex Legends? That's just a money printer for 10 years.
Exactly.
A recent example of the new
it's all
cost
bloated.
Of games
Exactly.
Is Final Fantasy 16.
They don't need all that shit.
Its first week of release, which by just about any metric.
Breath of the Wild is a joke,
the
man.
problem is, Square
it is
Enix
a
still
joke.
wasn't happy with this number because of the insane development and marketing cost.
I never bothered to finish it because I got bored. Because the fucking thing's a joke. While it does have some cool things here and there, it's just like, no. Yeah, they're the worst ones. The older ones are way better. I never played Echoes of Wisdom, though. But I played a lot of the older ones growing up. But yeah, like Breath of the Wild, yeah, like I just... No. I played a bit of it, but like, I'm never gonna finish it. Like the whole, like I think for a lot of people that like to praise it or whatever, especially the Nintendo fanboys or whatever, it's probably their first ever open world game or something. And they think it's like some crazy ass magic or some crazy thing because like they've never played anything else on a scale before or whatever. But also, like, relatively speaking, you look at a lot of modern games and a lot of them are just shit. Let's be real. So something that's like meh looks like a masterpiece compared to shit. But yeah, it's just your average Ubisoft slop open world. It's like, it's not anything new. You know, I don't really care about whatever they put in there. Sure, it's the first one that had all the mechanics that they have in there combined. But they're all like just there rather than like anything interesting to do with them, especially when compared to all their older games where they tried to like really make use of everything. It's not just freaking Wind Waker had more depth in their dungeons. Literally almost every fucking Zelda game outside of those two have more depths in their dungeon, man. The fucking Zelda game from like SNES era had like significantly more depth. Shit like Link to the Past, man. Or like the fucking Oracle Ages seasons. Have way more depth. Link's Awakening has way more depth. Yeah, Skyward Sword does things a lot better too. Exactly. Those ones definitely better. Oh yeah, speaking of Skyward Sword, back when that came out, it was like $40 to buy Skyward Sword on the Wii. And it came with the golden Wii remote as like a pack-in. And like there were editions as well that came with a soundtrack CD. And then like 10 years later, they're like, we're gonna resell you Skyward Sword again. Except now we're not gonna bundle anything with it. You won't even get an instruction booklet or anything like that. No soundtrack CD. We're gonna double the price. Right? They're gonna double the price or whatever. Right? And then, oh yeah, you wanna buy... We got these Skyward Sword themed Joy-Cons you have to buy separately for another $100. Meanwhile, the original was $40 and even came with the Wii remote. A special colored Wii remote. And then there was a version with like an art book and a soundtrack CD for like $60 back then, I think it was. That included all of that too. And they're like, nah, now we're gonna charge you even more and give you less. Twilight Prince, yeah, that one was on the Wii U with the Amiibo, I know. It's ridiculous.
Even crazier is the game wasn't even that good.
Again, it's not about being good anymore. This isn't a niche hobby for a specific audience. It's squeeze the most money out of the most people possible.
Exactly.
Appeal to everyone and thus appeal to no one.
Older games
yep.
felt like they were made for a niche audience, which allowed their creative vision to shine because they were making
yep.
these tailored experiences to an extremely specific audience.
Yeah, the specific audience being young men. Now we're aiming at everybody because, again, games cost so much to make and people want to expand their horizons so far out that they're appealing to no one and losing everyone.
Well, and even within just young males, we've talked about it at length, but remember the times where you were a nerd for being into games. I know Zoomers can't fathom this, where all guys weren't into games like it is now. Now, you even have your normie games where even the non-quote-unquote gamers are going to play the yearly
yep.
Call of Duty, Madden, FIFA, etc.
Right. There used to be a stigma attached to it. You had to pay a price for entry, which was getting wedgies.
And
yep.
swirlies every now and then, if they were unmerciful. Luckily, the two of us were heavy enough that was never a problem.
Now, moving on to our next point. Older games were often these really tight, linear, and highly curated experiences.
Exactly.
Now, as we talked about before, it's like everything is moving towards this open world design, and it's really
And
frustrating
more
to see
emphasis
it
on playing
because it
tournaments
loses a
and
lot of its
multiplayer with your
longevity
favorite
whenever you
team
go open
and
world
properly
and
licensed team.
start
Oh, I
getting really
see.
formulaic. Like, by way of example, FromSoft games for the longest time have been these very linear, very carefully crafted experiences,
Yep.
right up until the point where you hit Elden Ring. When FromSoft made an open world game, that's whenever you started seeing a ton of problems that you didn't really have in older titles, like progression or balancing or
Yep.
replayability. A lot of these problems were solved, and yet for whatever reason, because we're chasing trends, we
Yep,
open
they
these
chase a
problems
trend
back
and they
up.
make a new
But
problem.
Kodo, an open world in the Souls universe, that's revolutionary.
Oh yeah, you won't hear the end of it about the revolutionary open world that's filled with a bunch of samey mines and caves and crypts.
And
Exactly.
repeats of the same boss multiple times over.
But
Yep.
watch someone replay Elden Ring.
Endless
While
repeats of
the
grinding
first
the
play-
same shit over and over and over again.
Through may
Yep.
have been fun. Whenever you look back on other people playing through that game, what they do is they go to the very specific areas to get the items for their build, and
Yep.
they ignore that open world. and rush
Exactly.
straight to
That's what ends up happening. It's like the reality is a lot of people will just go straight to the thing and ignore everything else. And they'll treat it like ticking a checkbox. That's like one of the biggest problems with these things being structured that way. The reality is everyone's just gonna ignore everything, go in a straight line as much as possible to whatever their point of interest that they're looking for is, ignore everything else, and just skip straight there. And then the thing is, like, doing that process is honestly kind of boring to me, if I'm gonna be honest. Because at that point, if I'm just gonna do all that anyways, they might as well just remove it. And speed it up so I can get to where I was trying to do faster. Yeah, the point of least resistance, exactly. The path of least resistance. And, like, that's kind of a problem there. So, like, you end up having, like, you have all this stuff in the design, but all of the design is completely worthless, pointless, and meaningless. So, like, it's no better than having no design at all. Because of that. It's not even a lack of patience, it's just the way they're set up. Because they're basically just encouraging you and setting you up to do that. Even worse when it's in a live service game, and they put like this weird FOMO crap in your face. So now instead, with all the FOMO being thrown at you, you're too busy rushing so you can go after the FOMO that you forget everything else around you and what's there. And that ends up being another new problem. But yeah, there's also the part where they got trained to get stuff instantly. It's just ridiculous, but that's just how it is, man.
to the bosses and go straight to the end. So it renders all of it pointless. Most older games seem a lot more focused than these newer games, and they didn't really overstay their welcome, and they were very, very replayable. I'm thinking of games like...
Exactly. Like, the thing is, I find more replayability out of some older games from, like, 10, 15, 20 years ago. That, like, even though I'm doing, like, replaying just older linear stages over and over again on my own time for the fun of it, I find way more replay value in a lot of those than I found in, like, any of these, like, more modern games. Like, if I'm gonna be honest. And it's like, if I'm gonna go back and play an older game, go back and play another game, I'm gonna probably play one of those much older games instead. Despite having literally hundreds of games in my backlog and stuff like that. In my Steam library, my GOG library, my Epic Games library, my console libraries on the consoles I own and I also own. I have so many games, but I end up going back and playing a bunch of older ones. But yeah. And they were not hard on purpose. Yeah, they were not hard on purpose for the most part. They were more limited based on the hardware for them, yeah. But a lot of those older ones, at least the good ones, they made it work. They found a way to make it work. But now it's just... yeah.
Metal Gear Rising, Fable, Jak and Daxter, Burnout, the first 3 God of War games.
Yeah.
Games like that.
And those games you just mentioned, they have cutscenes, which can still be enjoyable.
Exactly.
But once you've beaten those games for the first time, they still offer a lot in the way of replayability. Well, and I know we touched on the open world game problem a second ago, but even the games that did exist in the past that were open world, such as Morrowind, they played into the mystery of their open world. because they had players use signposts and journals and in-game dialogue to discover new areas.
Yep.
You compare that to modern open-world design games
Oh, boy.
like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and they have this crowded UI, quest markers everywhere, and doing stuff out in the open world.
It literally just ends up becoming a take a checkbox checklist. And it's just like, no, fuck this shit. Alright, like it's not even just that one, right? It's just like literally almost every fucking open world game these days is literally that. Yeah, even Final Fantasy VII, the remake and the Rebirth stuff have it. I didn't bother with Rebirth. I didn't like the first part of Final Fantasy VII remake. And I'm like, just basically like, yeah, no, this thing was just garbage. I'm just not gonna bother with the rest. And I don't know how the hell who the fuck, the dentage writers and stuff it was that made it, man. They made some of the most freaking retarded, most brain-dead characters, especially with their dialogue. It's like, every time one of the main characters in the cast spoke, I felt like I was losing freaking neurons. I felt like my IQ was being reduced significantly every time Cloud, Tifa, or whoever was speaking. Because of what was going on out of them. And some of the things they were doing. Like, that was my entire experience, and like, my own like reaction when the plate fell at that part of the game was like, that's what they fucking deserve. Not like, oh shit, no, the plate fell, all these people died and whatever. No, I'm like, nah, this is what you all deserve. That was my reaction instead. Like, I just couldn't be bothered to give a fuck. For like getting an emotional attachment or whatever, just because of just how painfully annoying and unbearable they were. At least for me. I never played the originals, but like, I don't think I'll ever bother or care to touch the originals after what the remake put me through, the first part. Let alone bothering to do the rest of it when they eventually finish it. Shit was already bad enough that they took one game and split it up into 3 pieces and are selling it to you back piece by piece. But yeah.
It feels more like a checklist than a truly open world that you're there to explore.
That does feel like what a lot of open world games have devolved into. Well, that leads us to our next point, that older games tend to be far more gameplay oriented than a lot of these newer games. Now, I'm sure you agree with this, but to me, the focus of gaming should always be the gameplay. Because like, the unique thing about the medium is that I can interact with it and it reacts to me to a certain degree. That's the unique nature of the medium. And whenever we start getting away from that, I think we're losing something. Because now we're constantly being inundated with all these movie games that insist on making you suffer through.
Yep, they're putting all these movie games stuff out.
Endless cutscenes or walkie-talkie sections.
And the sad thing, a lot of these new Sony-style movie-type games, like your newer God of War games or the Uncharted series and The Last of Us, obviously those games do have gameplay, but they force you to constantly engage in ways that you don't want to. That take
I blame
you
them
out
too,
of the
man.
game. I've got no issue with cutscenes, but it feels like you're in a cutscene or in a pseudo-cutscene walking scene as much as you're actually playing the game, if not more.
Oh, I hate that. Well, and I'm not saying these things shouldn't exist, because I think you can do it right, but it needs to be...
Yeah, it's not that they shouldn't exist, they could do it right, it's just... they're completely forgetting the rest of the point.
Exception rather than the rule. Like, for example, I think both of us really appreciate the game Soma. It's a good game, it has a good story, I can appreciate what it does.
Okay.
The point is that if you're gonna do that it needs to be done very carefully and with great care if you're gonna do it at all.
It puts the stakes of what's happening on you being in control, even though you're not fighting.
Why go to cinema?
Or, you know, solving.
Heck, why even go to cinema when you can go buy a freaking pair of glasses and get your own private one? Right? I mean, like, you could just go buy your own of these things, and it'll give you the experience. Except now you can lie down in your bed. But like, yeah, you plug it into your phone with your USB-C connection, go play up your whatever. Or hook it up to your computer, your game console or whatever, and just and play it that way. I don't know. These are great though. I don't know, man. I've been using like my own of these, the ones that I have, a lot. I've been using them a lot. Like I've been using these like almost daily to watch certain things. But yeah, like when I'm just gonna watch some stuff, sometimes like I will just use these, put something on, and just lie down in bed. And it's just great. But like, yeah. Last of Us gameplay is pretty much cover shooter with dumb AI, and Uncharted puzzles. What puzzles? The NPCs just spoil them. Exactly. Did they do that in God of War now too as well? The thing is, they're even doing that in the God of War stuff too. So it's just like,
Complicated puzzles. Another big point that I feel like modern games fail on, where older games did a much better job, are the animations. This one's particularly head-scratching because we've made so much progress in technology. I mean, just look no further than something like Spyro the Dragon from 1998. And the characters in that game are somehow so much more expressive than a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows, which just came out this year and was delayed multiple times. The difference in technology between these two games is night and day, and yet one with comparably archaic technology ended up having characters that were far more expressive.
Yeah, the only time Assassin's Creed Shadows has good facial animations is when Yasuke's looking at another dude.
When he's scoping out his
that is hilarious.
Not at all. Yeah, you can miss me with all that mocap tech and photorealistic graphics. Just give me good animations.
Exactly.
What are we doing? More than just the animations, though.
It looks
not
the
only did older
camera
games have better
too.
facial animations, but they also had a better understanding of people and character. Because we're both a big fan of the Gears of War series, particularly the first 3 games before the series fell off a cliff. I mean, compare Coltrane in the first 3 games to Dell in Gears of War 4 and 5.
Cole, he is kind of a caricature of the over-the-top bombastic black guy, but we've known people like this. He's a very real-feeling character.
Yes. I mean, every one of us who have been in a high school football team, you have a Coltrane there.
Okay.
Maybe not as exaggerated, but you know a guy like that. And Dell? I mean, Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder makes for a more convincing black guy than Dell. What are we doing?
What do you mean, you people?
Well, at least he's actually playing into the stereotype.
Damn.
Dell is just Nathan Drake in blackface.
You're this upset about a pinprick?
I have sensitive hands.
And on the point of Coltrane feeling real, I just thought of a great clip of a former NFL player. Tell me this is not the Coltrane right here.
Come on, Joe! Ah! Thank you, baby! Let's go! It's got to be a triple coupon day! Wow!
My blood pressure's rising even thinking about Dell. I'm glad I killed him.
I know, man. That wasn't a good choice.
You've made your choice!
Yeah, boy.
Speaking of bad character work and a failure to understand characters that people are invested in and want to get to know, Saints Row used to actually have some edgy humor and characters that were actually characters, but now, oh man, it is filled with the most milquetoast, safest Reddit humor that you've ever seen.
Hey, the wage slave is back.
How was your first day? Were the other mercenaries nice to you? You know, as far as hired killers go, I'd give them a 7.
Most of the characters in that game, in the new Saints Row, they're boring millennial college students who talk about nothing but social justice and the cost of tuition. Who are these people?
Why would anyone ever want to play as these characters?
Exactly.
They're simply self-inserts for either the people who made the game or the people that they're pandering.
Yes. I'm just like you, quirky millennials. I'm in debt as well.
Another issue with the current gaming landscape is that we are just riddled with these shameless remakes and remasters of old games.
Don't even get me started on the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster. Do not get me
That
started.
would be great.
Let it go, man.
We should force them to.
We have multiple videos about it. They butchered the original art style.
They should be forced to, yeah.
They left old bugs in. They destroyed the color palette. Like, that
Yeah.
game is a disaster across the board. And the little piggies drink the slop right up without a second thought. It's infuriating what they've done to my beloved Oblivion.
Well, it's like the meme too, where these new people coming to play the game, longtime Oblivion fan finally plays Oblivion for the first time. All they've ever known about the game is like, haha, funny bugs, and they think that entitles them to help fund the destruction of a beloved old game.
Oh, it's sad to see. It's really sad to see. And I suspect it's because they have no framework, like you say. They don't know what the original Oblivion was like, so they have no point of reference with which to compare the new one.
Or another good example of this is the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Trilogy. This remake has terrible performance, tons of bugs, constant crashing, and they even lack the atmosphere of the original game.
Because they got rid of the
GTA
music.
3, for example, in the remake, it used to be this kind of cool, blue, chill, unique atmosphere.
Yeah.
In the remake, it's overly bright, it's crowded, and it just lacks the atmosphere that the original game's city had. And the audio, a lot of times, sounds super muffled. It just doesn't resemble the original.
But all of them also
Well,
just
the worst part is,
don't have the
I
original
want to be
music.
excited whenever I see a game that I love is now being remade or remastered. I want to give into the hype. I want to think, oh man, what could they do with my favorite IP if they just rework it a little bit or fix the known problems? But the issue is, I do not trust these guys whatsoever
Don't
to
trust
remake
them.
or remaster anything. And this constant trend of them butchering these old IPs for an absurd amount of money just makes me nervous for all the things in the future. Like, this trend has me really worried about the Final Fantasy Tactics remakes that is coming, especially whenever you see that in the trailers, they are promoting that they, and I quote, made adjustments to the story. We all know what that means.
Modern audience?
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm sure Delete is going to be the damsel in distress that gets saved by the strong female character.
Well, and speaking of modern audience, here's the point in the video where all the boiled frogs are going to screech at us in the comments. The Overton window has shifted so far left that people are just numb to propaganda.
Oh yeah, they can't even detect it. And there have been so many franchises that have been ruined by this unceasing plague of liberalism that's attached itself to everything that you love. Like Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Gears of War, God of War. The list is endless. There are so many examples.
Games that started out with a clear vision and derailed into whatever the people of the modern time now think.
There were plenty of politics in older games, but it usually felt more sincere. Like a perfect example is Concerned Ape with Stardew Valley. You have the black scientist trope, you have gay marriage, you have empowered women. You have all the sort of stuff that we would look at and we would say it's woke.
And it is, and we're still going to call it out, but it's not as nefarious as these mega corporations pour millions of dollars each year into pushing their worldview and attempting to demoralize anybody who disagrees.
I mean, now we have to contend with these big consulting companies like Sweet Baby Inc. that exist only to profit off of injecting woke politics in the game. And Sweet Baby Inc. is like the easy example because they're well known, but there's plenty of others that do this as well.
Yep, we got our friends over at Black Girl Gamers who worked on Forspoken. We got Hit Detection, who worked with Remedy and Bloober Team. And then my personal favorite, Gamer X, G-A-Y-M-E-R, who worked with Dead by Daylight, who has a great pro-LGBTQ plus AI community.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
We'll end with this. New games are a huge waste of time and money when there are plenty of better, older games that exist. I mean, why on earth would you spend $70 or now $80 on a product that probably won't even work at launch? It takes up all the space on your hard drive and most likely will undermine some of your values. Why would you do that? Or whenever you have access to these quality older titles?
I can tell you why. How are you going to know the latest new release that changed Asmongold's life if you don't buy it?
Asmongold's life gets changed more than his shirt does. What are we doing?
Yeah,
well, on top of the older games, just
more
pretty
than
much
his
being better
shirt.
across the board.
That's
One of the things I love
hilarious.
about the older games is there's no social pressure attached to them. Whether it's FOMO, or feeling like you have to follow a narrative to fit in, or missing out on hype, or whatever the case is. You can play older games and enjoy them without any fear of these social repercussions while you simply wait for the new hot thing to go on sale if you simply have to buy the slop. But I don't recommend it.
Well, and luckily with the current gaming landscape, if you wait 2 weeks, whatever the newest, most hyped up current game is, everyone will have forgotten about by that point. And for that reason, why not just go play an old game, start working through your backlog, while you wait for the new current thing to go on sale if you feel like you've got to play it.
Fish hunger alert function in the aquarium. A function added where a red notification appears on the fullness level of your fish. God damn. They added a notification hidden on your fish aquarium. For like the 2 people who do fishing still in ToF. They actually have a thing there to track their hunger level. That's something. I did not even know that. But cool, I guess. That's another one off the list. Wait, we're just slowly going through all of this. Wait, we already did that one. Well, we looked at something similar to that one. So that's fine. People who hype up Uma Musume Pretty Derby. What is this?
Come on, Haru! Come on! Come. Oh my god, I got a lot of money on this. Come on!
No! Why are you screaming?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Bro, what is this?
Bro, you haven't heard of this game? Bro, you living under a rock?
This horse racing?
Bro, it's called Uma Musume. This is the hottest thing right now, man. It's anime girls for horse racing.
Bro, you betting on horses?
Dude, this shit is crazy. Come on, Haru! Haru, come on!
Well, this is making gacha games about anything.
Oh my god, bro. Oh! Yo, who's that? What the? No!
That's pretty high, not gonna lie. That was pretty high.
Come on, bro! I'm gonna have to take out another low, bro, because he's not fast enough! Fuck! Yeah! Wait, yo, you got $20? Yo, come on, man, I need it.
Bro, did you bet real money on this?
I need to put it on Haru, bro. She's gonna win this time, I promise. She's winning. She's winning, bro. Come on, man, I need the money.
I ain't got no money.
I need the money.
Nah, you can just...
Come on! Damn it! Alright, it's all good. Come on, Haru, you got it. Come on, you got it. You got it this time.
Jesus. All right, we need to talk about this game because it's got everybody acting like that. So, what even is it? Well, this game, Uma Musume Pretty Derby, is a gacha game. And yeah, I know it's a gacha game, but just bear with me. It's a game where you're basically like this anime prototype horse trainer guiding these super cute horse anime girls to the top of Japan's racing scene. It's basically like a simulation game, but on steroids. And the steroids is the strategy that goes behind it. You gotta train your horse girls, manage your horse girls, and compete with other anime horse girls. And it's more addicting than you would expect. There's rivalries that are created and heartwarming moments with your horse waifus. You get hooked from trying to perfect your training regimens, mastering the racing aspect, and climbing the leaderboard. And it quite literally feels like a drug when you win. Trust me, I'm not joking.
Please, Goldie, please, no ultimate needed. She saves it for next game. Let's go.
It's not like other gacha games. This game has challenging, thrilling, and adorable aspects. It's not just a game where you build units and win. So how exactly does the gameplay work? Well, to keep it simple, you basically train your anime horse girls, build their stats, and compete in races. The game has a unique blend of strategy and simulation where you'll basically need to do things like manage your horse girls' energy levels, their mood, and build their skills to make them faster than the others. The game actually has a ton of more depth than you would expect, but at the same time, it's not too overwhelming. You'll get to know each horse girl's personality, their strengths and weaknesses, and use that knowledge to make them even better to win races. The game takes a bunch of strategy, skill, and honestly, a little bit of luck. You even get to race against other trainers' horses, but when you play it, or even when you just see it, you immediately realize that that's not the only reason why this game is blowing up everywhere. The game is absolutely taking over social media right now, and honestly, I'm not surprised. And typically, like on Steam, when a game comes out, the game's player base starts to go down instead of going up. But this one's going up. It's just not surprising because this game has this energy that makes watching clips so amusing, it makes you want to try it out for yourself. But it's not just the gameplay that gets people addicted. It's things like the anime style visuals, the lovable characters, and the way the game brings it all together. You've got these anime horse girls that are just adorable and quirky, and you just can't help but fall in love with them. Platonically, obviously. And the way the game developers made the story and the characters, it almost feels perfect. Then there's one of my favorite parts, the competitive aspect of it, which has the leaderboards and the ranking. Players pretty much have to try and do whatever they can to get the best horses, make their horses the best, and move up the leaderboard. It's a game that taps into the competitive spirit, and it's really fun to watch. Take all the clips online, for example. And honestly, the biggest aspect is the community behind it. The people and fans that are super passionate, dedicated, sharing anything they can about the game, causing a domino effect for even more people to think about downloading it.
Yo, I got you a gift. It's from Japan.
Bro, is this chocolate from Japan?
Oh yeah, I just had to visit the Real Horse Haru in Japan because, you know, she was fucking up too much. So just had to make sure she was in tip-top shape.
Wait, they're real horses?
Oh yeah, she's a real
Yep,
horse.
the real horses,
Just had
yep.
to make sure that she was good because she don't get enough screen time in the anime.
Wait,
so
it's
I had
anime too?
So I had to, you know, I had to go to Japan. You know, what else could I do?
What are you talking
about? I'm gonna go because I gotta make sure she win, you know what I mean? So enjoy your chocolate from Mount Fuji, by the way. You know, hook my boy up.
I do like Kit Kats.
Okay.
So yeah, apparently there's lore with these horse waifus too.
Yeah.
And it gets pretty deep. Pause. It's like they're based on real life Japanese horse racing history, but with a twist. Each horse girl has their own story, personality, and struggles, and some of them tug your heart when you learn about them, make you want to play them even more. The way the developers put together the stories of these anime horse girls, incorporating real life racing history and mythology, it's just really well done. Just take Haru Urara's story for example. She's basically this underdog horse who's never won a race in real life. And whenever people learn about this, they basically started to use her in the game to make her win by any means possible. Just her story alone shows the game's ability to create good characters and compelling stories while relating them to real life horses. It's not just about winning or losing, it's about the journey, the struggle, and the growth while keeping it somewhat realistic. And Haru Urara's story is one that keeps people invested, having people screaming at their screens anytime she's running. And the lore doesn't just stop at the horse girls themselves. It's the entire world they've created. They've got training facilities, racetracks, and it's all got this unique charm. You'll feel like you're actually a trainer in the world doing whatever you can to bring these anime horse girls to life. And speaking of bringing the anime horse girls to life, there's literally an anime about it. It's like stepping into the same world as a game, but with a whole new level of emotion that's animated. You get to see the horse horses' personalities in ways that feel pretty realistic and true to their characters, which then also gets you more invested in the game. And the anime doesn't just bring the game to life, it adds its own special touch to it, adding in funny moments and the adversity the horse girls go through to make the story even more compelling. It's honestly worth giving it a shot if you're interested. And no, this is not an ad. It's just a great way to experience the world of Uma Musume, learn more about it, and it just shows how well the creators captured the core of the game. The characters in the anime are more than just horse girls. They're complex, lovable, and relatable. You'll get to see them grow, learn, and overcome challenges just like in the game in ways that feel both surprising and inevitable. And the way the anime balances humor, drama, and suspense, it's pretty surprising how well they do it. So like I said, it is a gacha game, but it's not your traditional gacha game, because the game itself has a unique vibe that sets it apart from other gachas. If you think about it, you got games like Wuthering Waves and Genshin Impact that are all about exploration and action. You have games like Honkai Star Rail and Ethereal Restart that are based off turn-based action and are pretty predatory. But Uma Musume is more about building a relationship with these lovable anime horse girls and taking them up the leaderboards. It's like you got all of this character development and racing strategy that you can just explore and immerse yourself into. And if you feel like you're not really invested, whenever you find the anime horse waifu that you want, you get really, really invested. It's completely different from other gacha games, and honestly, it's pretty refreshing. It's just all so well done. The gameplay, the game itself, the characters, the anime, it's just a treat to indulge in. It's just a game where you got these horse girls, these racetracks, the facilities, and just races that just happen, and it's a treat to play. And that's what makes Uma Musume feel so magical. It's not the fact that it's a game, it's the fact that it's a whole experience. Which, by the way, I haven't seen Hakenwall. Is he still betting on Haru?
Oh.
Yo, where is he at? Wait, is that a hat? How is he?
They're being interested in research. Why is he?
Thank God I didn't bet on him.
Okay, that one was funny. The ending was funny. Alright, the ending there was funny. Why was I sent this thing here? I probably don't give a fuck. But apparently I was sent stuff on this shit too, here. What is this? Some sort of thingy here? What is this about? Yeah, I don't care anymore. I scrubbed through an outfit, I'm like, I don't care. Like, I just do not care. Wait, Subnautica is, trying to sue their parent company owner? What the fuck is this? Okay, this one sounds crazy. Like, yeah, like, that's just the reality. That's how I look at most of these gacha games, like, oh, I don't care. And then I close off. Because it's probably gonna be shit anyways, just like all the other ones. Okay.
Yeah, I just used the restroom, and you can probably hear my toilet refilling right now.
Sure.
What I've done is called a metaphor. That toilet represents the games industry.
Yeah.
And we are but the pipes forced to swallow the pee that is being flushed down our throats from these greedy corporations that control it.
Yeah.
And as the toilet refills, it symbolizes how the businesses continuously recharge their greed capacitors to come up with new ways of fucking us in the face.
Sounds
Also,
about right.
I may not have washed my hands, but that too is because it's a metaphor. These piss paws represent a deeper theme that the layman couldn't possibly understand. No need to get in the weeds of that. Point is, I am constantly surprised at how corrupt the games industry is. I just learned about what's going on with Subnautica 2, and it is so messy. So, Krafton is a multi-billion-dollar publisher that purchased the developers of Subnautica Unknown Worlds, and in their agreement, as part of a I'm having a Porky Pig moment. As part of a $500 million purchase, about $250 million was going to be allocated as bonus payout should they hit some targeted goals, some milestones. From out of nowhere, Krafton put their shaft in and effectively fired 3 key leaders of Unknown Worlds. The CEO,
of course they
the
did.
director, and co-founder. 3 positions had all just been poofed away. And now it's come out that one of the motivating factors could have been that they were trying to avoid paying out a alleged $250 million bonus.
Yeah, I'm not
that they would have been
surprised.
entitled to if they had released Subnautica 2 into early access like they
Of
had planned
course.
on. Mainly for those 3 members there. They would see the majority of it. So the theory is that Krafton wanted to avoid paying all of that, so they fired them and then pushed the game to 2026. It's been delayed, so it's going to miss those milestones. Pretty convenient to save 250 million clams.
Exactly.
So a lot of people are very up in arms about this, not only from firing these 3 key leaders, but also for what seems to be the actual underlying reason in a lot of people's eyes. Now, Krafton has issued a statement today that is casting a lot of doubt on the leaders here that were let go, and it's got the community kind of split. It was a scathing statement that they put out. Now, before I dive even deeper in here, I would like to make a mention of something that I think is extremely important.
That's crazy.
GamerSubs
Just
has
fire
Cans
them.
Baby, and Goof Juice is one of 3.
Just to get
so
out of it.
Canned GamerSubs is finally here, and Goof Juice has made its premiere. This is the best fucking energy drink flavor ever made. I always liked it in powder form, but in can form it's even better. I do want to make a mention though, this is not sugar-free. So you will not be drinking this for like health benefits or anything like that.
Yep.
You will be getting Goof Juice because it is an elixir of the gods that tastes incredible and gives you a lot of energy.
Sure.
I drink it for my pre-workout. Anyway though, I won't gush too long on it. It's available now. I'll put a link to it in the description, and it will be available in stores and physical locations either today or sometime soon. I'm not exactly sure on the timeline. But we've been chugging the cans since we got them. They're really fucking good. But anyway, back to something that's not good, and that's what's happening with Subnautica 2. Let me show you the statement from Krafton here. Understandably, Krafton has been catching more shit than a construction site porta potty, and they put out this statement. Inevitable leadership change driven by project abandonment despite holding 90% of earnout for themselves. So this is them trying to
Okay, I'm
defend their
gonna go
decision
kill
to
Queen
release
Zeno.
these 3 key positions. First and foremost, we sincerely thank you for your continued support, passion, and unwavering dedication to Subnautica. Background of leadership change. Krafton deeply values Subnautica's unique creativity and immersive world building. To provide fans with even better gaming experiences, we acquired Unknown Worlds, fully committed to supporting their future success.
Yeah,
they go on
acquired
to like
them,
why they
sure.
snatched up this company. They can use a lot of words here, but the main thing is they saw how much money they stood to make by having this under their umbrella. They then talk about how they purchased for 500 million, but approximately 90% of it, approximately 90% of up to 250 million was for the 3 executives that they had just now let go. Now they explain why. Regrettably, the former leadership abandoned the responsibilities entrusted to them. Subnautica 2 was originally planned for early access launch in early 2024, but the timeline has since been significantly delayed. Krafton made multiple requests to Charlie and Max to resume their roles as game director and technical director respectively, but both declined to do so. In particular, following the failure of Moonbreaker, Krafton asked Charlie to devote himself to the development of Subnautica 2. However, instead of participating in the game development, he chose to focus on a personal film project. I'm going to take a brief pause here, a little intermission. I believe this is the personal film project Krafton is referring to. Abyssal Films is a new film production company from the creator of Subnautica, and this is the work, Nutmeg and Mistletoe, and an AI-generated poster to promote it. Myself and a small team are making an independent Christmas comedy together. Think of it like a spiritual successor to Elf. It's warm, funny, and has tons of heart. We're hoping to get a couple SNL vets to act in it as well. If that claim is true, that he abandoned Subnautica 2 to work on a Christmas comedy with AI posters out the wazoo, that would be the craziest fucking plot twist.
Yep.
Moonbreaker, I'd never heard of before, but I looked into it. Apparently, almost all the criticism around that game was solely because of the microtransactions that were just ham-fisted into it, which seems like it was a decision from Krafton, not so much them, like the actual developers. So they kind of like throw that nugget in here like, well, after Moonbreaker fucking flopped and collapsed, all because they're bad developers, we asked if you could focus on maybe something good. Even though it seems like it was the Krafton DNA that ruined that with microtransactions, at least as I understand it. Keep in mind, I am very unfamiliar with Moonbreaker, but that's what I've been reading. Krafton believes that the absence of core leadership has resulted in repeated confusion in direction and significant delays in the overall project schedule. The current early access version also falls short in terms of content volume. We're deeply disappointed by the former leadership's conduct, and above all, we feel a profound sense of betrayal by their failure to honor the trust placed in them by our fans. I like how they say our fans. No one's fans of Krafton. They were fans of Unknown Worlds, and now they're just adopting those fans. You've disappointed the Krafton loyalists, the enthusiasts of Krafton that we've worked so hard to build. Krafton's full support for the dedicated development team. To uphold our commitment to provide you with the best possible gaming experience, we made the difficult yet necessary decision to change the executive leadership. Subnautica 2 has been and continues to be actively developed by a dedicated core team who share genuine passion, accountability, and commitment to the game. We deeply respect their expertise and creativity, and will continue to provide full and unwavering support, enabling them to focus solely on developing the exceptional game you deserve. And then it basically goes into now the second part about how they want fair and equitable compensation for all remaining Unknown Worlds employees who have continuously and tirelessly contributed to Subnautica 2's development, and that they believe it needs to be, rewarded. But not the 3 key members that they've fired. That 250 million, well, that's fizzled out. So whatever they're promising to the remaining employees, I bet it's not to the tune of $250 million. Somehow they were able to weasel their way out of that huge paycheck. Now, what I found really interesting here is just how direct this is. This actually reads like fucking internet content creator beef. They are actually coming out here airing dirty laundry and just being blunt. Like, they abandoned the project. They would not work on it. They weren't doing the job that we'd expect them to do, like delivering this quality for early access that we want them to deliver, so we fired them. That's really harsh. And in response to this, they are filing a lawsuit against them. But I will say, to be that direct, it leads me to believe that there might be more to this story than what people initially thought was going on here. Charlie Cleveland, Max McGuire, and former CEO Ted Gill are filing a lawsuit against Krafton amid an increasingly bitter row over $250 million bonus. In a statement, Cleveland called recent events an explosive and surreal time and told fans anxiously waiting to play Subnautica 2 that they all deserve the full story. So as for timeline, Krafton acquired them in 2021. They were told they'd be operating independently. Then they brought in a former Striking Distance CEO named Steve Papoutsis, and then Ted Gill, Charlie Cleveland, and Max McGuire were replaced effective immediately. Cleveland expressed his shock, saying, "After all these years to find out that I'm no longer able to work at the company I started stings." Krafton is sticking to their guns, saying that this decision had nothing to do with any contractual or financial considerations and was solely in response to feedback from playtests, and that delay talks were already on the table before those three were even outed, and that even after multiple requests, Cleveland and McGuire just declined to like resume work on Subnautica 2 in the way that Krafton wanted them to, which I feel like that's a little odd, especially since $250 million was still on the table to hit these goals. I feel like they would be highly motivated to continue work on it instead of just spontaneously deciding, like, no, we don't want that, and crossing their arms. But anyway, in response to all of this, they're filing this lawsuit. As I wrote last week, we know in our souls that the game is ready for early access. That's just how we roll, and we'd like nothing more than for you to play it. Game devs live for this, but it's not currently under our control. We filed a lawsuit against Kraft, and the details should eventually become at least mostly public. You all deserve the full story. Suing a multi-billion-dollar company in a painful, public, and possibly protracted way was certainly not on my bucket list, but this needs to be made right. Subnautica has been my life's work, and I would never willingly abandon it or the amazing team that has poured their hearts into it. As for the earnout, the idea that Max, Ted, and I wanted to keep it all for ourselves is totally untrue. I'm in this industry because I love it, not for riches. Historically, we've always shared our profits with the team and did the same when we sold the studio. You can be damn sure we'll continue with the earnout bonus as well. They deserve it for all their incredible work trying to get this great game into your hands. Stay tuned. So now fans have responded to this, saying that they need to boycott Subnautica 2. Now while the sentiment in the community has been mostly against Krafton and in support of them, there is of course a conversation that needs to be had, and a lot of people are discussing it, about what kind of product were they going to release. Maybe it really isn't in the best state. With $250 million on the table, encouraging them to push out the game, maybe they were highly motivated to just get something out as quickly as possible to reach that goal. So fans are saying, like, it's hard to know, like, who's 100% right and wrong when it comes to this game of he said, she said, but with 250 hanging in limbo, relying solely upon, like, these milestones, these targets, there is a chance that they might have just tried to, like, push this bird out of the nest before it was ready to fly and deliver a subpar Subnautica 2 early access. It's possible, but we don't know. And now we'll never know because they got fired and this got delayed. Really though, personally, I just can't imagine them just all of a sudden spontaneously deciding to stop working on Subnautica 2. They were the ones that stood to gain the most here. 250 million doubloons on the table. If they push out a good product that could reach these goals, I feel like that would be their sole focus. Like, of course, I don't know. I wasn't a fly on the wall at the office, but it just seems so odd that they would just stop, abandon it to, or at least one of them, focus on a fucking Christmas movie. That is not an allegation or anything either. He is apparently making that. Those are AI-generated posters, and it seems like something he is, like, really going hog wild with. But I don't think... Like, I don't know this guy, I'm not gonna try and, like, analyze him. I don't think he would then prioritize that fucking movie that is most likely not going to do very well in the first place. There's not, like, a huge hankering for more Christmas comedies. I don't think he would make that his priority over delivering Subnautica 2. But there is really a chance that the truth is somewhere in the middle there, that maybe they really did stop working so hard on Subnautica 2 and it started to flounder a bit, and that's what led to this. It's possible. We don't know, and we'll never know.
Yeah,
but I will say, the only one that benefits from this is Krafton. The players don't benefit from any of this. The developers don't benefit from any of this. Krafton does. They just saved $250 million, and they are still going to get Subnautica 2 at the end of the day, just at a later time frame than they wanted. Anyway, though, you can see how this is such a huge fucking mess here. And like I said, it is very interesting that Crafton was so direct here with these accusations against them, like just airing all of this out. It leads me to believe they might have like some concrete proof to support those claims, and now they're being sued for it, so they will likely have to defend themselves, and they might have something to prove it, or it really is all just a bunch of fucking barnacles, and Crafton was extraordinarily greedy, trying to save that $250 million by fucking the team. We don't know yet. But I am glued to this story now that I've learned about it. It is fascinating. Anyway, that's about it.
Let me kill Queen Zeno. Alright, time to loot this thing again. What did you guys do to my algorithm now? Now we're getting this crap in here. Okay. Oh, we got that out of the way. There's more shit in here. But, yeah. The sad state of anime games. I kind of want to see this one. Alright, what's this thing about?
I've been a gamer for way longer than I've been an anime fan. So when I first got into anime around 2019, and instead of watching the big shows like Naruto, Attack on Titan, and Demon Slayer, which was absolutely popping off during the time, I got into shows like Sword Art, Danmachi, and Shield Hero. Now aside from the fact that these shows fall in the category of I'm 16 and this is deep, they all share one common theme, gaming. So it's only natural I find myself gravitating towards these shows, but while watching these characters explore these beautiful worlds, fighting bosses, and leveling up, I found myself wanting to do the same. So why don't I? The fast and frenetic nature of anime mixed with the interactivity of gaming seemed like a match made in heaven to me. So I started looking for a game that had similar aspects to the things I enjoyed about these shows. The most important one being an anime art style, so this meant games like Devil May Cry or Nier Automata were off the list, even though they're both heavily anime-inspired games. They were just missing that 2D cel-shaded look and the bug eyes the art style is known for. But I was confident I'd find something matching those aspects since the library of anime seemed endless. So it'd be the same thing with anime games, right? So at the end of my search, I found an absolutely tremendous and humongous amount of 2 games. Brand Blue Fantasy Relink and Blue Protocol, which at the time were nowhere close to releasing or had been absolutely murdered by their publisher. You see, in 2019, anime games were primarily dominated by turn-based experiences, visual novels, and hentai games. Like a lot of hentai games.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I love turn-based games now. My favorite game series is turn-based. But if you try to sit down my Fortnite-rotted 16-year-old self,
at least you
it
picked
just
something
wasn't gonna
that
happen.
isn't Papega.
Visual novels are, well,
Cool.
novels, so I wouldn't really classify them as games the same way I wouldn't classify reading a Twisted Journeys book as gameplay. And no, I will not be playing Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash for more than 7 hours. Sure, there's the Tales of and East series, but the Tales of series had instance action combat in a very linear open world, and East looked dated as hell. So to my 16-year-old self, I
East looked very dated, but East is great.
just wrote it off for being dated. I mean, there was only one other game at the time that came close to what I wanted, Breath of the Wild, but that game was locked behind the Nintendo Switch, and I wasn't about to buy a whole new game console for a singular game, so I gave up. Felt like I looked everywhere.
Oh boy, gotcha.
During my search, I found a handful of anime games that were on my phone. Now, mobile games during this time were just starting to get taken more seriously, with the release of big IPs like COD, Fortnite, and PUBG getting mobile versions, pushing the limit of what was possible on mobile devices. So how are the anime games on mobile? So I'll just show you.
Oh yeah, those ones first?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Safe to say, these games were nowhere close to what I was looking for, and all of them fell under a category I'd never heard of before. Gotcha. These games were kind of like creature collectors, but the creatures are anime girls, and the way you got them was through this loot box system, which every gamer at the time, including me, hated. To me, these seem like very cheaply thrown together games, designed to squeeze you for every last drop of money you own. But there was one game that caught my attention, Honkai Impact 3rd. Now, where did the first and second impact go? It's best not to ask these types of questions. Compared to the rest of the competition, Honkai looked like an actual game. It wasn't a 2D auto battler, it was a full 3D hack and slash action game, something the genre was even lacking on other platforms. Hell, it even had its own official PC launcher, which was why I even ended up playing it. Not for that long, mind you, probably like a couple of days, but I enjoyed my time with it. It was just designed with mobile in mind, so this meant short levels that would get repetitive during long play sessions. And the gear progression system being locked behind the gacha was just a massive turnoff to me. And you got it twisted if you think I'm gonna spend my precious time playing a mobile game. If you ever catch me playing one of these, we've probably already crossed the pearly gates. Pearly gates? Wait, what's that sound?
Oh, yes.
When I first saw gameplay of Genshin, I absolutely imploded. You're telling me that there's this new anime game with a huge open world, engaging action combat, RPG mechanics, and multiplayer all at my favorite price tag free? Genshin was the first of its kind in this genre. Nothing else at the time captured the polish and scale that this game had. Except Breath of the Wild, but we don't talk about that part. I was desperately craving for a game like Genshin, and I thought that this game would occupy my time while I waited for these ones to come out. But after a couple of weeks with the game, the cracks started to show. For starters, the game had a very small amount of story content at launch, with dialogue so mind-numbing that I ignored most of it. Combat was fun at first, but became dull once you realized that you're just mashing the attack button over and over again while waiting for your skills to charge up or come off cooldown. The only engaging part of the combat was the elemental reactions, which added some depth, but in order to proc any of these elements, most characters have to use, you guessed it, their skills. Except for a few exceptions.
And this is just the result of, like, all the combat and all these freaking gacha games, man. They're shit. Let's be real. They're varying degrees of shit. That's just the reality. Right? Like, that's just the reality.
But out of all the problems I had with the game, none of them came close to the hatred I have for time-gated content.
Oh, yes.
Picture this. You just finished exploring the 2 zones, collected every last one of these floating orbs to max out your stamina. What is there left for you to do? You could level up your characters. Oh wait, the essential materials you need are tied to this stupid ass energy system. Okay, I'll just go grind domains for better artifacts. Psych! Better cough up that resin. Fine, I'll just level up my weapons and character skills. Oh wait, you need this specific item to level up a skill. Well, you're shit out of luck, because that item is only available on 2 days of the week. And you're still gonna need this. This singular mechanic is what killed the game for me. You couldn't just grind the game at your own pace. Instead, the game would control how much you could progress in a certain amount of time. This led to play sessions feeling more like a job than an actual game.
Exactly, and this is the problem, and this is why all these people have the mentality of trying to maintain an account, because this is just the reality. You're not playing the game anymore, you're doing this. You're dealing with this shit instead.
Forcing you to log in daily just to make sure you don't miss out on a resource that you desperately needed. Add the gacha system on top of this, which was the only way to get new characters and good weapons, and the whole thing just screamed, "Give me your money." So I stopped playing. I would hop on every once in a while just to see what was new, but I never stuck around for long. It was just a shame too. Genshin was revolutionary at the time, not just for mobile games, but anime games as a whole. It set the bar high for what an anime game could be, and its success showed that there was a market for high budget anime games like Genshin. I just hope future game devs would take the game's strengths, all while ditching the predatory monetization and FOMO mechanics. But I'm sure later down the line we'll be flooded with fully fledged high budget PC and console experiences. Let's just give them a couple of years. I'm sure someone will take a crack at it.
Nope. 5 years later, still nothing. Still nothing.
Alright, it's been a little over half a decade since Genshin. Let's see what we got. Ooh, this one looks sick. Kinda looks like a blend of GTA with some supernatural themes going on. This one seems to be doing the same thing, but they have the web streaming mechanics similar to Spider-Man. I gotta check this one out. And holy shit, this one looks so good. The graphics, animation, the whole Victorian setting looks sick. Oh, and it seems like I can pre-register for the game. Say less. Choose a platform? Wait, iOS and Android? Don't tell me. What about the other two? That's fine, these are just upcoming games. I'm sure the ones currently out will be...
No.
Well, It seems like game devs did exactly what I was hoping they'd do, take Genshin as a template and make their own games around the parts that made it great.
Except they also took all the worst
all
parts.
handy dandy now, doesn't it? Except for the fact that they took every element that made that game bad. Energy systems, little to no content at launch, and that godforsaken gacha system, where once again is your only way to get new characters and weapons. You know, the whole appeal of these games. And I'm not trying to paint it as if we haven't got any good premium releases in the last couple of years. Off the top of my head, we got Tales of Arise, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and Metaphor Refantasio. But for every one of these premium titles we get, I feel like 5 new gacha games get announced or released. But why?
And then all the ones that get announced and released end up still having some of these problems. Yep. So instead, like, the reality is, for me to even bother with them, they have to be good enough where I'm willing to tolerate with the problems. But that's just the problem, they're not. They're not good enough. So the reality is, I'm not gonna bother with a lot of them.
Why are we getting more gacha games than AAA experiences? Money. Oh boy, is it money.
Yep.
Despite most gamers hating gacha, the market is huge, bringing in literal billions of dollars a month. Genshin made $1.9 billion in its first year alone, 19 times the amount it cost to develop and market it. In 2.5 weeks, Withering Waves made over 800 million won, which when converted is about $8 USD. These games print money, and unlike their one-and-done counterparts, these games will continue to print money well after their release. And some of the bigger companies are starting to take note, to the point where they're taking a crack at the gacha market. The first truly new Persona game in 9 years is a mobile gacha spin-off. The creator of the Danganronpa series helped create the world and setting for, you guessed it, a gacha game. And one of my most anticipated games ever, Blue Protocol, which got shut down before it even made it to the West, got revived as, you guessed it, a gacha game.
Exactly.
This influx of gacha...
What's funny is, so far the only hope this guy has is if he gets to play the no gacha top. The no gacha top server. That so far we only know is CN only. And we still haven't seen how the hell that's gonna get set up. Though to be fair, like, eventually you get to a point where it's like, literally, if it wasn't for the fucking condoms here, this entire tab would be useless. Same with this thing over here. This entire thing would be effectively useless if it wasn't for the fact that this thing gives you condoms. No, COA has all the things that he hates. The guy was talking about. COA has all of those problems, but worse. Like, it's like so fucked. And yeah, it's like, I had those problems too, and it got in the way of doing literally anything.
Gacha games is genuinely so mind-boggling to me. Like, guys, I thought we were against loot box mechanics. Who is funding and playing these games? Wait, why am I playing these games? Truly open-world anime games are practically non-existent outside the gacha sphere, other than like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Despite how much I enjoy the East series for its action combat, it comes nowhere close to the fluidity and polish of games like Withering Waves or Zenless. And you bet your ass I'm gonna be there when Blue Protocol Star Resonance launches, because there is no other game on the market that does what this game does. And this is the main reason why I think me and many others put up with gacha games. It's because these games are the only ones filling out these niches, and if not, they're doing it better than the competition. If MiHoYo's next game really is taking a crack at the Pokemon formula, then I almost guarantee it's gonna look and probably play better than whatever the hell Game Freak is cooking them nowadays. But it's gonna be a gacha, so that knocks it down from a potential 10 out of 10?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Considering how Hoyo and stuff does things, they're gonna ruin it. And it's not gonna work.
To like a 5 out of 10. As much as I've been hating on gacha games this whole video, I'm not exactly calling the game part bad. Some of these games genuinely have fun gameplay, interesting worlds, and good stories. Yes, the Gunnar game with hypersexualized women has a good story, fight me. These games also keep pushing the medium forward creatively, with each new project having better visuals and more fluid animations than the last. That said, you can definitely feel how a lot of these games dumb down their gameplay to suit mobile play. Combat systems are often streamlined to like 3 buttons, sacrificing depth for accessibility, and gameplay loops are designed around short, repetitive play sessions. I mean, it makes sense. These are mobile-first experiences, but it does hold them back from being truly great games rather than polished gacha machines. Speaking of gacha, that's where these games really start falling apart. Locking characters and gear behind a loot box system is just something I can't get behind. Like, I get it. They're free-to-play live service games. They need to make money somehow. But this is just evil. Like, EA levels of evil. The sad part is it's not going to get better anytime soon, with some gacha games pushing the limit just to see how greedy they can get. And with the projected growth of the gacha market, soon every new anime game might be a gacha. And I fear in a couple of years we're going to see a meltdown similar to what's currently happening in the live service space, with too many games releasing, fighting for everyone's attention. And where one game succeeds, a handful of games don't. But hey,
there's already too many people and too many things going on like this. There's already too many. It's already a problem.
It's not all doom and gloom for anime games. While most new anime games we get are gachas, we still get some good premium titles every once in a while. Like, to name a few, we got Scarlet Nexus with its smooth and flashy telekinetic combat, Metaphor Refantasio for its thought-provoking story, and Relink, which I will say is the closest thing we got to a gacha-like grind that isn't in a gacha game, since you have to level up each individual character in your party, equipping them with better gear and skills, which is this game's version of Genshin's Artifact.
And it got in the way of
releases,
literally anything.
Sky remake coming out this September, which looks so goddamn good.
And
for the love of God, if this game isn't on your radar, put it there. As someone who's gone back and played the original 2004 game, I'm telling you, this shit slaps. And with it adopting Daybreak's hybrid combat system, it's a good way to get into turn-based games if you're on the fence about them. And even though Blue Protocol got revived as a mobile game, I've heard it's actually better than the original game, offering more content and better progression systems even in its current beta stage. And all the gear and items
the original game was really bad, that's why.
System BS getting in the way aside from trade skills like mining and gathering. But none of these games come close to the absolute bombshell dropping on June 25th. Uma Musume Pretty Derby.
Okay. The horse game? Sure.
Man, they really got a gacha game for everything, huh?
Okay. Oh, there's like another one we didn't react to when we were doing them the other day. Sure, we'll go look at the chaotic one. Let me just finish doing my chest things here. Yeah, let me just do that first. Oh, there's no more Queen Zeno. Never mind. Queen Zeno's dead. We'll go do that then. And we'll just end off there. Alright, we might as well here.
I've talked about Neverness to Everness multiple times on my channel since it was announced. This anime-themed open-world action RPG that's made from the same studio behind Tower of Fantasy. However, I think I finally understand what NTE is and why the developers are creating it in a way that it looks and plays today. In this video, I'm going to talk about the Neverness to Everness global beta that just ended while sharing what I think about its direction and why I believe this is the direction it took. Let's get it poppin'. Neverness to Everness is a supernatural open-world anime RPG. It's meant to be this eerie yet fun adventure that you go on within a massive open city. You play as yet another protagonist that doesn't remember where they come from, which is usually meant to be a self-insert, but in NTE, the protagonist is their own character with their own voice throughout the story. This alone made me wonder what exactly they were trying to create. Down to the very core of NTE, you'll find a lot of similarities to other open world gacha games you've played before. Instead of just trying to figure out what I like and don't like about the game, I decided to take in the experience and see if it's something that I enjoyed once I removed the past experience from other gachas. First, let's talk about the story. This is a world filled with anomalies that coexist with humans. You'll find a lot of weird beings that just live alongside mankind, but at the same time, you'll find a lot of sneaky or very evil anomalies as well. Some play simple tricks on humans, while others will be trying to end humans entirely. The beginning of the game starts you from the perspective of what appears to be the days anomalies came to Earth. You start by playing between 3 characters tasked to take out the invading anomalies, but ultimately, you'll play as a character who takes on the role of an anomaly appraiser. I can't lie, this entire intro sequence was flashy and very fun to experience, which sets you up for the story ahead. The entire purpose of the main character's existence in the story is to ensure the safety of humans while tracking down these anomalies. I'm sure the discovery of their past will also come into the story at some point as well.
Okay. They're just showing intro gameplay, yep.
Stay out of trouble. Press the target.
Okay.
Want some more? Feeling satisfied?
Something that I've said in a previous video that I'd like to point out is that this game has characters that are full of personality. I'm going to share the same clip that I played in my previous video, but in English so that you guys can see exactly what I mean. Mint has this personality that's so full of life and enjoyable to take in. And it's not only her, but every character in this game has this kind of detail in their personality, which makes them easy to fall in love with or grow to hate.
I just ran into Captain Bite's son, Lieutenant Sia and Fadia Senpai from ETD. Could never get my eyes away from them. Looks like they're heading out on a mission. Is there an anomaly somewhere? Mint? Bye, Coco.
Okay.
While Mint may be one of the more energetic characters, she's one of those characters that will make you hope that the fun is carried out throughout the game. There's also one more character that has the same kind of energy, but every single character can tell you a bit about themselves by sheer personality alone, which shows that Hada Studio cares a lot about the characters in NTE. My worry though is that they won't be able to maintain this kind of quality down the road, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'd have to see if they can.
Now, I'd like to talk about gameplay. This is where I started to understand what NTE is and what they're attempting to accomplish here. NTE is trying to create something fun, explorable, with a lot to do in its world. Managing shops, purchasing apartments and customizing them, delivering items to set locations, and so much more. This game is trying to bring the city it's building to life through various tasks. I didn't experience this myself, but there's even multiplayer racing with vehicles that you purchase with in-game currency and get to customize yourself. The combat in NTE is interesting but lacks something that I can't quite put my finger on. Basically, there's a ring of elements that work together, and you must pair up a team that not only has abilities that work together, but abilities chained together within that ring so that the QTEs will become available. And this helps the combat flow once you understand how to do that. I still feel like the combat is lacking drastically, but only because it feels like something I've already played for many hours, just with some new details via the ring system. If you're looking for something that is fun and alright to engage with, the combat system is fine, but if you're looking for something new, this may not be for you.
A little show-off. Want some more?
Nowhere to run. Spin and clear.
Alright, he's just showing the end game stuff here.
Nowhere to run.
Now for the big question. What did I think of NTE? I think that this game has the possibility of hitting a huge market. Now, I don't think the game is for everyone, but it is for those who aren't just looking for good combat or looking for just a good story, but instead are looking for a great overall experience with an ever-growing world. NTE features a fantastic OST, beautiful characters, insane graphics, and so much more. This is not a bad game like I originally thought it would be. It just may not be for everyone, and that's alright. I want to be clear. Not every game needs to be at the top, and not every game needs to make millions more than the development costs in order to be good. This is an example of that. I just hope that NTE can add a bit more originality to the combat system before launch. If you're excited for Neverness to Everness, comment below and let me know what exactly attracts you to the game. Is it the gameplay, story, characters, or something else? I'm excited to hear from you. Anyways, have a wonderful day, stay healthy, stay safe, and stay chaotic.
Alright. Cool, there's that thing. Oh wait, no, I think you can do it one more Queen Zeno. Oh yeah, I still have to fill this out. They sent like another questionnaire thingy. Let me fill it out. Oh, one sec. I need my channel link. So I'm just gonna put that in here. That should go with the 4 there. What I enjoyed more, let's see. You can go this one, this one. You can put multiple things. Sure, we'll go with that. Alright, what needs to be improved? For activities. Interactable stuff in the city. Streamline / simplify character progression systems. Characters reduce level gaps between getting to story. Remove level limits. Those would be great. I think it's clear and attractive there. Alright, let's see. Which part did I find appealing to the audience. Here we go. Here. You guys think of this one, right? Oh, which ones did you find appealing? Probably the city open world thing, I assume. Right? But what you guys think? But yeah, when in a fight, you click a teletransport near the enemy so fast that you can't see the character. Like in War, for example, not a fan of it. I see. Yeah, it is a lot easier to see stuff in there. I know some of you guys did like the car stuff. I'll probably go with this. I mean, it's not really combat first. Even without any real objective. As well, we'll go with creator events. I'll have to answer that off stream. Oh, let's see. Alright, I'm not gonna submit this immediately. Looking forward to. I mean, like, combat is the last thing that, like, NT is about that. You got all the other things in there. The combat is just there to, like, keep to tie some of the stuff together, but, like, it's not the point. It never really was the point or the focus, it's just there. Let's see. Most forward into future content. I mean, suggestions for stuff they can add. More vehicles to the game. More types of vehicles for a racing mode. Like biker gangs and motorcycle racers. Right. Other vehicle multiplayer modes. Maybe something like demolition derby, where you have vehicles smashing into and destroying each other. Or other gameplays with them too. Maybe something like Rocket League. Oh, what else should they add? Better camera keys. Disable elements. More FOV options, wider range of supported resolutions. As well as larger multiplayer lobbies. Then 4 players. We'll put that in there. That'd be nice. Yeah, like the thing is, like RP stuff would work really well. Yeah, the problem is you can't really do that in something like Genshin. Because of the limited character stuff in there and how much the stuff gets in the way. Right? And like I mentioned that, and if they can, like the thing is, if they can get that type of audience and market into NTE, they literally would have an endless supply of content and attention that could be driven here. Especially because that is like a market that is like literally just not being catered to at all. Right? Like, you think about it. Again, like, let's open Twitch. Again, like, let's say GTA 5. Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Look what we have here. Look at this. Look at the category right now. We got 55k viewers on a weekday at like 6 in the morning. Right? And like a lot of these guys are doing modded streams or like RP streams and shit. This is an old game and it's still crazy. And we could just keep going and going and going. You have all sorts of people and stuff like that. Like they need to make like actually focus on that. Like allow for endless amounts of content and things like that. They need to like work on adding more and more functions, features, and things to do in the city. Expand the multiplayer mode, add more activities in there, increase the player lobby size, give better camera tools, and tools to like enable a hotkey to turn on and off the UI would be huge. Right? Adding a hotkey toggle to enable and disable the UI would be massive. Because then it could expand what people can do even further in like RPing or whatever. Because they have more stuff that they can show on there. Like, and it just keeps going, man. It keeps going and going and going. Twitch is like lagging, trying to load more. Because there's so much more. And it's just going and going and going. There's tons of this shit on any given day. Doesn't matter when. When you check. There's tons of shit here. If we were to check in like 3 hours later, you're gonna see more English stuff. And you'll see a different group of things. But like, this thing is always alive. And like, again, like, the thing is like, the amount of appeal this shit has alone. Even on the peak of any of these other fucking Pepega gachas or whatever, you combine all of them at their peaks. And like, they're still going to be less than like GTA 5 on a regular day. And then GTA 6 is gonna be even crazier when that drops next year. Like, that's just the reality. If they can get that crowd, especially because they have a different type of aesthetic and stuff like that they can bring in, and the supernatural elements, it will be huge. And they need to try to get that market in. They don't need to shuffle the current Pepega gacha market. That's not really what they should be after. But yeah. Let's see, looking forward more. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna put here. That's my response. And then we're going with this, like, again, like, the combat is not that big of a point here, if I'm gonna be honest. It's not like this is what you're gonna play it for. Wanted system. Causing trouble and aggressively chased by cops. I'll put that there. I'm just gonna answer this separately, cause that one I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to show you guys or whatever, probably. But yeah. That said though, with that, I think this is a good place to end it off anyways for the day or night or whatever. Right, we've been live for how long? 6-7 hours or something? Yeah. So I think it's a good place to end it off. We got through a lot more of that backlog as well of the reacts. Right, we definitely hit through a lot. I basically finished my weeklies for the most part. So I'll figure out what we'll do tomorrow and stuff like that off stream. And then we'll just continue from there. We can probably find time then to like go back. Probably finally play more Stellar Blade because that's been on hold for like 2 months now. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time though. Alright then. See you guys. See ya. Oh yeah, wait. Apparently there was just an announcement on the PS5 crossplay now for ToF. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow or something. But yeah.